butterflies. Welcome. Welcome to 2024. How is everybody? Oh my god, we got a hype train? We've got a hype train already. We're right into that hype train. We're already into 2024. I am so not ready for it to be 2024. It doesn't feel like it should be 2024. It feels like it could be sometime in the 2010s, right? I'd be fine if I woke up and my calendar said 2011. And be like, oh, this was all a really bad dream. Also, thank you, thank you, Caxmaroon. Thank you for the resub and the Prime resub, my favorite kind of resub, and the 3 community gift subs. Also, Zara, thank you for the gift sub to Mildred Seashells, who just was gifted with a sub. Those are people who are not gonna have to worry about the ad break that's coming up on us in about 8 minutes. 8 minutes until the next ad break. But we got a hype train now, so you can feel some hype. And what is this going on? Level 2, right? So that means that we get some benefits, some emotes, and a chance to earn more. We're on 22% of that, so. You didn't drink, plus you made a New Year's resolution a year ago to never make New Year's resolutions. That's a pretty good resolution. Oh my god, thank you for the biddies. Erica rocks me. Happy New Year to you as well. Yeah, it's a weird time of year, right? Because my birthday is unfortunately the holiday of the main dude from Christianity. You know the main dude from Christianity? Does anybody know the main dude of Christianity? Like, it's like, apparently we have the same birthday. So, like, he gets prime billing and well, we got all kinds of holidays, right? My birthday, we've got Christmas, we've got New Year's. I hope you all have been taking it easy and had a nice break of some kind. It's nice to have a break and just like not doing it. Yeah, it's Lloyd, the Christianity guy. Are you drinking from a glass with a yellow pepper? Oh my god, doesn't it look like it? What is this? It does. It looks like there's a yellow pepper, but it's just like, it's a glass that's made to look like a sunflower. I mean, it is beautiful, I will say that. Yeah, the JC. The JC upstages me every year. That's okay. Apollo. Oh, wait. No, wait. No, it's Mithras. It's Mithras. No, it's not Mithras. It's a lava. I'm drinking a lava lamp. Wait, I love all the ideas that people have of like what this exactly is. It's void water. You know, if this, wait, part of it, yes, you're right. It is void water. Look at that. Look at that. You can guess what color that might be in real life. Like, right, it's a bottomless glass. It's a bottomless glass. Well, it better be, because I'm gonna be thirsty. We're doing Cult of Mithras 2024 now, I guess so. I mean, if it's 2024, like, I feel like a lot of things should change, could change, need to change, right? A lot of things need to change in left tube. Like, what the heck is going on? Can anybody explain to me why Hasan would feel the need to respond when he doesn't respond to Destiny, he doesn't respond to Vosh, he doesn't respond to most of the commentary community chirping about him incessantly? Why? Why did he decide to respond to Keffals, right? That's what I can't figure out. He had a moment of weakness, yeah. I mean, you gotta remember, Buffy Geek brings up a good point. Streamers are human beings too. And, you know, they do have moments of weakness. We do have moments of weakness. And I guess it was because so many people on Hostwit were talking about the level 1 hype train emotes. All right, 4 subs and 100 bits. Choo choo. Thank you so much, train conductors. A special dislike for Keffals. Hasan has one response a year for each political Twitch streamer. He has to use it before 2024. That's a good theory. That's a good theory. Because she was compared to Taylor Swift? Wait, when did that happen? Hasan needs a break. I mean, I don't know how he does it, honestly. I need a break from time to time. But yeah, we're gonna get to watch Hasan's response to Keffals. Like, I mean, he's not wrong about a lot of what he says, but it's just like, there's no need for it, right? There's no need for it. I mean, here's the deal, like, I have made responses to people that I in no way needed to respond to, right? And I have learned that the more a person seems to be addicted, seems to base their brand on starting meaningless drama, the less you need to respond to that person, the less good that is, right? And, you know, when there's a difference between your size and the person chirping size, right? Generally, there's just nothing in it for you. There's no benefit. There's no reason to do it, right? But I didn't just come out of the womb knowing that, right? As a streamer, I wasn't just birthed from the cocoon. I wasn't hatched from the flower that I was hatched from. I didn't emerge from the oyster shell knowing all that stuff, right? I had to learn, and I had to learn the hard way. And I made some unforced errors, but luckily I had people around me who cared about me and who would kind of voice what I needed to hear, which is, you don't need to respond to everybody, right? You don't need to respond to everybody. You don't need to respond to ridiculous accusations, right? From ridiculous people. Yeah, Buffy, that's right. That's right. I had good people around me to kind of guide me in the right way. So I guess we got to give Hasan, you know, some understanding that nobody's perfect. And he does a pretty good job most of the time, like not giving any free clout. She does everything for clout, and he gave her exactly what she wanted. Yeah, well, we're gonna see how much he did, right? Because, like, even talking about it all, even as a subtweet, is probably a bad idea. Like, for her followers, that's gonna... It feeds into like all the weird complexes that they have about her being persecuted, about her being special. I don't know, it just like it reinforces all the wrong things, right? And he doesn't even have to say her name to do that, right? All he has to do is say something like 3-hour or 2-hour manifesto, right? And that's all it takes for her to be like, aha, who made a 2-hour manifesto? I made a 2-hour manifesto. Hasan is talking about me. Even if he just said something like, I don't like all these drama frogs chirping constantly all over Twitter and, you know, accusing me of ridiculous stuff, like, that would probably be too much. But he went a little further than that, as you're gonna see soon. Hasan is in a rough place. Anti-Hasan narratives are super strong right now, probably very frustrating. And that's the thing. That's why Keffals chose Hasan, who in the past had been pretty helpful for her, actually stayed with her, you know, not just Hasan, but like his community, stayed with her and supported her up until the point where it was just really obvious that she was going down a toxic path. That's what changed things. That's what made people talk about her a little bit differently in Hoscord. And that's what, and that's why it's kind of weird to see, you know, to see her like biting a hand that I guess once fed her somewhat more so than he does. Because Hasan, if you don't know, Hasan has a rule: the no free clout thing. It like, it's multi-dimensional, it's multifaceted, right? It is both in the sense of, if Vosh says something about Hasan and obviously wants Hasan to respond and obviously wants to get more attention to what he's saying, based on the fact that he's talking about Hasan, it doesn't really benefit Hasan to talk about Vosh. He learned his lesson earlier with Destiny, right? So with even like large streamers, right? There's a lot of times that Hasan doesn't respond, but you know, with a smaller streamer like Keffals, who maybe a few years ago, like, it's undeniable, like, she will deny this. As I say it's undeniable, I can hear her denying it, because I have heard her deny it, right? The fact that she was so much more influential prior to her heel turn, right? That she had essentially the entirety of the left on her side, feeling bad for her, feeling legitimately bad for her, because what happened to her was horrible. But she like burned through every bit of good faith that anybody had in her and turned some of those people that saw her as being somebody uniquely positioned to have a positive impact for trans people, have a positive impact on the left, right? And made them her enemies. Oh my god, Monope, I learned to love Hasan when he openly laughed about the Christian travel YouTuber who the North Sentinel Island people shot with arrows. Yeah, that's a funny story. I mean, I want to feel bad about it, but god, that was fire. That was fire. But yeah, we're gonna dive into those waters once again and see what Hasan, you know, said, where he's got a point, you know, what we can do about the left, because it is very much in disarray. Like, it's not like the online left are all bad people, right? You're the audience that makes up the online left. So if I thought you were all bad people, I probably wouldn't be that happy to, you know, stream for you, right? But the problem is that even amongst like leftists that do have a real sense of solidarity and, you know, that aren't in this as some kind of like grifty debate game to become the next Destiny, you have a lot of distrust that's been sown. Welcome back, Twitch. Welcome back, Twitch. Sorry you got sucked up into the ad break. I'll try to warn you next time. I think I warned you for one of the ad breaks, but yeah, there's so many ad breaks. I need to set it back so it's only one. We could all go out clubbing. That sounds like fun. Yeah, that we could be the online left, right? And like come to the club and wreck the place. I don't know. Everyone warned him about that island. Yeah, that island. Oh my god. Well, wait, wasn't he on some like kind of Christian like missionary trip? Like in his mind, he was like doing it for Jesus. He was like, these godless people on this savage island have never heard the truth of Jesus, and I'm gonna be the big hero that brings that truth to them. Yeah, talk about savior complexes, which we're gonna get into a little bit with Keffals. I think that applies to Keffals, but yeah, that's definitely somebody who had a pretty major savior complex. YouTube is filtering your comments? I never know. There's some really weird reasons. Like there's some comments that I've made that are completely innocuous get filtered. Godless people who called me. It's Christy Z. What's up, Christy Z? Wait, I shouldn't filter mod comments. That's disturbing to me, Soul Life. That's kind of that's a little bit disturbing that it's filtering mod comments. Like, it should know that if I give somebody mod, they're not, you know, making inappropriate comments. I feel like we need to stop using capitalist algorithms that they are clearly made to disrupt progress. Yeah, well, so Cool Bees, you actually bring up a really good point there. You bring up, that's a really good point, okay? What we're talking about is, like, if you look at somebody like Vosh versus, let's say, somebody like Non-Compete, who we're gonna talk about tomorrow, that's right, because Vosh attacked Luna again, right? I'm not trying to cover drama, but this time there is, like, I guess, like, he's trying to make a political point about Luna, kind of making an anti-communist point, if anything. But if you look at, like, you know, a channel like Non-Compete, which was part of the reason that I got into streaming in the first place, right? It was streamers like Lance, Luna, and EJ that kind of made me think that maybe I could make some kind of positive contribution to the space and use the emerging format of BreadTube as a platform for that, right? You look at Non-Compete, who was somewhat established, I think, probably before Vosh got big. And Vosh, and you ask, like, which one the algorithm treats better? Well, yeah, it's the one that is constantly getting into shit with people, the one that's constantly jumping in the orchestra pit, the one who proposed the idea that maybe there was a tactical utility, anti-racist utility, in using the N-word when you're talking to Nazis. Because the last thing in the world that you want is those Nazis thinking that you yourself are a beta soy cuck. And so we got the tactical N-word. But there's so many more examples here of where, you know, the algorithm does seem to benefit the people that are less useful for the cause. And then the question becomes, like, what do you do in light of that? Like, right, how do we adapt? Because I've always been somebody who, my natural reflex is fight. Even when it should be flight, right? Even when legitimately, right? You know, you got your, what do you call that? The stress response? The stress response is fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. So obviously people understand fight and flight. You know, do you try to eliminate the danger? Or do you try to remove yourself from the dangerous situation? In a lot of cases, when you're talking about self-defense, I would encourage you to remove yourself, you know, from a dangerous situation if at all possible, right? But sometimes that's not possible, and sometimes that may not even be the best strategy. And when you've been forced to run time and time again, there's a certain point that you gotta say, I am not running anymore, right? There's a certain point where you gotta make your stand. And you know, it's not easy, and it's really like a trial by fire, but you can get through it, right? So for me, what that represented was being somebody who had an audience that was mixed, right? The core of my audience was like trans people and intersectional leftists, right? But there were also people that had seen me on various, you know, when I'd gone onto various debate panels, right? So I had those kind of people too. And when I made my stand, like, all of the debate people were like, nah, you're virtue signaling, right? You don't really care about trans people and how Dylan's platforms affects trans people, right? You're chasing clout. You're disingenuous. You're an evil trans person, basically, right? And I lost like a good portion of my audience, right? But it also made it so that I wasn't beholden to that audience, because before that, I had been walking the line. I had been constantly walking the line, right? When I talked about things like patriarchy and misogyny, I didn't frame it as patriarchy and misogyny. I think I remember using stream titles, you know, talking about, I don't know if I use the terms men's rights or something like that, but I would try to frame it in terms of, yeah, men's rights to be free of the patriarchy, right? And it forces you to talk out of both sides of your ass that in a way that maybe does make you come off as disingenuous, right? Because you're courting like one audience that you don't really have to teach anything to. You don't have to pull them over. You don't have to convince them of anything. And you're courting another audience that still is in a mindset of like, yeah, we're going to do leftism, right? But we got to stay away from the SJW stuff. We got to stay away from the feminism. Feminism is cancer, as we all know. Feminism is toxic. That's when you become a woke skulled tanky genderqueer in their eyes. But yeah, let's get going. No audience capture. Audience capture is a thing. Yeah, and it's like, so for somebody that like, right, so YouTube teaches us, right? And I'm saying this as somebody who's been on YouTube for a little while. YouTube teaches us to respond with like, when I do something and I get subs and I get likes and my videos do well, I'm going to do more of that. When I do something and the opposite happens, I'm going to do like way less of that, right? And the feedback that I was getting was like taking a stand of like, hey, maybe don't like allow a transphobe to use your platform as a way to spread lies about trans people, because there's enough lies about trans people anyway, and we don't need them being spread by supposedly like lefty content creators. And if said lefty content creator says that he cares about trans people, maybe having a conversation with him might change his mind. No, that's not how it worked with Dylan. And that's not how it works with Vosh. That's not how it worked with Destiny. I had a conversation with Destiny. Destiny's obsessed with the idea of cancel culture, right? Cancel culture is going to come and get him, and he's going to lose some kind of sponsorship. He's going to lose the money. He's going to lose his livelihood. It's funny how the people that are sitting the prettiest in this space are the most concerned about losing it all to some goddamn SJW like Demon Mama. That was Destiny's concern. Demon Mama's going to say I'm transphobic. Some sponsor's going to hear Destiny's transphobic, and I'm going to lose the sponsorship. We got to do something about Demon Mama. She's a danger to trans people, right? That's what he came trying to convince me with, right? And my argument to him was, you know, something to the effect of like, hey, if you want to talk about cancel culture, since I'm not going to stop you from doing that, let me explain to you a type of cancel culture that has been going on for ages, right? Let me explain to you how cancel culture is not a new thing. Let me tell you about the real victims of cancel culture, which is marginalized people. Like, they call it a witch hunt for a reason, right? And that's because, you know, they were primarily, you know, targeting women in those moral panics, right? And you could make parallels with the groomer panic about trans people. Canceling is canceled. Yeah, complaining about being canceled is canceled, maybe. But yeah, I tried to have a conversation with him about that, and I tried to use his like framework. I didn't try to like take him away from that, but I tried to like make him realize, hey, like you got a lot less to lose than I do. You got a lot less to lose actually than Demon Mama does. And as much as I will admit that Demon Mama is a person of great folly, right? In terms of like, she's just like, she's kind of an egomaniac, right? She's just like, she thinks she understands things from her perspective. She's willing to stand up for, some marginalized groups, but at the same time, she's very Vosh-pilled, right? So I don't, under no illusions that Demon Mama is the apex of virtue in the online left. But is she really any worse than any of the other debate lords out there? Right? Like, you're talking about Destiny. You're talking about somebody who regularly does content with actual freaking Nazis. You're talking about somebody who helped resurrect the careers of Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes. Are you really gonna tell me that you're worried about Demon Mama? Do you really think that Demon Mama is the danger to trans people? Or maybe it's the weird right-wingers that you're platforming out of spite, right? And he literally played the piano. Like, right? His one chance to listen. His one chance to hear feedback, right? From somebody that's not as privileged as he is in that way. And he fucking shuts me out. And I mean, that's how it goes. That is absolutely how it goes. Anyway, chat, I feel like I've been edging you too long. Have I? We've got so much to get to today. Oh my god, and I haven't even done a blast off tweet. You want to do a blast off tweet with me? Not Epstein client list. No, that would be the worst, like most cynical, like hijacking of a hashtag ever. If I like, we're not talking about Epstein. You know why we're not talking about Epstein today? Because that list has not come out yet. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's some fake lists circulating. There's not any real list as far as you know, Epstein and who he was involved in. I mean, that'll come out, but people keep on clickbaiting it. People keep on putting it in their titles, and I haven't covered it for a very specific reason, because the news is not in yet, right? I would love to know who's on that list. We don't know yet. So anyway, what are we talking about today? Oh my God, how do I phrase this? I was hoping that we could put the Hasan Keffals thing to bed by now. How do I do this, chat? I'm trying to write this. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't think the list will actually drop too many people with too much to lose. Yeah, that is kind of weird. Like, it was supposed to drop at, what, midnight last night? Yeah, Christy C says no list yet. And I'm just trying to remember how does writing work? Fire keeps getting fed. Let's take a look at Hasan's response and see if we can figure out. See, this is the nicest way, because if I'm like, Hasan made the stupid mistake to do this, right? I feel like I'm kind of victim blaming in a certain way, but even though, you know, much bigger streamer, hard to see him as a victim. Like, what I will give Hasan is, like, if you really want to know the difference between Keffals and Hasan, look at their content. Look at what Hasan talks about, right? And look at the kind of risk that he's willing to take in terms of continuing to speak about the what's going on in Gaza, right? Continuing to speak out unambiguously, painting a big target on his back, right? As opposed to Keffals that is just like waiting for Xander Hall to say something, waiting for Hasan to say something, waiting for one of her ex-mods to say something. And if that doesn't work, she'll just dig up some dirt on Jesse Gender, Foreign, Soul Bunny, any of the people that she's like pledged her hatred towards. I think there's a huge difference between these two streamers, and I think it's pretty freaking apparent who's got something important to say and who is absolutely like some kind of like what was. Okay, wait, we never watched the Ugopnik video. Anybody, one in chat if you've seen the Ugopnik video. Ugopnik did a video about, I guess, LoveTube. What's up, Lycus? Good to see you. LoveTube, BreadTube. What's going on, how it works, how it functions. He even drew a little diagram, right? Can figure out what he was thinking. So some people have seen it, yeah. And so you know that, like, there's lots of different roles in the left. Like Ugopnik's got kind of a big tent in mind in terms of, different people can fulfill different roles in terms of the, the praxis, to the extent that you can call it that, of the online left. But that there are some people that are just kind of leeching off the existence of this thing and don't seem to have a lot of care as to what effect that they're having on the larger, space, even outside of online. Because here's the thing about the online left, right? As silly as it is, as much as like we use phrases like terminally online, we talk about, what does this mean to like a normal person, right? This is a digital space for political discourse, and thus is going to be increasingly valuable regardless of what you think about it. Yeah, and I get you if you say that the platforms provide all kinds of perverse incentives. If you say that the platform is more amenable to growing content that's feeding into the algorithm, which, a lot of times, here's the deal with the algorithm, right? It responds to emotion, okay? At the end of the day, that's really what the algorithm is. People want to think about, well, it's how YouTube tweaks it. And yeah, I mean, there's some of that too, right? But the main component of the algorithm, YouTube wants to keep people on the platform for as long as they can. What do? They need emotional resonance. They need people to make content that spurs an emotion in the people watching it, because that's what brings people back. And in general, it's probably easier to engender an emotion like hate or fear. It's really easy. It's not complicated at all. But trying to build something greater than that, that is tricky, right? So, I mean, it's not, I don't think it's as quixotic of a task as a lot of people make it out to be able to resonate with something different. And I try to support content creators who do that, that have some semblance of solidarity. But yeah, sorry, getting back to the Ugopnik thing, yeah, the Ugopnik's role for somebody like Keffals is called, like, he literally calls it a tumor. And I mean, I don't know. Look, I hope it doesn't grow in an uncontrolled way. We'll see what goes on in 2024. See if we can figure out what he was thinking. Okay, and then look, chat, this drama is so bad that even Ben is sick of it, and I'm sick of it too. Oh yeah, I was also thinking, what if instead of like the sub goals that we got now, we did something like that gave you like a choice, right? That when you're subbing, becoming a member, giving gift subs, giving gift memberships, anything like that, you also got to say like what you wanted like me to cover, right? You get to like sort of make a vote of like, I like what you're covering more, I want more of it, or I would love to switch to something else. I would love to switch gears, because I'm so bad at switching gears. I have ADHD in a way where like my hyper focus is massively pronounced, and the result of that is that I just tend to get stuck in rabbit holes, and I know that's not everybody's cup of tea. So here we go. We got the post here. And I am going to copy this for you to help me out if you want to. If you so choose, right, you can help me out on Twitter by signal boosting my thread. Oh my god, Seinfeld? Oh wait, didn't Seinfeld date somebody that was like drastically under his age? Or yeah, that was like yeah, didn't Seinfeld like straight up date somebody who was underage? He did. She was 17, he was 38. Yeah, and this is like, it's weird. Maybe during his day that was like more married her. Maybe this was like more common back in the day. There's so many stories of like, I don't know what you want to say, like 90s and early 2000s, like celebrities, you know, engaging in relationships, which are just basically grooming. And the like that other people would, you know, would see it and not really, I think Keffals gained fame when she was doxxed, and also her successful takedown of kiwi farms. Oh my god, if only that website does need to be taken down. That website is like fucked up, right? But she didn't take it down. It's still there. It's been, you know, in the news recently. It's been part of this discussion, right? Unfortunately, yeah, like there was nothing permanent about the Drop Kiwi Farms campaign. And some of the people that were helping Keffals with it, it turns out, had accounts on the website the whole time. It's kind of weird that, like, instead of doing something about that website, she just used it as a football or a virtue signal or a way to say, like, hey, I'm fighting these guys. So therefore, if you're against me, if you have any problem with me, even if it's completely unrelated, right? You must be with the Kiwis. You must be one of them. You must be on their side. You're spreading their information, right? Oh my god. Yeah, she turned it into a suit of armor. And in a lot of ways, like, she became Kiwi Farms. Like, look at what she's doing to people like Soul Bunny. Look at what she's doing to people like Foreign in terms of spreading people's private information in a public way and hiding behind the like fig leaf that it is, well, it was publicly available. Yeah, well, is that why you had to go and dig it up? That being publicly available is a little different than being broadcast on somebody's stream, right? Existing somewhere on the internet, if somebody knows the right place to look, is a little different than it just being like, you know, common knowledge. So, I mean, that's what's going on now. And that's what's really scary about Keffals. And make no mistake, in the same way that Donald Trump's intimidation and threats, and the way that people like the Colorado judges know that you know, they're going to hear from Trump's fans if they make a decision against, you know, him being on the ballot, right? You've got sort of the same thing going on with Keffals. Now, anybody that wants to say, you know, that wants to disagree with her has to worry about their private information being spread out to her parasocial fandom, which is looking more and more like the farms every day. I don't know, even like worse than the farms, right? Because the thing about the farms is they're not exactly centralized, right? There's different factions there. There's people on that website that hate each other's guts, right? But with Keffals community, it's all like, let's love Keffals. Like, it's centralized, right? You've got a real a cult of personality, almost more than Vosh has. My god, what am I trying to do here? Oh yeah, I gotta hide the chat, show the chat. Wait, how does this work? There it is, okay. Steel Lungs, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub, and good morning to you too. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, this is a cult of non-personality, says Sisyphean. People have said that they find, oh my god, Ghastly! Ghastly, out of nowhere with 10 gifted memberships. Only 29 likes? Okay, well, I mean, look, I'm happy about the memberships. I'm very happy about the memberships. Look at that. Oh my god. Ghastly just absolutely... Look, we're gonna enjoy these, okay? Wow. Just wow. 30 likes? Yeah, we should be able to get it up to whatever number we have in chat, at least. That's my... And then we'll get started, okay? Ghastly Army, that's right. Ghastly, you just like saved a bunch of people from not being able to post emotes. So anybody who just got a gift sub, understand that that means something. And the main thing right now, since you're in chat, is that you can use all of my emotes. I'm gonna try one more time to put up my Twitter thread. I don't know why it's like, I don't know why it's not working. Come on, somebody. No! I literally cannot pin a tweet. That's wild. Okay, I have to go like that. I have to go like that. There we go, pin message, finally. Okay, there it is. So this is your chance, if you so choose, right, to show up on my stream, because I'm gonna click over to notifications right now. Look, I'm just gonna put wow. Wow. Yeah, if you want to give that Twitter thread some love, it is in both of the... Oh my god, look, wow. Hasan can actually dance. Even with his strange body proportions, that man can dance. Kind of amazing, but yeah, that's the whole deal right here, right? Is that since I've got it on notifications, if you like, if you retweet, or if you make a comment, that comment, that like, that retweet can appear on my stream. Also, yeah, thank you, Steel Lungs, for the resub. That is 9 months for you. Good morning. Happy stream, baby. Yeah, we're gonna try to get into it here. In a second. Did we reach that critical number of likes though? Do we have the small head and big shoulders? Yeah, really big shoulders. Really big shoulders, Hasan. $8 to pin a tweet from the guy that offered and then flaked on ending world hunger. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about pinning a tweet? Pinning a tweet? I didn't even know you could do that. I was talking about just pinning the chat that mentions that my tweet is there, but I didn't realize. Yeah, I don't even know what you can do with a Twitter. Look at that! Look at that! See what I'm saying? I appreciate your GIFs. Those give me life, especially considering the gauntlet that I'm about to put myself through in wading once again into this whole Keffals versus Hasan matter. There's also more news from, believe it or not, from Keffals versus Xanderhall. We're finding out more and more about the Vosh Clout network. This has been a great opportunity to kind of peer within its inner workings, chat. This reminds me of when people take a they take like a drone, like an aquatic drone, to the Chernobyl site, and they have it go down underwater and like explore Chernobyl. That's what we're getting. We're getting a view into the toxic meltdown that is Whiteleaf, like how it works, how it functions, who's on the ins, who's on the outs, right? And it really connects back to some old drama, you know, that I experienced with with Vosh's sysadmin, who's also Keffals' sysadmin, right? This is the person that tried to get my channel taken down multiple times because she didn't like me covering her streamers, and yeah, she's kind of possessive about them. In fact, that was the weird thing, right? Is that like if Xanderhall thinks I violated his intellectual property by covering his one of his streams or one of his videos, shouldn't I be getting that from Xanderhall? If Vosh feels like I'm, you know, utilizing his videos in an inappropriate way, even though I'm definitely, you know, it's transformative content, I'm watching his videos to disagree with them, right? Wouldn't it be Vosh that would contact me? No, apparently not. Apparently it's the sysadmin, right? That gets at you and threatens you and intimidates you. And we're seeing like more and more of that. That is the biggest thing, the biggest innovation, right, that Destiny and Vosh have brought to the political space, is turning content creation, which should be fun, into like gang wars. That's what it's become. into 100,000 splinter discords that meet in secret and decide to, you know, rat fuck people, right? Into people that will accuse somebody one day of being involved in the Kiwi Farms website. Skibidi toilets. I love it. I love it. That's great. I didn't expect to see the Skibidi toilets today. Vasha's sysadmin was also blocked by Cryberry Baby Zan. The new video, there's a new video about Illuminati? Oh my god, new Illuminati news. Wait, what is chat talking about? God, there's so much going on here. Not gang wars. I don't even know what to, okay, yeah, maybe that's not the best metaphor, but you know what I'm saying, right? It's become this weird thing. Or else Ellipsis is a Skibidi head. Hey, I'm waiting for episode 69. What is it, part 3? Is that what we're looking for now? Okay, something about Illuminati. There's new Illuminati news. Can anybody tell me what that is? When Elon's brain chip catches on, you'll need to pay $8 to remember your anniversary or how to wipe your butt. Oh my god. Hasan shouldn't have replied. I agree. Don't give the juice to any of these leeches. Absolutely. What's going on with Illuminati? I think I heard something about yeah, Illuminati did pick a fight with a lawyer. That was Legal Eagle. That was a long time ago. That was the beginning of the drama. But being sued by the state of Colorado? Yeah, no, I heard she was being sued. I didn't know it was like the state of Colorado? Yo, look at this. The state of Colorado, they're coming after Donald Trump. They're coming after Illuminati. I heard they were plagiarizing people. Yep, that too. Yeah, there's so much with Illuminati that's kind of gone on. And speaking of somebody who, like, you know, tries to use intimidation to shut people up, right? Kind of backfired on Blair. Anytime a YouTuber gets sued, I want Legal Eagle involved. Chat, are there any Eagle heads in chat? Any Legal Eagle viewers? Loyal Legal Eagle fans? We need to get Legal Eagle on our side, okay? I know that Legal Eagle is probably more of a lib than I am. What's up, Rebel Communique? Good to see you. I missed you too. I missed you all. I had a little bit of a break. You haven't watched the H-Bomber video? Is it good? Yeah, it's good, but if I were you, I would watch it in segments, right? So, he talks about a variety of different people. It's not just about, like, you know, plagiarism writ large. It's plagiarism in the context of different YouTube figures that have committed plagiarism and you know, talking about like kind of just the brazen way that they use that. He's my favorite liberal eagle, but we need him on our side. We need him on our side, chat, in case, what if the sysadmin comes after me again? She whose name I'm like a little bit afraid to speak, but not really. I'll say it. White Nervosa is who we're talking about, in case you're playing, for those of you playing at home. Okay, how are we doing on likes? Did we hit the like goal? I wouldn't trust, he is a lawyer after all. Yeah. How do you make it so that you can, like, what do you have to do to, like, oh, you know what we need, chat? Oh shit. Legal Eagle. I've got some files that make you look very bad. Therefore, you must provide me legal counsel pro bono, right? Pro bono, no money charged to me. This is your donation to my stream and to my community, Legal Eagle, or else I'm gonna have to open up the Trapper Keeper and find out what kind of dirt we've got on you, because that's what NCC did. I heard from some debate bro. I heard it on some debate bro, right? She's a really bad person. She collects files on everyone. Does that sound like me, or does that sound like literally the rest of Twitch politics? It kind of sounds like there might have been some projection going on there. Lisa Frank sends her regards. Exactly. A binder is full of eagles. Yeah. No, just kidding, Legal Eagle. We love you. That's probably not the way. We don't want to try to intimidate Legal Eagle. We don't want to fight fire with fire, because that's what Keffals and Vosh and Destiny and Illuminati and all these sussy bakas, all these sussy sussy bakas out there. That's what they do, right? I'm different. That is not how NCC works. NCC is a cutaway, I think, from the rest of the Twitch poll and YouTube debate, bro. It's the dossier. It's the dossier. That's what you came here for anyways, the dossier. Now we're gonna open up Hasan's dossier. Where are we? What are we doing? How are we doing on, I have to like reload this to find out. Only 39 likes? Wow. I mean, I feel like we could probably do better than that. What do you think, chat? Can we increase the likes on YouTube? Can we turn up the likes meter? I know it seems like a silly thing for me to ask you in this day and age for a little thumb thing. Like it's very chuggy. It's very like 2014, 2011 Facebook, right? The thumbs up thing, but it's more powerful than you realize, right? There's very few ways that you can let YouTube know that you can affect how the algorithm promotes a video, and that like button is actually one of those, especially on streams, because I don't know if you know this, but YouTube kind of sucks for streams, right? They decided that they don't want to drink Twitch's milkshake, and honestly, as long as Twitch is going to suck as much as it does, I feel like they need to drink that milkshake. They need to they need to do the drainage, you know what I'm saying? They need to get a very long straw, and like the straw reaches all the way across the room, and it starts to drink Twitch's milkshake. And they're like, I drink, you know, we need to, yeah, I mean, like that needs to, like, I want competition with streaming services, because it feels like Twitch is not like really threatened by anybody. And instead of going after Twitch, YouTube went after TikTok? Really? And that created another vehicle for right-wingers and red pillars and all those shitheads to spread their garbage on YouTube. That shorts algorithm, like if you want to talk about an algorithm that's like racist and transphobic and homophobic and just like, I mean, that algorithm is like literally red-pilled. It loves that shit. The YouTube Shorts does bring all the boys to the yard. That's right. Our milkshakes bring all the streams to YouTube, and damn right, it's better than yours. I mean, it could be. It would. Look, they are adding a few things, right? Like, I should probably start rating people, right? After I, you know how like after I stream, usually people just kind of are like, hey, we're going over here or we're going over there. I feel like those places that you like to go after you're done with my stream, I should make a list of them, and I should try to raid them, and I should try to spread the love. Like, you know, raid this person this time, raid this person this time, this person. There's a lot of people out there that are doing really good content. There's a lot of people out there that are doing really good work. And, you know, now YouTube, they have some kind of rating function. I've seen it at work. I've seen it happen. Yeah, Rumble would be Red Pill Central. That's true. How are we doing on those likes? I just need the likes to match the oh my god. I just need the likes to match the numbers in chat. That's what I need. Oh my god, I'm having to look through my history because now I can't remember where this video was. Did anybody else watch entirely too much YouTube over the break? Because I know I did. Like, I did get a video out for you, though. Like, I've got a video that's basically done. I got inspired last night, and I finished the George Santos and Z-Way video. And I'm really excited about it. There it is. Found it. But yeah, you got another video coming out. I will get it out to you as soon as I possibly can. I'm really excited about this. I love this video. I had a lot of fun making it, and like both in terms of like doing the stream and in terms of doing the editing, right? It kind of like, because I was having this thing where like I just wasn't motivated to edit, and I guess that video was just so much fun that it sort of changed my mindset. So here it is, Hasan. This was 3 days ago. Hasan was in Italy. He's doing a stream remote. Wait, who's by him? Is it? I know Murat is with him. I forget who this is. But anyway, you know, the chat, I guess, brings up Keffals, and maybe not by name, but we'll see what Hasan's response to this was like, because like, honestly, I really wish he hadn't responded at all. That's exactly what Keffals wants. And what I wonder is like what he's got in mind. Like, what is his end game for this, right? Or was it just a moment of weakness? Like Buffy was saying, it's kind of a moment of weakness. Certainly I can relate to that. I've done some, you know, silly things. I've given attention to people that didn't deserve it, and that we're going to do bad things with that attention. Luckily I haven't built up anybody's career. Like, you know, I haven't created any Frankenstein monsters. I've got some like wannabe Frankenstein monsters that did 8-hour streams on me, but luckily they didn't understand how to do audio, and the first 2 hours were completely inaudible. And the rest of it was a strange affair indeed. So yeah, let's get into the content, right? Because I feel like I've been edging you for long enough. What are we doing on likes? How are our likes going? I need a likes meter. What are our likes at? Because otherwise I just have to reload. And every time I reload, I'm just like... We got 57 watching right now, so that works. Why doesn't it update my likes? I sound so like narcissistic here talking about, I gotta get my likes up. Oh my god, are there people in chat that are watching the stream and you haven't liked yet? What are you thinking? Don't you understand I'm the main character in this JRPG? It's me. Chat, it's all about me. I'm here to hack your souls. I'm gonna reload it anyway and just hope that nothing bad happens. 47. I mean, look, that's 12 away. Do we have 12 more likes in us? My likes don't get updated either, I've noticed. Yeah, isn't that weird? It updates when it goes up to 61, which is how many people are in here right now. We got 61 of you, 61 people interested in finding out why Hasan did what he did and where we're gonna go from here, and what Ben Shapiro has to say about all this shit. Because, I mean, from the looks of my thumbnail, he's sick of it too, right? But he's got his own drama to deal with, so we'll get to him a little bit later, as well as some more stuff. This is not a super long clip, but you know how I am. You know how NCC is. Like, I take too long. Chat, could we get to half of... Oh my god. I'm just looking at Xanderhall's numbers, and I'm seeing that my numbers aren't like as far off as I would expect. And I'm just like, can we overtake Xanderhall? Like, that'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Maybe not this stream, but we can work on it. Chat, bring a share my link, spread the love, right? We gotta grow. We gotta grow for me to even survive. But I kind of want to grow to just be able to have a bigger platform for what I'm trying to say here. I've got a message, chat, and I want you to help me spread it. What are the likes looking like? I'm being such a bitch today. Welcome, Dusty. What's up, Dusty? A different Dusty. I recognize some of y'all from the Majority Report. Yeah, I think I recognize you too. 49. Look, we're so close. Like, that's like 10 off. Are there 10 likes out there? Can I get 10 of your thumbs pressing that button? You gotta press it with your... No, don't actually... I think you should press it with your finger. Right? Just go like, boom. Like, no, actually lick your finger first, like you're gonna soul hack somebody, and then press it. Oh my god, speaking of which, I'm so glad that I reminded myself that I have, like, I was gonna go into the content. See, chat, we're pros now. We're pros. We've increased our tier level, right? I don't think we're on S tier yet, but we're like on A tier or B tier. And what that means is that I've got to be on my game as far as how I look, because when I do videos, when I do segments, and then like I forgot my lipstick, it's kind of like, okay, well, you're gonna put this out as a video now? Really? Toggle cat ears? God, I can only find the one pair. I've got 2 pairs of cat ears though, but I can't seem to find the other. Where did they go? Where are my cat ears? See, these kind of do this thing where they're kind of void cat ears. Like they're scintillating, right? Some people would say that I'm scintillating, but no, these ears are really scintillating. They're scintillating hard. No lipstick chick, right? That's what I usually am, and I'm trying to be better. I'm trying to be more professional for you, right? Because I know you want this to be a big, cozy community. Usually you've got 2 kinds of communities. You've got big communities, and you've got cozy communities. I'm thinking that we can make a big, cozy community. I feel like there is so much positive energy from this community that increasing the size of it, we can do that without increasing the toxicity. I'm hoping. You've never heard the word scintillating? Yeah, it's like sizzling. It's kind of like sizzling, right? See how the ears are sizzling? Shall we start an NCC industrial complex? Look, if you want to make content out of my videos, wait, that's a great idea. Do we have people that would like to do that? Do we have people that know a little bit about YouTube? Know a little bit about thumbnails and... Wait, maybe I should just do like a style guide and stuff. Oh my god. Monope is right? What did Monope say? What did I miss? I was thinking No Context Chick would be a fun clip channel. That's really funny. That's really funny because there was one, right? There was a no context at one point. I think it got deleted though. It was like somebody that that is, I don't think on YouTube anymore. So, but yeah, that's a no content. How about No Concept Chick? Or like you can make fun of me in it too, right? Because that's what Hasan's clip channels do. What about like NCC corporate? Can we do NCC corporate? Do like a corporate version of me? Oh, that means I need to dress nice. I do need to dress nice. I need to dress nice anyway. No console chick. That's right. Oh my god. I need to put some more. I've got some more a video. NCC LLC. Yeah. NCC Incorporated. How are we doing on likes? I'm gonna I've been edging you for way too long. Chat, you've been very patient with me. You know what? Let's get those likes when we can. Okay, keep on liking the stream, especially, or no, only if you have not liked the stream already. But for now, I'm gonna start the content for you because I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like I've been edging you for long enough already. Let's get going. Let's dive into this. So we're gonna start with a very festive thing. Hey, anybody from England? No, not England. Well, like I'm turning all of Europe into England. Yeah, it's England. What's that country over there? I think it's called England. I think it's called Europe, right? But anybody celebrate Krampusmas? Any Krampus fans in chat? This shit was denied to me as a little kid, right? My parents told me that Santa was real, but they never told me that the Krampus was real. But it was really weird how they did it too, because they were like, yeah, Santa's real. Santa's coming down the chimney. Better leave some cookies, leave some milk. Santa gets thirsty. Santa gets hungry. Santa needs some void coffee. Like, I mean, why wouldn't he want a nice cup of coffee? Right, but they never told me about Krampus. And they should have, because I feel like I would have, that would have been a greater motivating factor. It was weird though how they dialed it back, right? Because when finally somebody spoiled Santa for me and I like went to my parents and I was like, is Santa really real? What I was really asking was, is it possible that maybe Santa is just some dude? All right? Because I don't believe that Santa is a magic dude that flies around the entire world on a sleigh. I think he's more like a dude like Mr. Rogers, right? Just some nice old dude. And he comes into your house and he leaves presents and maybe he plays the piano a little bit because Mr. Rogers, I thought that Santa maybe was like Mr. Rogers. I thought maybe it was Mr. Rogers. That was my secret, theory was like, Santa's maybe not real. Mr. Rogers seems like a nice guy. Maybe Mr. Rogers is the one who's giving all these presents. But they told me that Santa actually was real. But that Santa was more magical than just like a jolly man in red attire. Santa lives in the hearts and the souls of parents that love their children. And Santa is the spirit that makes them feel generous and makes them want to give us presents every year, even though they can barely afford it. Even though it's like, yeah. So like they literally did a switcher. They did like a switcheroo on me. And I don't know, I kind of like that, right? Santa actually is real, but he is not a material Santa. He's like part of the Trinity, right? There's actually like a fourth member of the Trinity, and that's Santa Claus. That's basically what they were telling me.
Now that I got baited by that chatter into talking about Israel-Palestine, let's get back to dumbass Americans not knowing like century-old tradition and Christian.
I mean, I gotta say he's right. I am a dumbass American. I didn't know anything about Krampus. Nobody ever told me about Krampus. And I would have loved this shit. It would have scared me, but like, I don't know. Maybe I would have behaved better.
Countries. Okay?
What is Krampus? Is he vaping? Is that some vape juice?
America.
They denied this to us, right? You gave us all this like Western culture, whatever, and everything, right? But like this, what happened to this stuff?
Christians are so dumb.
Like, if you're gonna give us Western culture, then you might as well give us the cool parts too. I always appreciated the spooky Christmas, and I always knew that there was a spooky Christmas, like just hiding underneath the wrapping paper, right? Like all the Tchaikovsky, like the Nutcracker music, right? That's spooky as hell. Like Herr Drosselmeyer, he's kind of spooky, right? Just tell me about this. I want to know the spooky Christmas story.
Like, getting mad at like unironic Christian Austrian traditions is so funny.
And did I say return to tradition? I just mean return to like the dark traditions. I learned about Krampus from American Dad. I only learned about it there was like a movie, right? I remember there was like a movie when I was younger. Yeah, the Dead of Winter, you gotta be spooky. That's the only way to fight off the spooky Christmas ghosts, is with spooky Christmas ghosts of your own.
Oh my god, Betelgeuse.
The Wild Hunt? Wait, I thought the Wild Hunt was like The Witcher. Is that a real thing in Wales? I didn't get the Santa is real shite from my parents at all. They were just like, nah.
What the fuck?
Did you ever get in trouble for spoiling Santa for any of your like friends? Because if my parents had told me that Santa wasn't real, I would have told everybody. Like, they'd be like, yes, Santa got me this for Christmas. I'm like, ha ha ha, you believe in Santa? He's not real. He's not real. It's from an actual legend? Okay, we're gonna look if we can, you know, look, we're like halfway towards the sub goal already. Wait, no, we smashed the sub goal. Ghastly, in and of yourself, you smashed the sub goal. I don't even know if you know this, but like, you smashed the sub goal on YouTube. So we will definitely get it. I want to get into some dark Christmas traditions. So if you're in the Discord, which you should be, oh my God, chat, I feel like I'm edging you once again, but there's all these things that I need to remember that I never do. And my ADHD is so damn bad. I want to invite you into my Discord. If you're not already a member of the Discord, if you're not already in the Discord, get in there. And there's a channel in there. There's too many channels, first of all. But if you scroll down to suggestions, you'll find a channel called Stream Suggestions. That's where I want you to leave links to like dark Christmas traditions. Like, I want the darkest Christmas traditions that you've got. Like, right, they're like pre-Christian stuff, right? Just really cool evil winter revelry. Wasn't like Yuletide like a party? Wasn't Yuletide kind of like a almost like a what do you call it? Like a what's the thing where people get together and they eat and they have sex a lot? Orgy. Wasn't it like a kind of an orgy sort of holiday? Like, why don't we have orgy holidays anymore? Where did the orgy holidays go? Am I even using the right terminology for it? Is it an orgy? Anyway, let's...
Mod team, dude. Maybe all of the fucking smarmy, annoying...
But yeah, jump into the Discord and give me your best like dark Christmas tradition, and we'll watch them after we get done with this and Shapiro and whatever else, whatever other news I need to cover. When we get done with the serious stuff, we will go into finding out the dark origins of the holidays, because I need to know. I need to know more about the Krampus. I need to know more about the Wild Hunt, apparently.
Like, manifesto nuke writing fucking lefties on Twitter, or quote unquote lefties, fake ass lefties on Twitter are right. My mod team does need a fucking cleansing. What the fuck? And not because...
So you gotta admit, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. You know what's going on here? Wait. Okay, so this is one of his mods, Betelgeuse. Betelgeuse is interested in Krampus, but not the way that I'm interested in Krampus. Betelgeuse seems to be interested in calling Krampus daddy. Betelgeuse has a more of a purulent interest in Krampus.
They're making edgy jokes and it hurts people's feelings or whatever, but this, I want to fuck Krampus?
That's what they said.
The fuck is this shit? This is going in my manifesto. This be my next nuke.
Okay, so like, I get it, right? When I got a manifesto written about me, I actually wrote like a parody manifesto, which like, it was really funny to me, and there's probably something like that's like venting about it. But was it a good idea? Not really. Did I need to give it that attention? Not really. Did any really funny memes come from it? I don't think so. I don't think that it was. I think it was more funny to me since I was suffering from the weird, you know, attention that I was getting from these people, you know, chirping on Twitter, chirping on Twitch, chirping wherever, right? Like, I don't know, it wasn't a good thing. So I get why he's doing this, right? And it starts off funny. This is just funny, right? Keffals said that Hasan's mod team is toxic. It needs to be cleared out. They're ableist, and they're, you know, they don't take issues of addiction like seriously. They don't treat them as, you know, like they treat them as a reason to make fun of somebody rather than a reason to, you know, feel compassion for somebody. And that's all wrong. But this is Keffals. This is the R-word queen making these criticisms, right? I love it when it comes to herself, Keffals becomes a complete social justice warrior. And then the rest of the time she's making fun of woke scolds and Tinder queers. But when it comes to her, she is a woke scold. She is a Tinder queer.
Ooh, I got another nuke.
And is Hasan's community ableist? Yeah. Ableist like most things, right? Like it's normally ableism. Because most people are not like me, okay?
Anyone that says nuke or manifesto and is like really invested in that kind of fucking drama between dumbass e-celebs, myself included, is a fucking baboon-brained idiot, unserious child, literally barely fucking surviving due to modern medicine. Do you understand? Totally random tangent. But like, you are so fucking stupid. I will say this with my entire pussy. Okay, I'll put my entire pussy into it. You are a dumb fuck. You are a dumb bitch. You are so unserious. I hate you. I despise you openly. I don't talk about you, not because I'm like...
You don't talk about them. That's great. That's my favorite thing about you, Hasan. You don't give one scrap of clout to Destiny, to Vosh. You outgrew Destiny. You know, Vosh was never even on your level, right? And you don't talk about these people. I love that about you. I love that about you. And I hate to see that, like, you know, that this is where his moment of weakness comes, right? He's in Italy. He's like, you know, watching one of his mods talking about wanting to have intercourse with the Krampus, and you know, that's where he's like, hey, maybe those manifestos were right. Maybe I do need to clean out my mod team. I can't believe you wanna sex the Krampus, that is.
Scared of the fucking consequences or anything, mostly because I know that you will take this as an opportunity to like make a fucking larger clout farming operation off of it. But it's because it's so nasty. You come across like antisocial.
Look, here's my take on ableism, right? I kind of classified in two different locations. I talk about like normie ableism, and then I talk about ableism that's like, you know, feeding into eugenics, right? There's two different types, right? Like if I say that I was blind to something, I'm kind of being ableist. And if I really think about it, is there a different way I could say that? Absolutely. And I try to do that. I myself try to do that. I myself try to push society and culture forward a little bit to a place where we're not using, you know, real, you know, disabilities that people experience as like a pejorative. Now that's such a minor thing that you're probably laughing at me like, oh my God, she worries when she says she's blind to something. Yeah, because I think eventually maybe we should stop phrasing it that way. But I know that we're not there yet. I know that society's not there yet, and I sure as fuck know that Hasan's community's not there yet, right? So you've got like you got your like normie ableism, and you've got your you know, really scary ableism. I pay more attention to the scary ableism because it still exists. You still get people like, you know, having eugenicist takes on things, right? That's what I focus on. I choose to focus my time for myself. I try to not be ableist even in a normie way, but I know that I slip up, and I know that when other people, you know, do something like that, like they're not like the first on my priority list to be like, oh, by the way, that was kind of ableist what you said. Because most of the time when you say that, especially to Hasan, he's gonna like laugh at your face, right? He's not there yet, and hopefully more people will be at some time. But for Keffals, of all people, for somebody that actively uses like the R word as like a pejorative, right? Because there's, you know, if there's a difference between trying to reclaim a slur and you know, the sort of gallows humor, or, you know, calling yourself that, or you know, using it in a way where you're reclaiming it in some way. There's a total difference in that, and I can see that, right? So yeah, I mean, that's why I have a kind of a higher standard for myself than I do for other people, and that's why what I see in Hasan's community, I just classify it as normie ableism. Is it great? No, it's not great. It's not ideal, but like, you know, one step at a time.
Toxic fucking perverts. Okay?
Also, thank you, Vamps. Thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to like us. Like us, you will no longer have to watch the ad break.
You're so nasty You're so toxic. You're so fucking.
His ableism is more obvious on his true crime. Yeah, I mean, it's like the thing where he says like people like his way of like, you know, saying people suck or something is like these people are mentally ill, and yeah, it's like that kind of stuff. And like it's not ideal, but again, like one step at a time. Krampus segs. Wait, what I want to know, chat, is how does Krampus reproduce? Okay, that's what I want to know. Like, how does this even work? Does Krampus lay eggs? Can Krampus impregnate itself? Right? Or does it need another Krampus to reproduce with? Or like the aliens, can it reproduce utilizing like other life forms? Because that's the most likely. I'm pretty sure that Krampus lays eggs in people. That's what I'm saying, chat. I'm pretty sure that's how Krampus sex works. So would you really want Krampus eggs? Only if you want like a little Krampus like bursting out of your body cavity.
Stupid. Okay? The worst part about it is,
anyway, sorry for going on forever about ableism, chat, but the point is that you know, like, although like on some level some of Keffals like criticisms of Hasan as a community are valid, they're really hypocritical coming from the person that they're coming from. And I see a lot more of the, you know, toxic kind of ableism coming from Keffals community, right? Keffals had to excavate a clip of Hasan, you know, using the R slur. Whereas with Keffals, it's not that hard to find. You can find a ton of examples. The Vosh, Xanderhal, Keffals, these people use the R slur all the time. It's like their it's like their go-to.
it literally makes everyone.
Krampus radicalizes. Wait, did Hasan say a slur? No. So Keffals did a manifesto on Hasan. A lot of the manifesto just came up to like Hasan's mods, Hasan's community. They're not nice. They're ableist. They don't take issues of addiction seriously. They want to make fun of me for, you know, experiencing addiction rather than like trying to understand me. And it's like, okay, yeah, sure, that's true, but Jesus Christ, Keffals, like clean your own room first, right? You've got 10 rules for life that you need to follow before you could even start to worry. I hate to use Peterson here, but he applies, right? Before you even start to worry about Hasan's community, because however toxic Hasan's community might be, it's like infinitely less than your own community. Like you're fucking doxing people all over the place. Like what right do you have? What right do you have to say, oh my God, Hasan's mods weren't nice to me? Okay, that's
Not even directly involved in it looks stupid. And this is not just about Keffals, by the way.
maybe when she stops doing the Kiwi Farm stuff, like in other words, being Kiwi Farms becoming what she fought against, maybe when she stops doing that, maybe I'll take her criticisms more seriously.
Okay, Keffals, or whatever the fuck. It's not just about her.
This is bad. Do I need to explain why this is bad? You know what her name is. You know how to pronounce it. Mispronouncing it on purpose to try to be like, I don't really care. Look, this is bad. This is really bad. This looks horrible. Keffel stopped using the R slur last month and explained that she changed her mind. Good for her. That's step one. Now if she could stop doxing people, it'd be great. It'd be great.
It's about all these other fucking adjacent orbiter communities too. They all do the same shit. They're like, I'm writing a manifesto. And then the manifesto is like, my fucking...
Because here's the deal. We had a while on the left where people just didn't use that, right? Where if you were a leftist, like, right, it would be noticed, right? If you call somebody the R slur, you're just kind of like, okay, that's not great. And then certain people decided it's actually really cool. It's actually really cool to call people that. It feels really cool. It's cathartic, right? I feel transgressive when I'm saying the bad word, so I'm going to include that in my stream. And like more and more people started doing it. And when it gets normalized, when like everybody says it, everybody's going to say it, because if you hear it all the time, you know, it stops like having that impact. But imagine like the impact that it has for people that have grown up being called that shit to be like, oh no, this just means like a bad person now, right? It's not directed at you. Don't worry, we're not being ableist. We're just saying those people are slurs for having a bad opinion on something. And it's like, okay, so you're just using it as the word. It's like calling stuff gay, right? And like here's another issue, or here's another like example with Hasan, right? Um when he calls stuff gay, he's doing it like sarcastically. Like he's emulating like a right winger's response to something like, oh, that's gay, right? It's not in the way of like that is gay and therefore seriously bad, right? It's the same sort of thing, right? When you turn like a word that is kind of a slur for some people into like a general pejorative, and you say that it's okay because you don't mean, you're not attacking people, for like their identity anymore. You're just you're adapting the word. You've changed the word. That's not how reclamation works. Anyway, I'm talking too much.
The person in my anarchist commune didn't fucking wash the dishes. Here's a nuke. Okay? They're being abusive. That's my nuke. And then like all of their dumb fucking perverted fans watch it and go, oh my god, this is actual real praxis. You need to clean your mod community to do praxis. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Not a single normal person will understand any single fucking thing that you're bringing up. And the reality is that, like,
it rings of conservatoids mispronouncing Kamala Harris's name as Halmala. Oh my god, I didn't even hear that. But yeah, like the idea that he's selling here is that he doesn't know who Keffals is, and he does. He does. He supported Keffals. He's, talked about what was going on with Keffals when she was being attacked and victimized, right? He absolutely knows who Keffals is. That's why it's just not good, because it's like him trying to like pretend that he doesn't know something that he obviously does know. It's bad enough that this shit is getting to him. And look, I don't blame him. Like I said, I've had moments of weakness too. I've responded to people that weren't worth my time. I've made that. I'm not above like what Hasan is doing. I've absolutely done this shit. My mods can attest to it. Sometimes my mods have to reel me in a little bit, right? But I've benefited from having people there to give me good advice, right? And I hope Hasan's getting some good advice too. In general, he knows this stuff, right? In general, he doesn't respond to Destiny. He doesn't respond to Vosh. But I guess there was just so much of his committer mostly pushing back on it, because like the manifesto was a nothing burger. Like there's nothing really there. All you're doing is showing Hasan's community and showing that it has the same problems as like leftist communities across the board, right? The same way that that Demon Mama, or that Destiny's criticism of Demon Mama was really just a criticism that could be applied to like any debate lord out there. Like Demon Mama's no worse or no better than any of those people, and yet he's trying to convince me that she needs to be wiped off the internet because she might say that Destiny is transphobic, and that might cause him to lose a sponsor. So we can't get in the way of Destiny's money, I guess.
You will give an aneurysm to any normal human if you try to describe any of the things that you're talking about. Anyway, sorry, it's just like all the shit that I've been oh
yeah, he's going a bit hard. You're right, Krusty Z.
Get off my chest.
And I just don't think it's good. And look, I'm playing backseat driver. I'm playing Monday morning quarterback, right? I'm not in Hasan's like mindset. I don't know what all he's dealing with. I know that being a streamer in general is harder than I could even rightly convince or explain to anyone, right? It's the kind of thing that, and that's what makes it so hard, right? Is that you can't even explain it. You can't even vent. Like imagine going to a therapist, right? With this shit. Imagine going to a therapist and try to be like, I was harassed online. Oh, you were harassed online. What does that mean? What does that look like, right? There's probably not a lot of people that could understand that. So you're sort of stuck in, like you can vent at other content creators. Maybe you can vent, with your mods, although you got to kind of realize like bringing negativity into, somebody else's space isn't necessarily like a good thing. It's a difficult thing. So unfortunately, the venting that got done on stream, and that's why we are where we are today. Hasan has YouTubers getting like 80K views on average, whose whole content is attacking Hasan. Are you talking about like Willie Mac show? People like that, big man. Keffals may be trash, but Hasan is going a bit hard. Yeah, I don't think it's yeah, honestly, Hasan, like leave this shit to me, okay? Right? If you're getting attacked by a absolute clout snake, and Keffals is no wait, you know what? I won't even call snakes are cool. All right, she's not a snake. You know what she is? Weasel. She's a weasel. She's a clout weasel. She's a little clout weasel popping its head up and being like, Hasan, Hasan, come on, try to hit me. And Hasan's like, boom, 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 boom. Right? No, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. That's what I'm here for, Hasan. You don't need to worry. Instead of you giving Keffals clout, how about we peel some of that clout off of Keffals? Some of that undeserved clout, right? Because, I mean, she at the end of the day, she's just a boring ass streamer that has to engage in this kind of drama to make herself relevant when really she hasn't been relevant in more than a year. And, you know, the world would be better if we moved on. But until we can do that, let's talk about her. Let's talk about what a messy bitch she is, okay?
For the past week or so, whenever I go on fucking dumbass Twitter and I see like, I don't know, some fucking weirdos, and it even includes my fans, like, sorry guys, but
you're weirdos too.
And you tweet about it, I see it too, and it makes me so fucking mad. I hate it, okay? Because I don't fucking follow any of these dumbasses, these dildos, okay? I follow and interact with you guys. So when you tweet about it and you're like, oh, a 2-hour manifesto, this is real fucking stupid, okay? When you say
but in all seriousness, I really do think that's like a proper way to deal with these kind of weasel that come up from time to time.
Shit like that, I see it and I'm like, what the fuck is this about? I'm not gonna watch it. But then I'm like, oh my god, what is going on?
He's saying he doesn't know Keffals. Not exactly, Catalina Gearbox. What he did is he mispronounced Keffals' name. He said this, like he started talking about maybe the people on the internet are right. Maybe the people that say I need to clean out my mod team are right. And he was joking because he's talking about one of his mods saying that they want to have sags with Krampus. They want Krampus sags, right? And Hasan was like, that's maybe you are toxic, right? Kind of joking around about that, but it turned into like, I don't care what these people say. I don't care what this manifesto, this Keffals or whatever they're called, like it just kind of pretends that he doesn't know who Keffals is when, like, look, I know that Keffals doesn't matter to somebody of your size, right? But trying to pretend like you don't know what her name is when it was all in the press a couple of years ago and you absolutely do know what her name is, right? That is feeding. You are at that point, you are feeding the weasel. And I'm just like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? What kind of
dingus gambit
are you engaged in, Hasan? All I can say is that
this is going bad.
This is going bad. This is not the way to do it. But again, like, I'm not above making mistakes like that myself.
The online sphere.
Keffals spawned from Hasan's community. I heard about that. I heard she was like a big, like used to hang out in the offline chat of Hasan's stream.
Here, the online. You did ask why we don't defend anymore. To be honest, fair. Defend me. You're right. You should.
Yeah, they should. Let them defend you. Let them handle it. Let them take care of it. So what we're essentially seeing from Hasan, like in terms of figuring out what's going on with him, why he has decided to not only refer to what Keffals was doing, but to say Keffals' name in a way where he's pretending to not know how it's pronounced, which just comes off as a river in Egypt. It just comes off as denial, right? It maybe, I mean, he's legitimately, like, it bothers him. And it's funny because, like, I kind of thought he was beyond this, but maybe it's harder than I think. Crab and weasel give you anxiety together? I feel like a crab and a weasel would fight.
Leftist Twitter discourse is disgusting, okay? It's disgusting. It's why fascists will always win regardless. And honestly, they have better organizational tools than a lot of you dumb motherfuckers, okay? Not you guys in the chat. Straight up. And many of you that, you know,
City of Doors says, "Yay, I'm a dildo."
care more about drama and clout farming and fucking being like, oh, we need to clean house, like trying to moralize.
Okay, so Steelman,
Like fucking,
yeah, Steelman's got a disagreement for me here. I'm gonna take this seriously, okay? To Steelman Hasan, he was saying a different pronunciation for people in chat saying he was mispronounced. Oh, wait, what? Okay, so I wasn't paying attention to chat. Maybe Steel Lungs was. Wait, I'm trying to understand this. He was saying it, so he said Keffals instead of Keffals for people in chat saying he was mispronouncing it. So wait, did he say Keffals' name before this? Am I missing? Am I missing part of the clip? Is there more to this? I know that he does straight up say her name later on in the video, but it's just weird that the first mention, at least from this clip, is as Keffals, which, you know, it makes it sound like. And here's the thing that sucks, right? Let's say Steel Lungs is right. Like, right? Let's say that was just like he's responding to the chat, right? Do you think Keffals is going to explain that to her audience? Or do you think she's going to portray it in the narrative that's most convenient to her? It's a common thing because Hasan, English is not the first language. He for sure said her name correctly before he mispronounced it. So maybe oh my God, chat, I thought I was showing you the whole clip here. I thought I was showing you the whole thing. If somebody's got a better video of this, so he talked about her before Krampus, because we started. I thought this was the beginning of the segment where he responds, because when we start out, he's talking about Krampus, and that's the segue that unfortunately gets him to talking about Keffals, which is something that he doesn't need to do, because like I said, Hasan, there are streamers like me, okay, and there need to be more of them, right? To you know, to deal with Keffals, right? If you are being chased around the mulberry bush by a clout weasel, then what you need is like a clout eagle, right? I'm the clout eagle. I'm the clout eagle. No, like, I mean, you need somebody smaller than them. You need somebody smaller than the weasel. You need the weasel to get parasites, and I am that parasite. That's the game that we're playing, right? The weasel's gonna, you know, Hasan's not gonna be able to hit the weasel no matter how many holes it comes out of, no matter how fast Hasan swings the mallet to try to do that whack-a-mole. But I'm going to be able to get the weasel by, you know, just being a parasite. Weasel! To the weasel.
a petty drama that you've called.
I love how I'm calling myself a parasite. Look, I'm a parasite for great justice, okay?
Watch and go, oh my God, this is the most serious thing on the planet. Everyone needs to talk about this or whatever the fuck. Is just so harmful, so awful, so shitty. Like, I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. Okay, suck my dick.
But does that make sense, chat? Does that make sense, right? Like, if I was giving advice to anyone, it would be don't talk about somebody smaller than you. Like, unless they bring up something that you really have to address.
Not that serious. Fuck you. 3K is so generous, by the way. 3K when you're drama farm.
If you're dealing with the clout goblins, you gotta let the clout imps handle them. Always somebody smaller, never somebody bigger. That's how this game works.
I guess. It doesn't matter.
Anyway.
I hate it. I hate it. It's so stupid. It's so fucking idiotic. No sense of solidarity. Nothing. And every single fucking person here. There's a dumb bitch doing it right now. How much a night is your hotel room in Italy? You think this motherfucker is asking out of sheer curiosity, or is he asking so he can go and fucking write a Twitter thread about it? To be like, socialist, by the way. I don't know, bro. Expensive, okay? I don't know. I'm with my fucking family. Expensive as fuck.
Wait, chat, maybe I could be a clout Krampus.
How about that?
Would it be cool to be a Krampus? One in chat if you think it would be cool to be a Krampus, right? Would you try it out if you could go back? Like, if you could temporarily be a Krampus, you know, have Krampus segs, figure out how Krampus reproduction works, do all it, like, live the life of a Krampus, right? Would you try it out?
Go ahead. Write a fucking Twitter thread about how I'm not doing real praxis or some shit. Dumbass bridge troll ass motherfuckers constantly repeating the same stupid ass fucking shit.
He's not wrong, and I completely sympathize. You need a license to Krampus. Is it like the Church of the Subgenius? Do you need a...
Socialism is when you're not allowed to vacation with your family. Or that could have been a very normal question.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how this got to him so much. Because, like, right, I don't think that it... Like, the only thing he has to fear is itself, right? The only thing that could hurt him is him doing exactly what he's doing here, right? Keffals Keffals might benefit, might be able to coalesce a community of people that hate Hasan's guts. That is generally what the hating on Hasan game is all about, right? Is that you want that community. If you're Keffals, you're trying to make inroads into Destiny's community, maybe even inroads into the farms, maybe even inroads into the transphobic commentary community, right? Tipster. But like, you know, you're trying to get clout, right? Your growth potentially comes from the people who don't like Hasan.
Question, and I am so permanently brain broken from the constant antagonistic nature of like online commentary, especially in a space like this, in the streaming space, that I treat everything as a hostile entity. People could be asking me about normal ass questions, and I feel like I unload on them unfairly. This is something I've.
But yeah, what we're trying to get to is like, what is going on with Hasan, right? Usually, he doesn't feed his clout to Weasel, right? Weasels will not get Hasan's clout. They will not be successful in that.
Dingus Gambit.
But at this moment, it's looking more like
It's going bad.
And for some reason, Hasan is responding to Keffals. So what do you think specifically about this actually like got to him? Or do you think has he got a strategy? Is he gonna use Keffals somehow?
Like endlessly thought about over this past couple of days when I've been offline, where I feel as though I'm just like I've become like a mean-spirited person.
Oh no, chat, this is bad. So yeah, he took a few days off. He normally doesn't do this. This guy streams like more consistently. It's like either 6 times a week or it's like 7. Right? I feel like he's either like does every single day of the week or he does every day except for one most weeks, right? And the little bit of time that he gets off, he spends thinking about this shit. God. Hasan was the Krampus all along.
You know, virtual meal. Thank you for the.
It's that he feels betrayed by his community. Is that what really it is? That he's upset with his community, like responding to the chirping that Keffals is doing, or does he feel betrayed by Keffals, given what he what he's done, for her back when she was doing something worth supporting.
Fucking gorillion subs in MKD as well. Get off the internet, bro. You're on vacation, or do this if you're having fun. No, it's good.
No, but that's what he's just saying, right? And welcome back, Twitch viewers. Sorry for not giving you the warning, but that happens every half hour. You get an ad served to you. You can get out of it with a Prime sub for free. No money cost to you. You can also pay to get out of it, or if you're lucky enough, you might be gifted a sub. It can happen. It does happen. It's happened in this very stream, but it's more likely to happen.
Up here, but
now they're freaking communist invading radicals. Like I was saying, it's more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
This is fun. You're just getting older, man. No, it's just like.
Also, thank you, Series9811. Thank you for the follow, and thank you. Was it Rebecca Vaughn who followed?
I am getting older for sure. But I do think, like, for the first time ever, since I started at the Young Turks like 10 years ago at this point, this is the first time in my entire life where I've been like, man, it's taking a fucking toll on me. Well, not the first time. There's definitely been moments where it has. But, like, I look around and maybe it's because
Remember when Keffals didn't suck? Barely Molten. Actually, I can't even speak to that. Can somebody else in chat speak to that? I remember raiding into her once when she was watching somebody purchase a can of meat from the 1800s and then like open it up and find like this dusty, like hard rock that used to be meat. And then they proceeded to try to make it into food and eat it. That was the kind of, yeah, it was not really my can of meat, if you know what I mean.
maybe is my Twitter time.
But it might have been fun for other people. I don't know, but some people, you know.
But everything I see is
Was Keffals ever fun to, you know?
just like so much toxicity and like infighting from supposed allies and supposed leftists, you know? And it makes me so mad. It's like
Yeah.
It's disgusting. It makes me want to never talk about politics ever again.
I want to delineate two different types of drama though, right? And you've seen these, right? When we're covering, I don't know, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, other than the shoe on head thing, the interpersonal squabble between Xander Hall and Keffals is just that. It's an interpersonal squabble. It's, you know, lefty, I won't say leftist, but lefty on lefty violence, and just like really, you know, has no reason to exist, versus drama that comes from, you know, like a legitimate criticism, like a disagreement, right? Because that gets classified as drama too, and I think they're two different things entirely, right? Whether, you know, you've got an issue with what the left is doing, how we're you know, proceeding, the kind of space that we're creating, and you know, it's relevant to like a certain content creator, usually like a bigger content creator. Like, that is one thing, right? That's a point that I don't really have a problem with anybody making, and I think we should be making those points. I think it's the only way that we get stronger as a movement, right? If the largest content creators out there are just completely unaccountable to anyone and everyone over every shit take they have, we're gonna have what we have, which is like a shit hierarchy. Like, some of the, you know, bigger people out there are not so great, right? Hasan's actually a breath of fresh air but compared to Vosh and Destiny.
Like, never, ever, ever. It is draining to engage with the constant toxicity and shit. And it is very odd because, like, when you're an up-and-comer in the space and you get, like, a little bit of a boost, you don't even think about, like, what the long-term consequences of that will be for you. You don't think about what the long-term consequences of that will be for your, like, efforts in community building. It's literally, it is the 4chanification of the internet. This type of shit was relegated to, ironically, the forums, okay? Like Kiwi Farms or 4chan, where, like, people would develop nukes.
So as much as I don't like that he responded at all, he's right on here. Without even knowing what we know about Keffals and her sysadmin, who turns out to be on the same forum that Keffals is always accusing her detractors of working with or getting information from, or like just like anything, right? Is basically like, you are polluted. You are polluted by the farms, and that is why you have Keffals derangement syndrome, right? You are spreading rumors created by my evil enemies, right? So she uses like the Kiwi Farms thing is essentially as armor at this point, and anybody who speaks out against her, as much as she calls for accountability, you know, in terms of like how we treat things like addiction, right? She's at the same time refusing to take any, and that's been the story. That's where Keffals ran off the tracks, right? If you want to know where the villain arc started, where the heel turn happened, it's that people were like, hey, Keffals, you know, I love you, but it's not great when you do blah, 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 blah. And instead of the response being like, you know, you're right, I'm going to change that, or hey, I'm going to think about it, you know, thank you for the feedback, or, you know, I don't agree with you and this is why. Instead of that, you get Keffals attacking people. You got an absolute fragility and an inability to deal with any kind of criticism, and at the same time, this kind of moral grandstanding that she does towards Hasan and his community, right? For their imperfections. Oh my God, you found an imperfection in Hasan's community. Congratulations. Yes, they're not perfect people. None of us are. Great, great job, Keffals. Maybe clean your own house first.
And like build entire paste bins of content creators that they despise, and like have like different clips to show people to be like, this guy is bad. Right? Like, that's what people used to do. That's what the most like antisocial personality disorder addled motherfuckers used to do online.
There we go. There we go. Like I said, this is, this is not ableist. This is not great, but like, it's just kind of par for the course, unfortunately, right? That's normie, ableism that you're hearing there. When we told her it was not cool to say the R slur, and she said she didn't want us woke scolding her and her community. So does anybody have information? Because somebody in chat earlier said that Keffals is off the R slur. If she is, great. That's awesome. Like I said, I don't have a problem with marginalized people like using an insult that's been used on them and reclaiming it, right? Like if you've been called that all your life and you're like, this R slur is not putting up with your fucking bullshit anymore, right? That's kind of base, but I don't see anybody doing that. I don't see any real attempt to reclaim the slur. And so, oh my God. Is there more drama going on as we speak? Squeaky Eve. Wait, let me pronounce your name correctly. Squeaky Eve? Is that it? Thank you for the follow and welcome. Welcome to the cat cult. She's kind of a hypocrisy queen. That's not untrue.
And now I feel like people are serializing that content. Like they're basically turning it into content. A subsect.
Chat, this just in. Okay, this just in. President Sunday, yes, that President Sunday of
This is going bad.
fame was just banned from Xander Hall's subreddit. So no more using the R Xander Hall subreddit for President Sunday. I'm sure that Sunday will be sad.
Okay? A subsect of the supposed progressive left has straight up become that. Okay? And it gets a lot of views because it...
Wait, let me just rewind a little bit. So
there's a lot of people who...
I need to focus.
become that sect. Okay? A subsect of the supposed progressive left has straight up become that.
Has become like
Okay?
the
A
farms?
subsect of...
God.
Like, that's what people used to do. That's what the most...
Okay, yeah.
antisocial personality
So it has become 4chan brained. Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong.
disorder addled motherfuckers used to do online. And now I feel like people are serializing that content. Like they're basically turning it into content. A subsect. Okay? A subsect of...
Wait, Lauren Boebert is blaming Ryan Reynolds for forcing her out of her district?
the supposed progressive left has straight up become that. Okay? And it gets a lot of views because it's obviously like there's a lot of people who hate socialists, leftists, whatever. So they'll come in for that kind of content. And people mistake that for genuine long-term popularity for themselves. It sucks. Isn't this cancel culture discourse? It's not real. It's not like cancel culture is already fucking annoying to be.
Yo, Ryan Reynolds was Deadpool. I almost said Deathpool. Chat, that shows you how bad I am at like knowing Marvel stuff at all. Deadpool, not Deathpool. Yeah, Deadpool. Right? That's who we're talking about. That Ryan Reynolds. And like he has like a mobile like a mobile company. I always just see him on commercials and stuff. But yeah, wait, how did he force her out?
Nobody likes it. Everyone
Like Deathpool.
does it.
Death Bond, yes. Oh my god.
It's just like, I don't know. It's just very
What's
unproductive.
that guy's name? Death Stranding something?
It's very stupid. You have too many.
It's meant. Oh god.
Like,
Hey Ryan Reynolds, if you want to sponsor me, right? If you want You want me to sell your Mint Mobile for you?
I will read a tweet to you that I thought was really fucking funny that I literally, like, here, this is the byproduct of this, okay? Shit like this.
I don't know what chat.
We
I
got
feel
this dumbass.
I got energy.
Like, we got this same old dumbass bullshit. The "Who are you watching in 2024" discourse. Dexerda posted me among a bunch of other content creators, right? Saying, "Who are you watching in 2024?" And then this guy responded. Okay, I'm gonna read you what he tweeted. He quote tweeted. He said, "It's wild how, despite his many flaws, I'd rather people pick Hasan over basically any other big Twitch streamer." And then someone responded to him saying, "Yeah, this is where I disagree."
Okay, so this is just a poll of like, who are you watching, right? And somebody has to be like, yeah, fuck Hasan. But by the way, fuck Hasan. No Other says, this is the most based Hasan video I've ever seen. I don't watch him much anymore, but my problem with him has only been is his personality, not his politics. He was not in no way tolerable to me more tolerable than Destiny.
Hasan spreads more misinformation than everyone else in that group combined. And the group is like Tim the Tat Man, Dr. Disrespect, Summit 1G, Amaranth, Kai Sinat,
Yeah. You're talking about like, wait, no. Did we just say, no, he didn't. We said Dr. Disrespect, Tim the Tat Man. I feel like there was somebody missing, right?
Fucking pronouns!
Yeah, that like, who are we watching? Are we watching this guy?
Fucking pronouns!
Heel versus Babyface?
One, Ninja, and Dream. And it's like, what do you mean misinformation? Like, none of those motherfuckers are even like remotely political. What are you saying? And then the ones that do actually spread misinformation is like Dr. Disrespect, who's like an anti-vaxxer. And it blows my mind.
Oh, he's more tolerable than Destiny. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Like, people are trying to do like what they
Yeah, Dr. Disrespect is kind of a anti-vaxxer.
think is serious political discourse under a fucking.
And yo, Tim the Tat Man, I don't even want to know. Like the little view that we got into Tim the Tat Man's politics was really ugly.
Dexerdo tweet. No, worse. Under a quote.
Chat, why am I not doing
Dexerdo tweet?
Why am I not sparring somebody right now? All of a sudden I've got energy. All of a sudden I'm like, well, I mean,
to me,
anyway.
That basically shows how deeply unserious online political discourse is in general. And the community.
Chat, I need to get back into sparring, but it's like a really bad idea. It's a great way to catch the panini. It's a great way to catch the cove. Going and breathing heavy on somebody, even with a mask on. Make Irene bounce. Well, look, I can do a Muay Thai bounce for you, Paul Squall. How does that sound?
Communities that we have cultivated, and I myself have certainly contributed to it, which makes me straight up feel so silly and so stupid and make me want to not cover the news ever again for the rest of my life and just become like a dumbass fucking straight up non-political content creator.
That's right, Hasan. You should be a drama streamer like me.
Everything is drama farming. People don't want to.
I need to get robots to spar?
People don't want to.
Wait, isn't there like a Sega game like that? Is that like Sonic?
Consume politics.
Is it robots that Sonic's fighting, or is there like somebody else that fights the robots?
In a meaningful way. They recognize their powerlessness. And therefore, what's the best way to consume political content? By drama, by watching drama, by following drama. And it feels like people think that they're actually getting serious news being fed to them and developing a point of view.
Gyms were the first thing they reopened. I honestly haven't really been back to gyms, right? Especially like my fighting gym. Also, it's really expensive. So there's that, right? If you want to, like, I'm trying to remember the time that I had a membership to like an MMA gym. It was nice because I could kind of come there like anytime. Well, not anytime, but like if I wanted to, any night I could do like 4 hours of like practice, right? If I wanted to. But you know, it's just like, I don't know, it was like so expensive. It was like 150 or something.
You know?
I can't imagine paying that much a month. At the very least, you're going to pay 100.
You're not doing that at all. There's constant negativity and toxicity seeping out of all leftist spaces, and if we don't handle it, we will never find success or fulfillment. Yes.
There we go.
Also, on top of that, this is precisely the reason why I actively made an effort to not engage in like so much debate discourse. Because back in the day, during the 4chan pop-off era, during the Gamergate era, there were a lot of content creators that loved what they called blood sport. Everything was about debates. The right really got captivated in the debate sphere. And ultimately, it was an incredibly toxic, filthy, fucking wasteful area. Okay? It was a wasteful era. Right? A V leftist friend of mine always says that you do give some misinformation. I don't know where she gets that from. I know where she gets that from. She gets that from Vosh. That's it. And Vosh is uses communities. That's where
he never does this, right? Like, he hardly ever says destiny. I almost said Kefstiny. Keflextiny. That's like if Destiny and Keffals did like a fusion, right? They would become Keflextiny, maybe. I don't know. That seems like a ugly fusion. Right? I'm usually a fan of fusions, right? Some people would say that fusion is just a tool to make weak gyms strong, but I think it could be so much more than that.
they get it from. Kills, all these motherfuckers that want to be Destiny. That's where they get it from. That's what they're doing.
I mean, so this is true. He's really hit on something, right? And like he does not pay attention to this stuff, but it's true. It's true. There was a joke back in the day that that Destiny is version 1, Vosh is version 2, and people would say Demon Mama, was version 3, right? And the idea was that there's a centipede. I mean, this is kind of where the clout centipede idea comes from, right? Destiny absorbs discourse, eats it, shits it out right into Vosh's mouth, right? Who eats it, digests it, shits it out right into Demon Mama's mouth, and I don't want to be at the end, chat, of that chain. You know what I'm saying, right? And for a while, I feel like that's how I was positioned. The joke was on me, right? Demon Mama was like, "Tell me how my ass tastes," and I was like, "It's not great."
Literally just said where they get it from.
Not great.
How hot Martha Stewart is, which is,
and of course, chat. Just to remind you, this is a metaphor for discourse. This is not actual human centipede action here.
Yeah, I did read it. That's what it is. It's pure opportunism. There's no real, we need to clean house attitude. They do it because it's a way to cut off and distinguish themselves from other content creators and to make themselves more appeasing, more pleasing to a broader right-wing or liberal community. That's it. Everyone is trying to brand build.
Yeah, so the kind of
dingus gambit
that Hasan is talking about here is the play that gets made when one content creator tries to instigate a controversy, a disagreement, a bit of drama, right, against another one, with the hopes that more of that person's audience is going to side with them than their audience is going to side with the other person, right? And if you're just playing the debate bro game, that's how it goes. That's what Demon Mama accused me of doing when I had a problem with Dylan, right? She was saying, you engineered this drama. You don't really care about what Rob Nor does. You don't really care about how Dylan uses his platform. This isn't about trans people. This is about you. You're trying to bite off part of Dylan's audience and say, come with me. But that doesn't even make sense. And she should know that better than anyone. She got chewed up and spit out by Dylan's audience herself, right? She had to retire from the debate game because of the kind of harassment that she got, because of the way that she became like the famous person, the favorite person to bash on, the way that people try to bash on Hasan, free clout from bashing on Hasan, so much free clout from bashing on Demon Mama. So Demon Mama, I had that clout dangled in front of my face by none other than Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell III. But I had a little different response to that. I said, but I refuse.
That's why so many of these people and their audiences criticize me and say, oh, Hasan is so beholden to his mods. Hasan is so beholden to the tankies in his community. That's why he has to constantly say, like, tanky shit.
Demon Mama does suck, though. Yeah, but not for the reasons that people, like, say, right? A lot of times when you hear commentary people or Destiny Orbiters, people like that, criticizing Demon Mama, it's, like, the best things about her that they're criticizing. It's like her having like a somewhat courageous take. That's what gets criticized, and that's what Destiny was bringing to me when he wanted me to, I don't know, help him put the I don't know what the fuck, like, get Demon Mama. Like, he really tried to chase Demon Mama off of the internet, and that is part of the reason that she ends up like linking up in that human centipede, that human clout centipede with Vosh, right? Part of it's understandable. Part of it's like her needing protection, having a giant community after her and trying to crush her and trying to end her and trying to ruin her career. And, you know, so Vosh's help seems like all the more welcoming, and right, they both hate Destiny, so it works out. It's the, you know, same sort of thing. And, you know, in the same way, you could see Keffals joining the Whiteleaf network, right? Through in a lot of ways, because the harassment that Keffals faced on Twitch, which was really similar to the harassment that I faced, and being able to link up with people that support you through that stuff, I'm not going to understate, you know, how important that is, or how, you know, appealing that might be. But what you don't get about like the Vosh community is that you don't just come in and come out, right? You don't just say, hey, we both hate Destiny, let's support each other now, and then when you later disagree with the person, okay, well, I don't like what you're saying about that, I don't support that, I don't want to be a part of this, right? And go your merry way. You don't go your merry way, right? Because the whole thing about Whiteleaf is you end up signing, you know, you end up signing up for this website that comes to comprise up to like half of your income, right? That's, people don't realize that's how this works. The Vosh network, the Whiteleaf network, the one that, you know, we're talking about with Xander Hall and Keffals, the sysadmin that is, you know, basically blackmailed Zan into giving up his nuke on Keffals, and you know, all that kind of stuff. Like, that's the Whiteleaf network, right? What it does for a streamer is when you get offered that, when you get given that, it allows you to take any of the subs that you would get, any of the donations that you would get, and you'd usually split it with a platform, right? Twitch gets 50, I get 50, and now it's like I get 95, and White Nervosa gets, you know, 5, or whatever her take is, right? It's a better deal for streamers. It's a way to be sustainable at a much lower like size, right? And that's really appealing, especially to somebody like Demon Mama, whose Destiny's like actively trying to chase off the internet. So, I mean, you know, that's what's going on here. And you know, he does seem to have some sense of what Vosh is doing, how he operates, and how this all works. I was kind of worried that he didn't. Him joining Kick was even sussy. Wait, who did?
Not realizing that, like, I could have a more nuanced perspective on American foreign policy due to where I fucking grew up, potentially. You know what I mean? And but they can't imagine that.
So Molten Panda says, I've heard you say half income thing before. Where is this info from? Well, it's just simple deduction, right? Of what the purpose of these websites serve. So right now I'm coming to you on Twitch, I'm coming to you on YouTube. And if you were to, and I'm not begging for donations here. I appreciate them. They sustain me. They help me, you know, do what I do. They help me keep coming to you as much as I do, and streaming as much as I do, right? But I'm not actually begging for, I'm just like telling you how things work, right? When you sub to me when you become a member, or donate money via like a super chat, or even something like the Stream Elements donations, which I should probably put in. I should probably put in the description more often so people just know that's available, right? But I get some money from that, but also the platform gets some money from that. That's why Twitch, does what it does. It makes money off of me every time somebody supports me. YouTube, to a lesser extent, makes money off of me every time somebody supports me. But if I were to have my own website, like Vosh does, like Demon Mama does, like Destiny does, right? That's the DGG, VGG. You could even, like, I think Keffals is trying to call hers KGG. I'm not sure if that'll stick, right? But she wants to be one of the big, one of the GGs, right? So if you have that channel, what that means is that you don't have a platform taking a chunk out of that donation, that sub, that super chat, right? You have the ability to do it on your own platform. So in other words, there's a chat that's hosted on the website. It embeds the YouTube, so you're still watching the YouTube. You're still counting as a YouTube view, right? But you're not you're chatting on the website. That's why if you ever watch Xander Hall's stream, right? The stuff that you're seeing on his screen from the chat is not stuff that's coming from his YouTube chat. It's not stuff that's coming from his Twitch chat. It's actually coming from his own website, which he did not have the silly impulse to call XGG. That would have been funny. Yeah, this is XGG. We're here at Xander Hall's offline chat. But like, so in other words, right? That's what Whiteleaf is. For people that don't understand and they don't know why this keeps on coming up and why I talk about this, if you want to understand like the Vosh network and how it operates, you got to understand what's underlying it. And what's underlying it is a poison apple proffered to you by none other than White Nervosa. And it seems really appealing. You're like, I love apples. I could use some vitamins today, right? Yoink. And you take it, but you don't realize at that point you're kind of under her power. She's got the ability, because she's, administering a website for you, right? She's got the ability to take that away. So if you piss White Nervosa off, if you piss Vosh off, right? If you criticize somebody in the network in a way that's inconvenient to like a literal network trying to make money off of this enterprise, right? It's a business. Then you are going to be, targeted. You are going to be intimidated, right? You're going to be threatened, like Xander Hall said, blackmailed, and it's a problem of his own. It's very much a problem that he got himself into, right? But the coercion is real, right? The ability that the Vosh network at large and White Nervosa in particular has towards Xander Hall is to potentially cut his income close to in half. That's why I say in half, because the take on Twitch is that Twitch takes half of the money, right? They're like, oh yes, we will provide you with this platform on which you can be monetized, right? But we're gonna, as a price, we're gonna take half of your money, right? The thing that White Nervosa and the Vosh network offer is they take substantially less than a half of your money. So in other words, you can double your income. That's where the one half thing comes from. I'm sorry, chat. I'm taking too long to explain this, but
because in their world, it's like they only fucking assume a lot of positions, and this is not just about Vosh, because at least he's always been pro-Palestine from the jump, and I do respect that. But like,
don't ruin apples for you. I'm sorry.
Beyond that, a lot of the content creators in the leftist debate sphere unironically just tailor their positions to whatever.
I knew there was something wrong with the apple metaphor.
Masses their audience. It's very frustrating. That's it. The people you grab from those target communities will then side with you. So it's reaching. What?
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Thank you for the
weird.
The YouTube sub.
Yourself, who is in power in this country? Who is in power globally? Is it fucking right-wing fascists like Maloney? I'm in Italy right now. Or is it fucking ultra tankies? You know what I mean? Marxist-Leninist ultras that are like shining past supporters. Okay? Who is it? Who actually has real power?
Yeah, but look at what Keffals is doing. Look at what Vosh is doing, right? They're not attacking the source of power. They're not attacking the forces that uphold the capitalist dominance of leverage against the workers, right? That might cause some blowback. That might be inconvenient. That might cause you some problems if you did that. No, instead we're gonna worry about the goddamn tankies. The tankies are the real menace, right? And furthermore, we're gonna conflate Nazbuls like Infrared Haas and Caleb Maupin with the tankies, with communists, right? It's all just like the bad communists over there. Don't be like that. You know, you can call yourself a market socialist or something like that. You can call yourself a libertarian socialist, but don't be messing with the communism. That's
So if it's the right-wing fucking psychopaths and the right-wing fascists and the white supremacists, then why the fuck do you spend 90% of your commentary shitting on other random, completely powerless?
I mean, to be fair, he's trying to just like he's giving voice to like what somebody like Keffals or Vosh will say, right? Keffals will tell you, I used to be in a cult. You know what that cult was called? It was called Marxist-Leninism. And then she'll just go and conflate it with stuff that doesn't have anything to do with it, right? The fact that there are people out there, and there are tons of people like this, right? There are tons of people in the Vosh network who, if you ask them, what is wrong with infrared? Why do you not like infrared? They won't like infrared, right? They call him, oh my God, I'm trying to remember. There's a name that the funny name that they have for infrared, but right, what's wrong with him? He's a tanky. That's what's wrong with, and the guy's a Duganite, right? The guy's more of a fascist than a you know, he espouses like a third position type thing. He's a Nazbul is another way to, you know, call that, right? That's who he is, right? But they're worried that the bad thing about Haas is that he's too communist. He's too far to the left. They don't even listen to what he's saying because they've tuned everything out.
Completely irrelevant, myself included, by the way. Don't fucking ever listen to anyone that says, I am a genuinely powerful political figure. They are drama farming. They say it because they want to justify and moralize the criticism. They're just trying to fucking clout farm. I shit on Ben Shapiro all the goddamn time. Ben Shapiro sits on top of a fucking media throne worth millions of fucking
Exactly, Ghastly. MAGA communism isn't anywhere close to the left.
dollars. Okay? So anyone that tells you, well, I shit on Hasan because, like, I have disagreements with him because he's an incredibly fucking popular media figure on the left is fucking lying to you. I am not.
Hasan, I low-key love how you did the Krampus horns. Did you see that? Did anybody else catch the Krampus horn? Like that's a, yeah.
Anywhere near as relevant as Ben Shapiro. Don't say I'm dodging responsibility. Suck my dick. Do you? No, hold on.
Baron Wolf says, all I remember about that guy, Infrared Haas, is the two holes things. That's the problem, right? That in some ways, the fact that Haas just became a lol cow, he just became like, you know, this, like a lot of people out there, especially like in the Vosh network, they think of him as this big, loud, goofy tanky. And they actually, I think they think that they're smarter than him. And the thing about Haas is, he actually knows theory. Unlike Vosh, who we're going to see tomorrow, when he talks about Luna Oi, doesn't even understand some pretty, hasn't even touched on, like has to explain to his audience the concept of dialectical materialism, like a pretty basic, you know, concept, right? Haas is steeped in not just like, you know, a knowledge of Marx, right? But a lot more reading of more conservative, you know, like the more conservative theory meisters, right? And all the way to Alexander Dugin, the co-founder of the Russian National Bolshevik Party, and also the founder, I think, of the Eurasian League, which is another third positionist organization, right? Like Haas has got real connections to real fascists, and that's what they don't get about him, and that's what calling him a tanky and like pointing and laughing at him, like he's laughing at you guys too, right? Because he knows, and his community knows, that you don't know shit about theory, and you don't even know what's objectionable about him. You're just making these assumptions based on his aesthetics. Haas purposefully called himself, branded himself as a tanky, right? Used a phrase that's usually a pejorative in these circles to say, you know, that bad thing that y'all are afraid of? I am that thing. And he's not that thing. He's something much worse, okay? He's something much worse than some kind of, chimeric idea that these assholes have of an authoritarian communist, right?
No, unban that person.
He's a reactionary.
I want to ask him a serious question. Do you think my output on the world is anywhere near as negative as a Ben Shapiro? Because if you
We're going to find out in a second.
say yes, then you might either A,
Ben Shapiro's our next
be a Ben Shapiro fan, or
next
B,
topic.
absolutely baboon brain dumbass with no discernible politics whatsoever. Okay? That's the point. People say this all the time, where they're like, you're just dodging responsibility. That's a really weird thing to fucking say, because I'm very serious about this. Okay? Do you think my overall output is a net negative in the same way that Ben Shapiro's is? And then explain to me why you think that, one, I have as much impact on political culture as Ben Shapiro, who also is relatively irrelevant, okay? And that impact is negative. There's two things you need to prove here. One, my overall impact is negative on society, because like my ideology is offensive to you, or the things I do is offensive to you. And two, you have to also then prove to me.
Christy Z, your dog has zoomy energy. I've got the zoomy energy. I don't even know what happened, chat. I was so worried this morning, right? Because my roommates got a little under the weather and actually tested positive. Actually tested, positive with one of those nasal swab tests for you can only imagine what, right? So I was worried that I wasn't gonna be able to do the stream. I was like, oh shit, I've probably, because if your roommate gets it, like, you're probably gonna get it too. But like, I feel really good. I feel really strong for whatever reason. But I got the zoomies.
Okay, that I am anywhere near as.
Didn't Haas try to pick a physical fight outside the convention with other leftists? Not with other leftists. And also, Haas is not a leftist himself, right? He tried to pick a fight with none other than Dylan Burns, who actually knows how to box. Like, I mean, I've never. I've only seen Dylan run away from fights before, but that doesn't mean that he can't fight. And I'm imagining that compared to like a untrained person like Haas, right? I think Dylan would. I think actually it'd be kind of funny. It'd be kind of funny to see Dylan beat the living snot out of Haas. But again, Dylan's somebody who also doesn't recognize like what is actually wrong with Haas, like what is actually bad, like that same sort of thing of like, oh yeah, this guy's a tanky, right? Yeah, he wants you to think he's a tanky. He wants you to think that he's not very intelligent, right? Everything about Haas is like an obfuscation, but yeah, he did try to pick a fight with Dylan Byrne, which would have been hilarious because I don't think Haas knows how to fight. I don't think he's trained at all. That's the one area that Dylan could easily best Haas. It wasn't Dylan. Oh, okay. He did this to Dylan too, though. That I know. Shabibo has the backing of and circulation of an organization focused on organization and focused media platform. Yeah, there's a lot of money behind the Daily Wire. That's true. Liberal platforms are disorganized, inconsistent, lack any desire to work together, and lacked funding, which, the Daily Wire is up to their ass in. That's a good point, Squeak Heave. The engaging is what you're supposed to do when you're trained. Yeah, I don't know. Somehow, I think that Haas, like if I'm remembering correctly, he challenges Dylan. Dylan is like ready to go, And Haas is like, I would actually need to train first. And he's right. He would actually need to train first. He should have thought of that before he challenged Dylan. That was silly.
Impactful as Ben Shapiro. As far as overall clout, overall
Dylan wanted him to take off his shirt?
influence. Ben Shapiro.
Wait, Dylan wanted to take off his shirt and then changed his mind halfway. Oh, is that what happened?
Interviews Ted Cruz on a fucking daily basis. Like, these guys have real access. No, but you can't say that you don't have any influence. You're moving the goalposts. I did not say I don't have any influence. I said I am irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, especially in comparison to the likes of Ben Shapiro, my right-wing counterpart. So why did you move the goalpost to, no, you can't say you don't have any influence? Because you don't have any real discernible political opinions. You're just in here to fucking debate. And this wraps up the exact point that I was trying to make. That a lot of these guys don't care about politics. They simply want to debate. Okay? They simply want to debate. They do not have real politics. I've seen this. This is what I grew up on. This is where in my formative years, this is what I saw online all the time. These are the message board guys who don't really have any politics and no friends really, but they do actually share a sense of community from being on the message boards, and they're just in here simply to debate.
It's like Elon Musk thinking he can beat Zuckerberg. Yeah, pretty much.
They might personally not even recognize that.
Although Dylan's a striker, whereas Zuckerberg is a grappler.
They might personally think that they do actually have a discernible political opinion, and they try to moralize their position, like the Redditors that they are. Redditors don't simply go, I'm cyber stalking my favorite e-celeb e-girl. I'm actually doing it because she needs to be held accountable.
NCC needed to be held accountable. That is what that was what the preponderance of like the Redditor fans of Dylan Burns said. That was the consensus amongst them, is that NCC is wrong and she needs to be taught a lesson. She needs to be brought to heel. They were in my freaking email box, right? Trying to convince me of why I was wrong. And they always had a response, right? Because they, at the end of the day, are just Redditors. They're just sweaty ass Redditors.
Okay? There's always a sense of moralizing your actions online. It's not just your consumption, right? Why don't you engage and collaborate actively with other lefties? Everyone has their own ecosystem and hates each other. It sucks. I do.
This is why, though. I mean, like, to a certain extent, yeah, he does, but this is why he's very discerning about who he will and won't collaborate with, right? Keffals, he did give some attention to. He did give some, boost to Keffals, right? When Keffals was fighting the good fight against Kiwi Farms. And standing up, because for people who don't remember, there was a time where Keffals was like standing up to the debate bros writ large, like other than Vosh. Somehow because Vosh was nice to her, she thought Vosh was different, but like Destiny and all of his orbiters and all of Twitch poll, right? Keffals was, Dylan and his crowd, Keffals was very skeptical about, but things changed.
I do it all the time.
Things change.
Just don't care because it's not a fucking debate lord online content creator that you like watching. What the fuck are you talking about? I have journalists, activists,
Can I do Southpaw?
Politicians on this fucking stream all the goddamn time. You don't care about that because you're an unserious fucking moron. You only care about your favorite manifesto writing content creator. That's it. That's literally it.
I low-key love Hasan smashing the manifesto writers. Does anybody know how many manifestos I've had against me? Like Dylan, Eris. I don't know what Demon Mama wrote about me in her Discord, but I don't know whether that qualifies as a manifesto. Chad, it's gotta be like 5. Yeah, Zonia. Oh my god, I forgot about that. I think that might have gotten deleted, right? Because Zonia backed away from a lot of her claims about me, but as did White Nervosa. But there was, oh yeah, White Nervosa. I forgot. Yo, chat, do I have 10 manifestos on me? I legit have not been keeping track. Does anybody keep track of this stuff? It's getting towards 10. It's getting toward, yo! Oh no, I remember the first one. I'm not even gonna say who made that manifesto, because it's not a streamer that anybody talks about anymore. In fact, I don't even think they stream anymore. But yeah, I must have had. Am I like the most manifestoed person?
Yeah, exactly. You mean streamers, because you're a fucking dumbass. Streamers are fucking.
What's a manifesto in this instance? I mean, so in her instance, Keffals' manifesto against Hasan took the form of a PowerPoint document, right? So if you ever watch Keffals, which I wouldn't recommend because like I find her really boring, I hope to avoid watching her. If she's ever in a drama with somebody, I would probably rather watch the other person, whether it's Xander Hall or Hasan, than watch Keffals, because it's literally a PowerPoint presentation. She makes a PowerPoint presentation about you. If you're Foreign Man or if you're Soul Bunny, she might even like list your personal information in there, right? Some identifying personal information that I don't know. Like people say that, you know, she says it's not a dox if I don't include the address, but it seems like it's putting those people in danger at the very least, right? Because finding one piece of information about somebody is the key to finding other pieces of information. And if you put somebody's personal information out there, which I don't do, then you're going to risk that.
Relevant, just like myself. There you go.
Debate bros make manifestos. Yes, I feel like that's where it comes from. Like, where does the art of the manifesto come from? I think it comes from Destiny, right? When Destiny would get in some drama and it was like somebody was saying something about him and he had a different story, he'd write a manifesto. He'd put it on Reddit. Literally, this is where this stuff started. This is where Dylan's manifesto against me lives, right? If there's not two, is there two? Please tell me there's not two Dylan manifestos on me. I think there's just one. I think Dylan just did one and Eris did another. And but yeah, essentially, you know, they can take the form of Reddit posts. That's another great example. That's your like if there was a platonic ideal of manifesto, it would be a Reddit post, right? A Reddit post that's got like, you know, different sections, different paragraphs. Here's why I have a problem with this person, blah, blah, blah. They did such and such. They did this, right? And then, you know, here's the proof that they did that. Here's some receipts. Sometimes the receipts prove the claim. Sometimes the receipts, like White Nervosa's receipts against me, actually gave us the ability to disprove the claim, right? She made a specific accusation about me that involved, you know, logged like internet activity on the really evil forum, right? And it turned out I was streaming at the times that this account was posting, which really makes me wonder, like, who was behind that account, right? There's some unfinished business that might have to give you in the form of a video or something like that, right? Because I've made some connections about what happened to me in my own interaction with Vosh's sysadmin, with, you know, Vosh's and Keffals sysadmin, that I feel like things make a little bit more sense now, and we got a little bit of better idea of what was actually going on, what the goal with that whole thing was.
You proved it yourself.
Anyway, chat, I'm criticizing Hasan for this, and I'm realizing I'm doing the thing. I'm talking too much about my haters. My haters from old, and I need to get over that, and Hasan needs to get over this, because there's really no reason to do this. This is just catharsis for us, but it does us no good in the end.
Become relevant. I work with them. Okay, shut the fuck up.
So what are you thinking? Are you gonna keep streaming here, IRL?
I don't think I'm gonna IRL.
How much longer do you think you'll be here?
I don't know why. What do you want to do?
I'd like to go get some food.
Oh, you want to get food? I'm down to go get food. We can IRL stream to go get food. Just completely avoid any of the online discourse going forward and completely disengage from it and never seeks to address anything meaningful in the world and is only done out of self-interest. The only way to win it in this scenario is to not engage. Exactly.
That's true. That's true. So in my criticism for Hasan, right, I kind of stumbled upon like my own failings, right? And the talking about this stuff too much, thinking about this stuff too much, it's not good for you. Like, right, Hasan shouldn't have mentioned Keffals' name. Hasan should not have even really talked about this, right? It doesn't do us any good. That's Marat. That's what I thought. Zara is my raptor wife. We got the raptor cult in chat. Wait, Hobby Horse Championship? That sounds pretty cool. That's almost like Quidditch, right? Have you ever seen the thing where people play Quidditch?
Exactly. Okay? Like, everything I saw from a cursory glance of...
Yeah, Marat is his brother.
Like, the fucking Keffals manifesto or whatever.
I was about to say, I must have watched the wrong video because I'm not hearing him actually say her name, but there it is. There it is. Letting her know that he's seen it. Letting her know that she's gotten into his head. God.
Was literally about, like, my mod team hurting her feelings. How fucking narcissistic to just, like, turn around your own petty grievances into a serious political subject matter, and then your fucking idiotic, like, entry-level lifestylist audience thinks that this is real political praxis and real political discourse. Like, get the fuck out of here. It's like when I debate fucking Felix, okay, XQC.
Who did I think he was talking about when he first said Felix?
On some dumb shit, like some personal petty drama.
Oh, I thought you were talking about from Chapo.
And then I sit here and I'm like, no, guys, we have to do this because this is just as serious as Palestine. Okay? If not more serious. Because XQC has wronged me personally. And the difference there, of course, is that I at least have a direct connection to XQC. Okay? I know him. I talk to him.
Chat, I need a Marat. I need somebody that will come to me when I'm taking things too seriously. And I'm being like, this is really unfair. What's going on? And right? That'll just be like, let's just go get some food. Let's get some food. Let's IRL stream. Let every horrible person on the internet know my exact location by taking my camera around to live. I can't imagine IRL streaming.
I don't know half these motherfuckers out there. I've never connected with them. I've never talked to them. They're just stirring shit up.
What are the rules for IRL streaming anyway? Because, like, I know you don't want to, like, get, like, other people's faces. Like, that could be... Yeah, it sounds oh, yeah, it's especially dangerous for someone like me. Hasan is basically losing his voice at this point. Yeah, she got under his skin, and it sucks. Did I just do a Peter Coffin face? I feel like that was a Peter... No, that was a Peter Coffin doing Destiny face. That was Peter Coffin's impression of Destiny. Here, let me show you.
Anyway. You literally had the Israel Refusnik on weeks before he even became...
Oh, wait.
Headline? Yeah. That's my favorite type of debate, though. Online. My favorite type of, like, actual debate is on irrelevant subject matter that doesn't have, like, real-world impacts at all. Okay? Like, debating fucking XUC and train wrecks. Not even on the gambling stuff, because that does have real-world impact, obviously. But it's more significant what you do behind the scenes rather than...
Wait, I know how to find it.
...about gambling and why it's bad.
I know how to find it. Is that it? Did we get through it? No.
Someone will be like, I don't agree with Hasan on this, and the logic is the most horrific opinion I've ever heard. Exactly. Like this fucking guy. Did he come back with anything?
Oh, crap. Oh crap, chat, we're not even done yet.
Like, yeah, that's it. This was all he wanted to do. All he wanted to do was get a fucking word in edgewise and fuck off, right?
That's the thing. If people want to get a word in edgewise, like, look, I used to be the kind of person that felt obliged to respond to every single angry comment in her YouTube comments. And as you can imagine, disagreeing with a larger content creator, there's likely to be a lot. All their fans come over, whether it's like Dylan or Aristocracy or whoever, right? You know, and they want to chirp. They want to chirp in your YouTube comments. I do respond to some of them because I feel like the reason that I'm no comment chick is because I'm really good at burning people in YouTube comments, but I don't have to burn every single hater down. I just get to cherry pick, right? That's something I had to learn. That's something I thought I was defending my honor. And you cannot live like that, right? Maybe when you're a tiny YouTuber, right, it's possible to respond to all the haters. But at some point, it's just not good for your health, and you don't need to do it. You don't have anything to prove, right? The fact that these people are so perturbed by your criticism of their content, daddy, says enough by itself. There's nothing that you need to prove at that point. That's something I had to learn, though.
Do I think that if I talk to this person in good faith, that he would have a real come to Jesus moment? Would he change his mind? Would he actually be like, you know what, I'm going to do some self-criticism? It just sucks. It sucks. It sucks.
Like, I don't know why they say come to Jesus moment. To me, it's more like a come to Miku moment, right? If you really got to get right with God, then you need to talk to Hatsune Miku.
Come on.
Because she took over for God after God was canceled.
And there are obviously harmful cancers in this space. I just didn't realize how so many motherfuckers
Yo, chat, anybody notice anything about Hasan's voice?
go for that easy, lowest common denominator, bottom of the barrel.
What's he doing? Is he doing an impression? What's going on, chat?
Hack shit, okay?
Do people know? Do people know what this is? Do I have to explain this? Something about his setup is like less than ideal. And so he's having a bitrate issue. It's not even helium. It sounds like helium, doesn't he? He's not it's like his it's his connection, right? His connection in his hotel room in Italy is not great. And somehow, and I've never had this happen, I've had all kinds of problems with my connection. He'll acknowledge it in a moment here. Yeah. Have you heard the truth of Hatsune Miku? Have you heard the gospel?
You're just a pussy. Thanks, man.
I love that he said you're just a pussy. Thanks, man. In freaking that voice. That's so awesome.
You're a literal Twitch viewer, okay?
Oh my god.
True, calm down, you're just a pussy. Brother, it's Friday night. Oh no, is my voice turning into Ben Shapiro again? Hypothetically, it's Friday night. Okay? I'm in my hotel room inside of Italy. No, hypothetically, you're watching me. Okay? At least one of us is making money off the subject. You, on the other hand, are not.
So there you go. There you go. This is the reason to never pay attention to the haters.
So hypothetically, I am a pussy, but you are.
But again, it's a different thing to walk the walk than to talk the talk, and I don't always walk the walk either.
Not even wider. Okay?
It's bandwidth.
Oh, I'm back. My voice fixed again. You have a fucking lolly avatar, dude. You can't talk. Shut the fuck up.
Hasan Shabibo.
I banned him 3 years ago and then frozen on.
So yeah, this is the bandwidth issues that I know and love.
See, this is why my mod team is bad. This is why I need to fucking clean my mod team. Look at this.
If he had just stuck with the my mod team wants to F Krampus. That would have been great.
They love begging the mods to be unbanned. I was hoping you wouldn't directly address their names. They're salivating at this, and they're going to be making videos about this for the next month. Most of this feels pretty petty and vindictive and so unproductive.
This is true. Keffals got a whole VOD out of this, right? That's what her content strategy is like. All he has to do is say her name a couple of times, and like, I mean, he just gave her so much, right? To Keffals, this is gold.
But the ranting is totally valid. Yeah, I don't care. It sucks.
Like, Hasan's the leprechaun. This is the end of the rainbow. You know what I mean? Like, Hasan's all like saying this shit, and then Keffals is like,
I really don't talk about money. It never goes charitable for you. It doesn't matter. Oh, is my voice fucked again? Because the bandwidth dropped? Look, this is what I'm...
Can we post some leaks in chat? Do we have leaks? Should I add leaks? Do we need to say leak? Do we need leaks in the as emotes?
I'm going to say, okay? I'm not a progressive because I think it's the popular thing, even though it's ironic that people say that. Okay? I'm going to be serious regardless of the fucking Ben Shapiro voice that's on right now. These are my opinions. These are what I believe. This is what I believe in.
Oh, wait.
I've been believing them and advocating for...
I'm watching Hasan. Do you know what that means? Yes, post those leaks.
These causes for a very long time, far before I was ever...
Onions?
Popular.
I need a leak so I can spin it. So I need to do the leak spin.
And I'm going to continue doing it regardless.
Yo, if this is Hasan...
advocating for the things that I advocate for.
Hasan...
It doesn't matter.
Forgive me while I pee.
It's practice to feed the mass by giving them content. It's just so sad. It makes me so fucking sad. And it also... It makes me very sad. But it also makes the entire... Like, it taints the entire field. Bu konuşmayı 15 kere dinledim. Yıllardır anlatıyorsun, anlamıyorlar. Yorulmadın mı abi? YouTuber olman yok mu? Sadece eğlenceli içerik üret. Ülke ülke geze geze. Valla bir hayatım var. Tatilde uğraşmak zorunda olduğu şeylere bak. Üzülüyorum. Aynen. Even this Turkish guy's like, I've heard you say this 15 times over the course of like the past couple of years. They don't listen to you. Just, you know, don't you get tired of repeating yourself? Yeah, when people think of leftists, they think of these drama farmers because they're the loudest and most enabled of the community. Exactly. And it fucking kills me, okay? It kills me that, like, I get looped into this, like, dumb shit. And I have to somehow try and fucking separate myself. Like, I don't want no business with this dumb shit. Okay? It's been just, like... It's not even just Keffals either. It's just like so many, like even smaller content creators. They're all doing the shit. And it's like, y'all are a bunch of fucking gross losers, man. I'm serious. Fix it. Fix yourself immediately. Stop doing this. It's not good for your fucking clout, okay, if that's what you care about. It's not good for your money, if that's what you care about. I promise you. Just do your thing. Oh, God, my voice going in and out is
And we're back. Chat, I think I ate too much asparagus.
so stupid during this entire process.
Can we get some asparagus in chat?
Fucking bandwidth fucking it up. Oh,
Do you ever have that?
it makes
Do you ever have that too much asparagus problem?
everybody look unserious.
Okay, so he's right that it makes everybody look unserious. He's right that it's ridiculous that, like, on the left, on in content space that's supposed to be about not just, like, you know, politics as in like electoral politics, but changing the mode of production to something beyond capitalism, right? That people, that you would come to a space like that and find like silly drama like this. He's right about that. He's 100% right about that. I think there is no asparagus. Wait, is it no such thing as like a weasel? It's like a mythical creature, mythical vegetable. Asparagus is not real? Then where does the smell come from? Yeah, why does it make make it smell when only 1/3 of people can smell? Oh, I thought you were gonna say only 1/3 of people produce that smell. No spinach, no asparagus, no lettuce, not even onion? Wait, are vegetables just not real? Now I'm confused. Oh my god, I got distracted. He's right about one thing, right? He's right about that this is like a ridiculous thing to be going on in the left. There are streamers like Keffals and Vosh who kind of use this to make themselves more interesting than they actually are. Because if you've ever watched a Keffals stream, you know what I'm saying, right? You're gonna be waiting for what feels like minutes in order for Keffals to do something as simple as to finish a phrase. Yeah, it's like that. I don't know. It's hard to watch, Chad. It's hard to watch, but some people do it, and they do it for the drama. That's what that's what she's running her whole thing. She's running her whole gas tank on sugar, and that cannot be good for the engine.
Do you think ignoring it and not addressing it would help? Like, do the right wingers have to engage with haters like this? The only time where you see public right wingers fight was with the Steven Crowder Daily.
That's not true. That is so not true. There are so many fights going on between right wingers. In fact, we're going to cover one right after this. We're going to cover the fight between Tucker and Tim Pool and Ben Shapiro, because they are fighting. They hate each other. Like a lot of the right wingers like hate Ben Shapiro. There's purity testing even in the right wing, right? You know, there's people that are, oh my god, I'm trying to remember who it was. I'm trying to remember some far-right figure got accused. Tucker Carlson. I wish I could track this down, but I remember hearing about some right-winger having an issue with Tucker Carlson because he thought that Tucker was too woke on race. The great replacement guy is too woke on race, right? But to some sweaty groiper out there, it's absolutely true. They do purity test. They do infight. They do it all the time. You just don't know. You might not be paying attention to the place where it's happening. But so he's wrong about this. He's wrong that right wingers don't do this. But he's right that it's kind of pathetic to come online and see a bunch of this shit going on the left. Look, I would love it if the kind of interactions that went on the left were like, you know, Luna Oi and EJ having a disagreement with Vosh, you know, a discourse back and forth about that, but that it doesn't turn into Vosh calling Luna a Nazi. It doesn't turn into, you know, this blood sport bullshit. That's what I hate, right? I can take some drama because you're going to have drama anytime you disagree. I know that better than anyone, right? But is there a difference in disagreeing on a substantial point with somebody and just having, you know, airing your interpersonal feelings about that person? Or not even your interpersonal feelings, literally setting up a drama to make yourself more relevant when, you know, you've been losing relevancy for the better part of the last 2 years? That's what's embarrassing. That's what sucks. That's what's got to stop. But I don't want to get that mixed up with, you know, people have the right to disagree with each other. In fact, that's a great way to platform your point is in contrast to somebody else's point. That is how the algorithm works. And if you want the algorithm to pay attention to the point that you're talking about, then couching it in, I disagree with Vosh on this point. I disagree with, you know, whoever on this point. That's a good way to do it. That works for us, right? And, you know, no, it's not great to get criticized, even if it's about something substantive, but I would much rather get that kind of criticism than have a fucking manifesto written about me where they try to convince people that I am the worst thing since sliced cheese, since cut cheese. I'm the worst thing since farts, right? I'm the spiritual psychic equivalent of a flatulence, right? I am like lower than garbage, right? Because that's what these manifestos are. That's what it is. It's an attempt to just completely disconnect a content creator from their community, from their friends, make no one want to go anywhere near them. That's what Destiny was trying to do with Demon Mama. That's what that's what, you know, Keffals is. I mean, she's not going to succeed in it, of course, right? She doesn't have the reach or the size to do this, but that, you know, that's the effect of all these commentary people, including Keffals, who, yeah, 100% Keffals, if you want to know what kind of streamer she is, she's a commentary screamer. She's a commentary channel. She's a drama channel. She's not a leftist channel. Don't get it confused, right? And more Vosh is the same way. More and more he's got to, you know, attack Professor Flowers. He's got to attack Thought Slime. He's got to attack EJ and Luna just to stay relevant.
Wire situation, and they haven't fucking brought that up ever again. Think about that.
I will.
Right-wingers don't do this.
You're wrong, but okay. I mean, like, I understand where he's coming from.
There's a reason for it. Okay? The last time, and probably one of the only instances where you saw like very public spats between the right wing, between commentators on the right, over petty drama or like personal grievances, was the Steven Crowder situation. Okay?
So he's not talking about the Steven Crowder ring cam thing, which was a really serious situation, and there's, like, you know, a lot of speculation about you know, the abuse that may have been present in his marriage, right? We're talking about the controversy where the Daily Wire offers Steven Crowder $50 million. I think was it a 2-year contract? I don't remember. Is it either a 2-year contract or a 1-year contract, right? For $50 million, that's a lot of money. You would think that somebody would take it, but Steven Crowder takes that as an opportunity to shit on the Daily Wire because they didn't give him as much money as he thought he was worth, right? He felt, you know, so yeah, that's where that drama, you know, came from. Essentially, you can join me, Steven Crowder, or you can join Big Con, which is what he's calling the Daily Wire, and which is in general kind of in line with the people that think that there are chat right-wingers that look at the Daily Wire as a bunch of libcucks, as a bunch of SJWs. They really do think, like, you know, the more like radical Nick Fuentes types, like even Charlie Kirk is too liberal for them, right? So but I mean, there is absolutely, there's all kinds of drama, there's all kinds of palace intrigue, there's all kinds of, you know, petty backbiting between the right-wingers. He just doesn't know where to look for it. The only place he can think of is Steven Crowder versus Candace Owens. That whole, you know, thing that happened not a couple months ago. That was like 5 months ago.
And it's done. They was like a one and done. It was a big deal for like a week. They don't talk about it at all. Because those guys are genuinely also, while they're grifters, they also have some semblance of like solidarity with right-wing causes. They know where their bread is buttered. They know that if they...
I don't agree. I don't think they have. I think they are grifters. I think you look at somebody like Tim Pool, and if you think there's like a solid backbone anywhere in his body, you're mistaken. You're mistaken. That man is composed of like 100% jello.
They like stir the pot too much amongst the right and engage in right-wing infighting. And I'm talking about mainstream conservative YouTube content creators. Okay?
Meow.
It overall cheapens the message that they're trying to promote. And if it cheapens the message that they're trying to promote, they're not going to get fucking financing from the billionaire donors. Okay?
I mean, there's a point in that, like, a donor doesn't want to have to worry about infighting, about grudges, right? If they want to support, you know, Candace Owens and Steven Crowder, generally the one of them that's going to chirp the least about the other one is going to be the one that they're going to take. So there's some truth to that. Yeah.
And even then, yeah, the right-wing interfighting was about Steven Crowder fucking up a $50 million contract and then very publicly divorcing his wife that he was abusing. The left-wing discourse is, my mod team is mean and I make too much money.
Wait, what is that up next?
Like, these two are not on the same fucking playing field, no matter how much antisocial 15, 16-year-old progressives that think they're progressive because they I don't know, accidentally stumbled into the right Minecraft server, think that this is the most serious fucking conundrum of all time, okay? And it's worse, it's not even fucking 14, 15-year-old Minecraft server kids. It's literally like 35-year-old IT specialists with a Ukrainian flag in their bio.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Is you get very childish behavior from people who are not children.
Okay? It makes it so much worse. It's like, you're a whole ass adult. You're older than me. How the fuck did you find yourself in this like petty online squabble that you think is like serious politics? It's so dumb.
Okay, are we like... We're almost done here. I'm gonna speed him up.
It seems like crabs in the bucket behavior exacerbated by the recent industry-wide downtrend. Yes, that is precisely what it is. People are restructuring and they're rebranding and they're recognizing like maybe we'll go towards the more progressive side. Maybe we'll take like a pro Joe Brandon attitude. That'll all change, okay, no matter what happens. Leftist with a vlog. I agree with Hasan on most things, but he needs to clean up his mods. Yeah, exactly. It's like getting upset about my mod team is literally the dumbest thing. I'm sorry. You can fucking try to moralize it as hard as you want. It's a massive online community. His mods are really important. You're literally crying about unpaid janitors, okay? What happened to the fucking self-respecting Redditors, sweaty, greasy Redditors being like, these guys are Jannies? Okay.
That's the thing is when people mod for me, you know, when people volunteer to, you know, help the community be safe and stuff like that, I generally, you know, give them a pretty wide berth. I obviously don't want them, you know, making people feel uncomfortable, but they do a lot and they do it for free. And I'm appreciative of that. So yeah, the idea that you're gonna sort of, you know, micromanage them and try to, you know, what are you gonna punish them with taking away the you know, service that they're providing? The way that they like help the, you know, chat run smoothly and everything, it's silly.
When the fuck did this turn into like, these guys are Jannies to, this is the most serious part of political discourse, okay? It's so fucking unserious. My mods don't take them seriously. Why the fuck do you? Like, who are these fucking fans of content creators who are like tweeting under my replies and tweets being like, really have to clean up your man. What's going on? This hurts.
What's up with that mod team, Hasan?
It's like, you think that's hurting the leftist cause, you unserious fucking...
And it's such a classic thing. Like, I feel like my mods got attacked when you know, I was the target of the debate sphere.
Moron? The fuck is this? There is no leftist cause, if this is what you think it is. Anyway. Yeah. This all started, this entire rant started because Betelgeuse said they want to fuck Krampus, okay? Imagine being mad about that. Like a group of individuals that talk about wanting to fuck Krampus. Okay? Jesus Christ. Or even thinking about a fucking Twitch stream. Like, God, I hate it. I hate it so much.
Maybe Krampus needs, like, humans to reproduce. I don't know.
I think it's a lot more of a parasocial aspect for some of the people you're trying to exist and do your own thing, and they're trying to get your attention so badly it turns into a toxic thing. I think you have a lot of respect from non-brain rotted people. You earned that respect from the hard work you've done. Your interviews with Steve Donziger, Ryan Grimm, and the stuff you've been doing with Noel Coleman lately have been stellar. Don't let the freaks get you down. I mean, the freaks don't get me down, but I do think about like the broader, like I think about the broader movement. I guess it's not a real movement, but
I'm trying to think of what's the difference between Hasan and like Sam Cedar, because you know that Sam Cedar gets into drama too. It's generally, you know, with people like Tempool, Dave Rubin, Jimmy Dore, people like that. But he handles it in a way where he's not getting like he's not getting like clout weasel. Duh. You know what I mean?
But I do think about like what this represents to the normies and to the normies.
It doesn't seem to get to him the way that it gets to Hasan. And I get part of that is that like you're, you know, beefing with people who are like nominally lefties.
Look like fucking assholes, like unserious assholes who are crying about like insane shit. It's like motherfuckers being like debating my ex-wife on whether or not she was unfaithful to me. Nuke drama, okay? And then it's like 600,000 views. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? This is what like.
I mean, this is total Destiny language, right? Destiny is the freaking progenitor of the manifesto, right? That's where this fucking culture comes from. If not Reddit, right? If not Reddit, I don't even know the freaking history behind it, right? But I do know that in terms of me seeing this stuff, It started around Destiny's community.
What people see, they look at the left and they see that and then they're like, what? This is what they're doing? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
Saduism says, I didn't hear the part about wanting to F Krampus. That is disgusting, and Hasan needs to absolutely take a serious look at his moderation stamp. I think he will now. Why do they call it a manifesto? To make it seem serious when all it is a little bitch fight between two streamers. Like a little clout beef. It's generally, you know, what is involved in the manifesto, and somebody makes a thing to be like, you know, here is the proof that, like, I don't know, like, I don't know. Let me try to think of an example of a manifesto that's been manifested against me.
We're doing. That's what we're doing. That's what the progressive content is. Fuck. Live stream fails politics is right. Yeah, debating my kids' drawing and what it means for education. Exactly. It's literally like that.
Like manifestos, like, you know, when I think about it, okay, so there's two kinds of manifestos that, like, I feel like normal people know, right? And that is like the manifesto, like a, you know, political manifesto, the communist manifesto, right? And then the second is something that you're going to see in like the backpack of some incel, right? About all the people that they hate and how they want to, you know, like, right, manifesto. Yeah, it's like, you know, when somebody goes on a shooting rampage, it's like the paper that they find on the person explaining, you know, or not explaining why they did what they did. That's also called a manifesto. So it's a weird thing that they want to, that's what this has become, that's what this gets called, right? That's what this has evolved into I'm going to write a manifesto on this other streamer who has talked shit about me, but actually I am not the shitty person. They are the shitty person. And I'll show you why. And I'll show you receipts. And those receipts may or may not correspond to the claims that I'm making. But by virtue of the fact that there's receipts there, by virtue of the fact that I've got like some recordings, let's say, of the person and their mod team talking, or like, you know, so some kind of screenshots of something that they've said, right? It might not conform to the claims that I'm making, but the fact that it's present will be enough for you, my undiscerning audience, to assume that I am correct, that this person is the worst, the absolute worst in the universe. The word manifesto never evokes warm and fuzzies. Yeah, that's the thing, is it doesn't even make sense for what they use it for, because it's neither like a political statement of like, you know, this is a new way that we should be thinking about relations between capitalists and workers, right? And it's also not like the scary ass, like, you know, all the people that I think deserve to be unalived, you know, manifesto.
Debating my children because they said sharing is caring. Fucking owned.
Mods have sometimes a difficult time. Autumn Leaves is right. Yeah, it's not easy to... I think I've only modded for like 1 or 2 chats ever. Okay. Is he like a gum chewer? Is that what that is?
You are right, but the response just continues it. Sometimes I have to fucking go on these rants, man.
Is that what I look like when I chew gum? Sometimes you have to go on these rants. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I do it too. I can't put myself above. You know, I don't think you've got to, and I wish I wouldn't, and I don't think Hasan should either. It's not good. It's not good. He's feeding clout to like all the wrong people. Like he's broken his rule. He mentioned Vosh, right? He almost never does that. He occasionally mentions Destiny. He's angry. Oh, former smoker. Ah. Interesting.
Let's get back to fucking USA versus Europe Christmas video, which is silly because we do silly, dumb, goofy things. You can do.
Yeah, that definitely corresponds, Captain Cold, to evangelical conservatives' view of Donald Trump, right? Who is would in all other cases, if they were judging him by his character, he would not be their guy. But because he's willing to, put the final nail in the coffin of Roe versus Wade, they love him.
Silly, dumb, goofy content without like being like, oh, here are the nukes. I'm leaking DMs or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean?
I feel like we just need to. Here's what we need to do, chat. All right, are you with me? I have tried to get through to these debate bozos in so many different ways, right? I've tried to make a difference. I've tried to make an impact. I've tried to scratch the surface of their unexamined beliefs, and to very little avail. This time, chat, this time, it's going to be different. This time, we need to just make fun of them. That's what we need to do. They want to write manifestos. Let's write some manifestos. Are you with me? Let us make this weird Reddit-esque activity into the object of scorn and ridicule that it should be. I think this is the year to parody everything that these motherfuckers do, because I am sick of it. I am absolutely sick of it. I refuse to chew the cud of the discourse transmitted from one debate bozo to another like a human centipede of bad takes. I refuse. I'm going to have to Rohan Kashibe this and say that I refuse. I do not agree. Okay, so I promised I'd give you that. We'll give you just a second of this. This is Peter Coffin trying to impersonate Nabil. Wait, did I miss Nabil? Nabil, there you are. There you are, Nabil. How are you doing? Happy New Year. Grew up in the Jesse Helms administration in North Carolina. Poor white trash ate up that personality. The personality of Jesse Helms. Okay, so wait, where was I? Yeah, I was gonna give you some, like, a little reprieve, a little bit of comedy, and not comedy in that, like, the person that's making this is funny, but no, wait, actually, they are funny. This is Peter Coffin being very silly. Oh my god, it's the wrong one.
Democracy is great. Democracy is great. I mean, it would be, if only people were smart. But the problem is that people are just so stupid. If you try to tell people the facts, they just fart right in your face. They use non-specific words like stuff and things, and they wear pajamas to Walmart. Morons.
So anybody know who's being parodied here? Can anybody tell me? Who is Peter Coffin making fun of? Right, besides unwittingly making fun of himself. Does anybody know? Can anybody name their... Who's that debate bro? Who's that debate bro? Any guesses? Walsh? Like Matt Walsh? Name that debate perv, exactly. Vosh. You know, in a weird way, like I said about the Klaus human centipede, like, a lot of Vosh's presentation was like his impersonation of Destiny. And a lot of Demon Mama's presentation was her impression of both Destiny and Vosh, right? A lot of streamers do this, maybe even unconsciously. I'm not convinced that it's done consciously, but in effect, you're emulating something that people are already comfortable with, like an aesthetic that people already like. Anybody? Tim Pool. So that confirms my suspicions that Peter Coffin is terrible at doing impressions. That's supposed to be Destiny. That's supposed to be Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell III, who I could not show you upon Twitch, right? Because he is banned. Thank you, Keffals. Not really, because Keffals didn't really get him banned. But, you know, that's the lore. That's the lore. This is supposed to be Destiny. And, like, I'm half laughing at, like, yeah, I kind of get it. Like, you know, he does be like that sometimes. But half of me is just laughing at Peter Coffin because I don't know. That's just the reaction I have to Peter Coffin.
Allow me to elucidate the perfunctory manner in which the quintessential everyday people perform their general.
Now that's Vosh, right? Using words that are like, you know, a couple of points beyond his vocabulary. That's Vosh.
Big words! The average person
Not that big. That's the funny thing is Vosh says not so big words and he still gets them wrong.
gets up every single day and goes to their bad job that they picked because of some you problem. And maybe they're biologically stupid, maybe they're just too—
What kind of streamer gets bits that often, chat? I don't get bits like that. I don't get gifted. I don't get bits. Like, wait, you know, I should set it up so it does the thing. Like, why do my bits not? Oh yeah, it's like in the Twitch settings. It's my fault, chat. That's why I don't get donated bits, because it's not as fun. It's fun when it makes a little plinky noise. That's what people want. They're here for the plinky noise.
too lazy to be smart, whatever, I don't know, they do it. They choose to be lazy, and the only kind of person who would do that is a stupid one. And you know what? It's not Maybelline. They're born with it. Then these biological—
Who is that? That's not like that's a little bit too much of a dad reference to be Destiny. And it's definitely not Vosh. I don't even know. So, I mean, like, in general, like, you know, if you ask Peter Coffin, they'd probably say, I was making fun of streamers. I was making fun of Twitch. I was making fun of people trying to say profound things and getting, like, these little bits, these little sound alerts. Oh my god, Soul Life! Soul Life with the biddies! 1 bit and 2 bits. Thank you so much. Yeah, like, it's a me problem, Soul Life, though. It's my fault, because, like, they should make noise. I don't know why. Why did I turn it off? That one doesn't make sense. I need to find that and turn it back on, but because it should, like, the plinky noise is nice. I don't get annoyed by the plinky noise. But yeah, this is Peter Coffin. I mean, and you can tell by the messed up hair, you can tell by the headphones, you can tell by the room, right? If you don't know, this is what is very close to what Destiny's old streaming room used to look like years ago. And this is indeed 4 years ago. Wow. Wow, chat, that was 4 years ago? Oh my god, this video is 4 years old.
biologically stupid and lazy people meet these other biologically stupid and lazy people, and they breed. Yeah.
Who is that? It was that's not look, there's a lot that you can make fun of with Destiny. There's a lot that you can make fun of with Destiny, but
Ew! Breed!
what? What? Now I'm just laughing at Peter Coffin. But thank you, Real Soul Life.
Moving on, I think democracy is stupid. Because everyone who isn't me is stupid.
See, no, that's just the thing, is you're like common, like Destiny wouldn't say that. Destiny's maybe ridiculous because he trusts too much in the so-called democracy that the United States, he places too much faith, like, in electoral politics. That's the actual, that's funny, is the Peter Coffin just, like, you know, making fun of somebody that deserves to be made fun of but completely misses the actual point.
Let's bring in the lefty to debate!
Hey.
Oh my god! It's Peter Coffin debating Peter Coffin! Okay, we don't want to watch too much of this because...
And that, if left up to other people, nothing would be good. I don't want to hear about other people are also right and how. That's...
Oh my god, this is worse than I thought.
You know, it might just end up a little bit more related than you might think. Meander with me.
Oh, so you mean you're gonna gish gallop?
What?
Keeping in mind the assertion that 70% of Americans believe in climate change, imagine that a politician won an election with 70% of the vote. Or, hell, 63% of the vote. In even the most cautious media narrative, that situation would have to be called a landslide for any characterization to seem credible. What I'm saying is, if there was a Democratic vote among the American public right now, it would be a landslide, and we would probably be working in a more unified manner to combat climate change. That's all well and good, but that's now in 2019. It wasn't always like that. Studying climate change actually goes way back. The greenhouse effect was an idea that first came about in the 1800s, but it's specifically the 1970s and onward I want to focus on. In 1977, Exxon scientist James Black reported to the company's executives with an internal report asserting that fossil fuel usage was changing the climate. This same year, the EPA released a technical report that reached a similar conclusion. Exxon began investigating climate change pretty heavily, and in 1982, they distributed an internal primer on climate change, which sounds positive until you find out that Marvin B. Glacier, the environmental affairs manager at Exxon, directed that it
Okay, I found it.
to Exxon personnel and not distributed externally. Until about 1989, the Exxon scientists were not outright ignored. Even so, their information was never disseminated at mass scale. Some of their information was disseminated in scientific journals, but the audience for that is extremely.
Oh my god, we're just like, I'm making you watch.
EPA reports. In 1988, NASA scientist James Hansen.
We gotta
to the US
end this. We gotta end this. We gotta end this. I'm sorry. I was trying to fix my bits thing. I am so distracted. I'm so distracted. Let's get back on track though, because we're not trying to watch Peter Coffin here. We're done with Hasan and Keffals. We need to take a look at our old friend Ben Shapiro and what's been going on with him. Oh my god, I just was gonna like let that go. I was like, no, I've almost found it. I know where to turn on the alert. I know how to make it work. I know how to give you credit when you donate bits to me, which should make some kind of pleasing noise. There should be some kind of ASMR associated with the donation of bits. But alas, it's like I don't have the time. I don't have the time. Okay, yeah, it's this. This is what I've been wanting to show you.
And Tucker has a significantly...
Oh my god, are you ready? Are you ready for the verbal assault that is listening to Ben Shapiro say literally anything?
Well, folks, Tucker Carlson is a really interesting guy. He has some interesting takes on economics.
Really interesting guy, yeah. Some interesting takes. Some might call them, I don't know, socialist?
As well. He and I have had discussions about those in the past. He did an interview with Glenn Greenwald recently where he started attacking what he called libertarian economics. Tucker and I did this really interesting interview a couple years ago now. Probably longer than that, maybe 5 years ago now.
I am so sorry for subjecting you to this much to this much Peter Coffin.
Where we talked about the role of the government in the economy. And Tucker has...
That's right, it's because Anna's future employer...
significantly more socialistic view of the economy than I do. Just blatantly, I mean, he has endorsed, for example, many of the plans of Senator Elizabeth Warren. This is not a slander against Tucker. I mean, it's something that he will say openly and clearly. Well, he was doing an interview the other day with Glenn Greenwald, who's also been a guest on my program, and they were talking about economics. And Tucker went into this rant about the evils of libertarian economics. And I think this is so short-sighted. I think it's really damaging to the future of American prosperity. And it relies on a bunch of falsehoods with regard to how the world works. Now, I wanted to listen to this because, again, I think this has spillover effects for foreign policy. It assumes that the best policy is going to be protectionist, that high tariffs around America's borders are what's going to make American people wealthier and better off. It assumes that an uninvolved America on the world sphere is somehow going to make American citizens better off. It's all predicated on this notion of economics that ignores the importance of comparative advantage and price structure and all the rest in favor of vaguer concepts like beauty. Now, again, I'm not anti-beauty, but when I need a hamburger, I'm more interested in the hamburger than I am in, the Venus de Milo. In any case, here is Tucker, and then I want to break this down a little bit because it's interesting.
I think a lot of people have awakened to the demonstrable fact that libertarian economics was a scam perpetrated by the beneficiaries of the economics.
I was just talking to my colleagues here.
Oh no!
That I had to spend years enduring. You're harassing me and
Sorry, technical difficulties, but I got it sorted. Yeah, this is Glenn Greenwald's program. This is Glenn Greenwald's YouTube channel that this is on. I hope that we can play this without getting in trouble with Glenn Greenwald, but
me and coercing me to.
Oh my god, hitting the wrong button again. That's a great freeze frame though. Look at this. Look at this guy. Look at my dude. Look at Tucker. That's a great. It looks like you are having digestive difficulties, my friend. I don't know what that is. It's kind of demonic.
That they were defending.
That's him laughing.
So they created this whole intellectual framework.
Okay, pause that for a second. So I don't like this conspiracy theorizing about the nature of libertarian economics. Libertarian economics says the government should not control the free flow of goods and services. That's all libertarian economics says. A free market has property rights for you.
So as you can see, this isn't just something that is between Glenn Greenwald and Ben Shapiro. This is a fundamental discussion within conservatism. When you say that conservatives don't infight, don't disagree, don't get messy, don't make their private business public, that's absolutely incorrect, because they are in some ways fighting for the strategy that they go forward with. There, you've got the Tucker Carlsons, which, you're going to see later in the conversation, he's basically glazing up the idea of socialism. He says something like, well, if you want to call that socialism, then so be it, right? And it's not. It's not. It's a white supremacist, I guess in some ways it's a
dingus gambit.
Right? It's like he's trying, it's an appeal. It's the carrot. This is what third positionists always do. And I don't know how serious Tucker even is in his third positionism, but it is breaking up the right, in that there's ones that want to, there's right-wingers that want to attack wokeness and associate it with corporations, which they know Americans hate, right? Something fundamentally happened after 2008, after the financial crisis, and there have been more and more people waking up. That is why the Bernie movement happened. It would not have happened in another year. There are more and more people on either side of the aisle that have some sense that the late stage capitalism isn't great. Now, obviously, you can take that, and you can turn it, you can kind of turn the focus on anti-Semitism. That's a classic way to distract people from their class interests. You can take it in all kinds of different ways, which is kind of what Tucker Carlson is doing. Or you could actually address the fundamental contradiction between labor and capital, in which Tucker obviously has no interest in that. But even the word socialism, even the husk of the concept, which is all that Tucker's really offering, is too much for Ben Shapiro, who wants to make conservatism libertarian again. MCLA. That doesn't spell anything, but that's okay.
Government can't get involved. That is the opposite of a conspiracy theory. A conspiracy is when a group of powerful people restructure an entire economy around particular interests. So, for example, if you were to push forward a protectionist policy, that is a policy designed to protect specific people in your country in a particular industry from competition from other people in the country and also elsewhere. That is the goal of it. That's an actual cadre of powerful people shaping the economic system for everyone. A baseline rule, which is that you have freely alienatable goods and services. You can alienate your own labor. Someone can pay you for your labor at a given wage. That's not a conspiracy. Me giving you the ability to actually trade with other.
Yeah, but anyway, I don't want to get into like conspiracies because I can only imagine where Tucker's rabbit hole actually leads. And like I said, he's shown, a lot of anti-Semitic tendencies in the past. So there's every chance that he just like kind of that's what he means. Like in going after the corporations, it's like a dog whistle for something else. But
people, I'm confused as to how that would be a conspiracy by me. Now, it may not end to the benefit of people who are less competitive in a particular industry, and there may be very good reasons to protect certain industries. For example, for national security reasons. I think that we should be cutting down on trade from China because I don't think we should be enriching our enemies. That's a different thing from saying that economically speaking, there's this group, this secret group of libertarian economists who, for their own benefit, like Milton Friedman was sitting in the back room and he's like, I need to be rich. And the only
so for him you as a concept itself, free trade is good, but then you're going to also use trade as a weapon and you're going to cut off trade with your enemies, anybody who's too socialist, right? He still wants to fight the Cold War against China.
only way I'm going to be rich
Wants to fight against the
dingus gambit
over there
is if there's free market economics. That's just not true. It's just not true.
He does look angry, doesn't he?
There's a kind of politics that a lot of people are engaged in these days called emotivism.
You are such a debate bro. Is he really going to talk to us about emotivism?
It's a basic philosophy that suggests that the reason your opponents are doing the thing they are doing is because of their own emotions. They're doing it because they're badly motivated, because they want the worst for you. I think it's an ugly way to do politics unless you have actual evidence that that is the case. It's a conspiracy way to do politics. It turns out that some people have ideas that are different from you. Sometimes it is because they're corrupt or they're being paid or whatever it is. But in many cases, it's because they just disagree.
Like that Eagle Muppet? Wait, from the Muppets?
I don't think Tucker's saying what he's saying because he's being paid off or because he's a vested interest. And so
I love how Ben slipped in the alienation of the worker. So in a way, like, even though things do not seem to be going well, if you look at like the bread tube, sphere of content, it's not what it used to be. We don't even have, Bernie's obviously not going to be a serious contender for president ever again. And even if he was, at this point, would you want him to be? Right? There's a lot of things that are kind of, wow. There's a lot of things to feel gloomy about. There's a lot of things to feel bad about. What is going on? Was that a... Okay, I don't know if this is real, chat. It's cool. And I'm so here for the wows, but I don't know if this is real. I think YouTube just like, because I don't see like who this is like associated with, or either that or maybe it's anonymous. I don't know, chat. I don't know what's going on, but we're getting these. Yeah, Stream Elements is going off. I think it's YouTube. I didn't see a donation either. That's why I think that maybe it's not really a donation. That's why it's so hard to do these sub goals.
Kind of object to this idea that anyone who disagrees because they're trying to actively harm somebody else.
Every time Ben tells a lie, his eyebrows grow and his wife dehydrates.
I don't think that that's the case when you are talking about, for example, free market economics. If all of this puts you in mind that the future is uncertain and that...
Here's our sponsor for today. So I see a big bump right here that tells me the ad read ends right here.
Framework to justify the private equity culture that's hollowed out the country. That's my personal view, and I've seen it.
Do you think it's an anonymous benefactor? I mean, I guess it could be. I never know. You made those donations. See, anybody could say that. It is 10, though. And Jordan Peterson, what is Jordan Peterson famous for? Is it 10 rules for life, or is it 12 rules? I don't remember. Does Peterson have 10 rules, or does he have 12 rules? Anybody know?
Up close my whole life. So
but if somebody did gift those subs, thank you. Thank you so much. Someone donated a ton of gift subs on YouTube. Really? So, and they wanted to stay anonymous. Yeah, that's a possibility. I sometimes think it's like a bug. I sometimes think it's just YouTube having a bug or something. But I'm starting to think we're being trolled somehow. Is it it's 12 rules? Okay. I was going to say that the 10 points to Jordan Peterson, but
I think it's a fair assessment. I think a smarter way to assess an economic system is by its results. So you can assign whatever name you want to the economic system of the United States. You could call it market capitalism. You could call it, you could call it a whole host
of 6 pillars of self-esteem ripoff.
Different things. But I don't.
Yes, thank you, Jordan Peterson.
I think any of that's useful. Those are boring conversations. I think you need to ask, does this economic system produce a lot of dollar stores? And if it does, it's not a system that you want because it degrades people and it makes their lives worse and it increases exponentially the amount of ugliness.
What exactly is the bug, I wonder?
In your society.
Oh, wait. So there's 12 rules for life, and then there's 12 more rules?
And anything that increases ugliness is evil. And it's just kind of, let's just start there. So if it's such a good system, why do we have all these dollar stores?
Okay, that is an amazing statement. Why exactly are dollar stores the root of all evil? So first of all, I should point out at this point that according to Consumer Reports, 88% of Americans shop at
69 likes?
My family shops at the dollar store, at least occasionally. Almost
essentially the amount of ugliness in your society. And those are boring conversations. I think you need to ask, does this economic system produce a lot of dollar stores? And if it does, it's not a system that you want because it degrades people and it makes their lives worse and it increases exponentially the amount of ugliness in your society. And anything that increases ugliness is evil.
Oh, so there he is with the aesthetics, the beauty versus the ugliness, rather than actually making an argument for like the human dignity of workers or, you know, economic equality or any kind of concept that you could possibly you know, come up with, right? Including like something a little bit more Marxian, like you know, a concept of the workers' self-determination. Instead, he's going to an argument for beauty over ugliness, and late-stage capitalism is ugly. I mean, true, but
it's just kind of
but maybe not the point.
Let's just start there. So if it's such a good system, why do we have all these dollar stores?
Okay, that is an amazing statement. Why exactly are dollar stores the root of all evil? So first of all,
because in a system where people had enough of what they needed, they wouldn't be looking to cut basic expenses to their bare minimum. They would have, you know, they would have like a an abundance.
I should point out at this point that according to Consumer Reports, 88% of Americans shop at dollar stores at least.
And yeah, it's the fact that people have to take these considerations into trying to, you know, eke out the lowest cost they possibly can from every single expense, including food. Including food is a sign that distribution is not equal. I hate to be shoring up Tucker Carlson's arguments because, like I said, I'm sure it's for the wrong reasons. Like, Tucker's not a socialist, no matter what the fuck he says. We'll take a look at the Glenn Greenwald interview and see what you think as to whether Tucker is becoming a socialist. I obviously disagree. I'm assuming most of you will as well.
Occasionally. My family shops at the dollar store, at least occasionally. Almost a third of respondents in the 2021 Consumer Reports survey said they shop at dollar stores more than once a month. This seems like a really elitist attitude.
Wait, Dr. Peterson, are you talking about the woke moralists? Do we have the woke moralists out again? Do you think they're going to cancel me? Am I going to get canceled by woke moralists?
It seems like dollar stores are good. You buy things for $1, or at least you did until Joe Biden took office and inflated the currency. Now it's like the $5 store. It is good to have products at your disposal for cheaper. This is a good thing.
Wait, so he starts to talk about inflation and completely misses the point that most of the actual, you know, raising of the price is greedflation based on the perception that inflation is going on, allowing the market, essentially the supply side of the market is going to charge as high of a price as the market can bear. And if they all decide to just, you know, raise those prices because they know that people will pay more money for goods because of the, you know, the existence of some inflation and the assumption that, you know, prices going up is not a weird thing. Yeah, you're not going to hear him talk about greedflation.
Why are we frowning upon this? It seems to me a much, much worse system is just in the
Yeah, why does Keffals hate Tucker when he's actually a tanky? Oh wait, that's why Keffals thinks Tucker is a tanky.
Produces no dollar stores. A system that produces more expensive goods and services that force your family to pay more. A system that, for example, relies on guilds and doesn't produce dollar or relies on government. Are bread lines better than dollar stores? Because there are a few choices when it comes to economics. Dollar stores are actually not. Now, then he shifts into this discussion of an increase.
Look, if you want to say like a society that allows for at least some base level of sustenance, right? Because does he know that there's community pantries? Does he know that like there's people that, you know, need to make use of organizations which provide free food? Like, how is that different than a bread line? Really? How is that different than a bread line?
This is ugliness. Now, when he talks about ugliness, are we talking about like the physical stature of dollar stores? These are not like gorgeous Gothic edifices. They're not beautiful to look at. Well, obviously, that's true. Obviously, it's true.
He wants like a mall. This is like a boomer argument. This is like strip malls versus malls.
Dollar stores are not beautiful to look at. They look like big box stores. Also, that's one of the reasons you can get the product for cheap at the dollar store. Because if they look like Gothic cathedrals, they'd have to upcharge you on the product in order to pay for the Gothic cathedral-looking place where you're buying your tomatoes, which would be weird.
I mean, but if you want Gothic tomatoes, then
there's this kind of break that's happening here where
so there is a break within the right? There are people that'll in their effort to go after the cultural left will sort of use the association with capital and with capitalism that's, you know, kind of allowed by the fact that these brands are always trying to associate themselves with that which is on the winning side of history. And so as such, you know, and they're like forward looking, right? They're more concerned about the younger consumer than they are about the older consumer. The older consumer is going to kick the bucket sooner, right? So we, you know, want to brand those younger consumers. What do we want them to think? We want them to associate our product with things that align with their values, right? So that's where you get woke corporations, right? It's not from the CEO and board of directors are liberal Democrats. They're progressives, and that's why the company's woke. No, it's not. It's because it makes them more money.
From an elite perspective, they don't like that it looks bad that there's like an ugly store at the corner of town that makes it possible for you to feed your family. That seems really elitist to me. It also seems to be disconnected from history. If you go to Hungary, which is a country that a lot of people love and has a lot of
great political leadership there in Hungary.
History to it. And a lot of the architecture there is...
With the history? What are you talking about? Wait, isn't that Sebastian Gorka's thing? The history, the Vitesse Rend? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Does anybody remember the Vitesse Rend? Hungary, well known, yeah, not just now, but like in the past. That's that was the thing with Sebastian Gorka, right? He had he had some sort of a badge that was from the former fascist government. Yeah, Hungary, loved by the rest of Europe.
Well, folks, there are a bunch of lessons from 2023. One of them, if you look at polling data about how 18 to 24-year-olds are some of the dumbest people known to humankind, one of those lessons is when they say they're coming for your kids, they were coming for your kids. Well, folks, Tucker Carlson is really interesting.
No, he's an interesting guy. He's got some interesting ideas about economics. Most of them involve socialism.
Dollar stores, at least occasionally. My family shops at the dollar store. At least. A system that, for example, relies on guilds and doesn't produce dollar or relies on government. Are bread lines better than dollar stores? Because there are a few choices when it comes to economics. Dollar stores are actually not. Now, then he shifts into this discussion of it increases ugliness. Now, when he talks about ugliness, are we talking about like the physical stature of dollar stores? These are not like gorgeous cathedral-looking place where you're buying your tomatoes. Also seems to be disconnected from history. If you go to Hungary, which is a country that a lot of people love and
that's where we left off,
and has a lot of history to it, and a lot of the architecture there is spectacular. I mean, Budapest is an incredibly beautiful city. I can tell you, because this is the way that it worked in Hungary for hundreds of years.
I feel like we need a Gorka break after this. Chat, are you down for some Gorka? I want to see what Gorka's up to.
Nobody was running the farmers market from the church. They had like a hut outside. The equivalent of the dollar store in Hungary is not a Gothic cathedral. A Gothic cathedral is a Gothic cathedral. The equivalent of a dollar store in Hungary for hundreds of years was like an outdoor stall in the market that was significantly worse for produce than, for example, a dollar store. Here's the thing about America. America, as always, this is one of the beauties of America. It's the reason why we're a world power. This is one of the reasons we have always been a nascent and then obviously dominant world power. It is because in America, function frequently defeats beauty as a priority. Because Americans are a pragmatic and practical people who are seeking to better the lives of their citizens through things like economic opportunity, which means more dollar stores, not fewer dollar stores. Are you tired of the lies and the twists of the mainstream media talking points? Yeah, me too. Join me in my newest series, Fact, where I dismantle and bring truth to this tiring mainstream agenda.
The mainstream agenda.
Stalinist!
No.
Well, folks, Tucker Carlson.
Oh my God, chat. I almost gave you a break that I wasn't even trying to give you a break. I just wanted to take a little trip down memory lane and reacquaint ourselves with one Sebastian Gorka.
It's this constant, oh, it's the white man, it's the white supremacist, that's the problem. No, it isn't, Maggie Haberman. Go to Sinjar, go to the Middle East and tell me what the real problem is.
So defender of the white man.
Today, go to Manchester.
That was Wednesday, and instead of Manchester, White House aide Sebastian Gorka could have simply gone to
Sebastian Gorka, who talks like a regular James Bond villain.
Charlottesville, Virginia, just 3 days later, where violence erupted when white...
No, we gotta not watch the violence erupting. No erupting violence.
Among other crimes. A Facebook account...
Not allowed to erupt on Twitch.
BuzzFeed is riddled with white supremacist, Nazi, and now familiar...
Scary images.
While the man who said that white supremacists are not the problem is named Sebastian Gorka.
Sebastian Gorka. It's Sebastian Gorka.
Of course, and he works in the White House. Now, you may be wondering, what exactly does this guy do to earn his $155,000 taxpayer-funded salary? Well,
he talks like a Bond villain. That's what he does.
Sebastian Gorka's title is Deputy Assistant to the President. He works with Steve Bannon. His credentials include writing Breitbart.com's blog post on national security. He apparently has a problem with pajamas.
Oh God, I forgot about the pajamas.
It's a very simple one. It's a bumper sticker, Sean.
Oh, this is so good.
Of the pajama boy is
Yo!
20th, and the alpha males are...
The alpha males are back! Oh no! Oh no!
He has a PhD from a questionable university in Budapest, but insists on being referred to as Dr. Gorka. He considers himself a counterterrorism expert, but most actual experts didn't know his name until a few years ago. Didn't know his name even a few years ago. He tried to join the National Security Council, but was denied a security clearance. And he has ties to ultra-right groups in Hungary, including Vitezi Rend, which is directly descended from actual Nazis. Look, here he is, proudly wearing their pin. There he is. Gorka denies any ties to that group and claims he only wore the pin as a tribute to his dad. Oh, and this is what he had to say about the recent firebombing of a mosque in Minnesota.
There's a great rule. All initial reports are false. You have to check them. You have to find out who the perpetrators are. We've had a series of crimes committed, alleged hate crimes by right-wing individuals in the last 6 months that turned out to actually have been propagated by the left. When you've had people fake hate crimes in the last 6 months with some regularity, I think it's wise, don't you, to find out what exactly is going on.
Okay, wait. Let's take a look right. This is what he's like in real life, apparently.
Good evening, Mr. Chapo. It is I, Gorka, son of Moonraker, cup holder of the sacred tit of Attila, the Dragon of Budapest. it appears to you that I may have resigned. Your understanding is quite wrong, Mr. Chapper. As Sun Tzu said, when you are near, appear far. When you are strong, appear weak. When you are Gorka, appear to have resigned! Hail Gorka!
So that's what he's like. That's what he's like in real life. That's what Gorka.
He called an attack on a mosque a false flag. And this is the guy with the president's ear.
It sounds like a, yeah, it's James Adomian, yeah.
Supremacists are not the problem. Joining me now, Irene Jean-Pierre, national spokesperson for MoveOn.org, Washington Post columnist Dana Milbank, MSNBC correspondent Gabriel Sherman, and Kurt Bardella, former media consultant for Breitbart.com. Thank you all for being.
Are they really doing a panel show about Gorka? Let's do a manifesto. Can we do a Gorka manifesto? That's who we need to start drama with, chat. It's Sebastian Gorka. I need to drop the manifesto on Sebastian Gorka.
Here, Kurt, I'm going to go to you first because you're the most familiar.
And you want to help me compile a dossier
with Breitbart World, which is where Sebastian Gorka came from. According to Rolling Stone, Gorka, who describes himself as an expert in Islamist terrorism, but who has never lived in an Islamic country and does not speak Arabic, described Sunni and Shiite Muslims this way while writing for Breitbart. Today, the global jihad has two brands, he wrote for Breitbart. It's a war of Sunni Coke versus the Shia Pepsi. How does that person claim to have any credentials to advise the President of the United States on national security?
Well, I think you already highlighted how his credentials are a little questionable. He has basically the equivalent of a mail-in degree from a third-rate university in Budapest. It's like getting a doctorate from the Trump University, really. That's how credible that is. But really, this is someone who I believe aligned himself with Steve Bannon, was able to ingratiate himself to him by using inflammatory rhetoric, perceiving to share the same.
That's coming up next.
Hatred and fear, and this absurd notion that America is being overrun by Muslims and immigrants, and it's going to be the.
How much do you want to bet that Sebastian Gorka will be a more important person in any potential future Trump administration than he was in the past, right? He resigned, from the Trump administration. I don't remember exactly what it was over, but generally what happens is that, the administration does something that or Gorka does something that is like bad PR for the administration, and he falls on his sword for Trump, right? A lot of times resignations aren't like Sebastian Gorka was unhappy with the Trump administration. It's that the Trump administration was unhappy with Sebastian Gorka. So most likely that's what we're dealing with here.
Destruction of our state as we know it. And when Steve went to the White House, he surrounded himself with like-minded allies like Seb Gorka, also like
Seb Gorka,
for that matter. And here we see the consequences of surrounding yourself with those type of people and how they're advising the president, and then how the president responds to an act of domestic terrorism by white supremacists and racists yesterday with that.
What do you call somebody named Sebastian? Because I've literally never heard anybody be called Seb, but I could imagine them being called Bastion. Is like Bastion short for Sebastian?
Pitiful statement that he put out. Where do you think that came from? They are bending over backwards to try to not say something is a racially motivated act of domestic terror. And it's interesting. They're so quick to jump to conclusions and judgment when it was President Obama.
All right, let's get to another
statement yesterday that he condemns all forms of violence, bigotry, and hatred. And of course, that includes.
You notice how it's always someone else saying that, but not.
Fired from a gig that was talking to FBI. He used to lecture the FBI. He would lecture the FBI, his employees, on counterterrorism issues, but they had to fire him because of his anti-Muslim diatribes. How does somebody like this get past the door? I know he doesn't have a security clearance. How is he in the door?
Wait.
But they had to fire him because of his anti-Muslim diatribes.
Wait, what was his job? What was his job? What was he doing in the FBI?
How does somebody like this get past the door? I know he doesn't have a security clearance. How is he in the door?
It's so weird to look at news from 6 years ago and see the way that they're shocked at this point. Oh my God. You mean there was a fascist sympathizer in the Trump administration? How did that happen? How does this guy get past the door? Oh my God. I can't. I can't believe it.
Talking about somebody who's
And
dramatically
it seems so mundane now.
unqualified to be
This wouldn't catch headlines, I don't think.
serving in the position he's in. I can think of somebody else in the White House who is dramatically unqualified to be in the position he's in. Now, and in fairness, there have been people in the White House saying this guy doesn't belong here. So even in Steve Bannon world, they're saying this goes too far.
Because he's a Bond villain. What?
There's one guy, however, for whom he doesn't go too far, and that's the President of the United States. And I think
he loves that Bond villain shit.
In some ways, Gorka is sort of the id of the president. He does what the president does, but he
is one of the ids, right? You also have Michael Flynn, Steve Bannon, Stephen Miller, right? I don't think you could put all the id in Sebastian Gorka.
More outrageous. He's even less tethered to the facts. You know, for example, talking about how white nationalists are not the problem; they're Muslims. When violence by white supremacists is an order of magnitude higher since 9/11 than it has been.
And that's exactly where we've come full circle, right? You've right now got conservatives exhorting that white supremacists are not the problem; that Muslims are the problem.
So I think it is Trump's id sort of out there, and
that the real anti-Semitism comes from people sympathetic towards Gaza.
That's why he's still in the White House.
And Kareem, one of the reasons that Donald Trump reportedly likes Sebastian,
not from the anti-Semites,
Gorka, is that he likes the way he is on TV.
And that's exactly right.
Right, and so let's play a little bit of Sebastian Gorka.
Yo, this is the part. This is the part right here. This is the part. This is the part I love. All right, bring it. I gotta see it.
And everybody went, oh, what? Except Sebastian Gorka, who did this on Fox.
He's saying don't test America and don't test Donald J. Trump. We are not just a superpower. We were a superpower. We are now a hyperpower.
We're a hyperpower.
In the world.
We're a hyperpop hyperpower.
Especially not North Korea comes close to challenging our.
So yeah, for all the little anti-war frogs within the Trump fandom, right, that want to tell us that Donald Trump is the president of peace, don't forget he basically started shit with a nuclear-armed, unstable opponent.
Military capabilities.
I mean, I half expect him to say that we've got the dilithium crystals in the basement of the ship and we're going to go into hyperdrive any moment. What is he talking about? We are a hyperpower now.
I mean, look, as you were saying, for Donald Trump, his qualifications that he could go on TV and spew this type of ugliness and bizarreness and attack the press. He does that a lot. And so that's really, he's a gadfly who goes on TV, continues to fan the flames of white supremacy, neo-Nazism, and that's really his qualification. There's a story in...
Yeah, so if you're wondering, like, what is up with this new connection between Donald Trump, between the ultra-right MAGA contingent and like, Nazis around the globe. I mean, it's always been there. It's always been there. It's not a new thing at all.
In this pajama boy convention. Wouldn't you agree?
Certainly.
Certainly indeed, she says under duress. Chapo, frappo, bappo, wappo. Here I am, under the chandelier of destiny. Do you find it odd that I tracked you here to the Biltmore Hotel, Mr. Chapo?
Well, this is a wonderful coincidence.
Yes, I speak to you collectively and as one. Yes, I'm in residence at the Biltmore, I'm afraid to let you know. I just came down from Milo Yiannopoulos' very generous penthouse room. The bathtub is full of pork blood, of course. And we said, why not pop on down and have a nice, friendly, bloody, violent chat with Mr. Java.
I'm maintaining emotional control.
Are you prepared for the debate?
I'm not prepared for
We have
a
board
debate.
games upstairs. Axis and Allies, with a number of cunning modifications from Avalon Hill available.
Who do you play as in Axis and Allies?
I always play as the Germans and minor allies!
So yeah, that's just a little taste of hopefully just a blast from the past. I don't know. This is the kind of person that Trump is going to be looking for to fill all those all those the guardrails, the training wheels that were on in the first administration will most certainly be off, and people like Mr. Gorka here, Dr. Gorka. I wouldn't want to think that you'd spent however many years in an evil grad school only to be called Mr., but that's hopefully not the ghost of Christmas future.
Go on your show all those times, and I finally now have a show where I get to turn the tables and do the same to you.
What is up with his laugh? That is the fakest laugh I think I've ever seen. Do you concur? Okay, I gotta get the. Now I've got Gorka in my head. I've got Gorka in my head. Is he drunk? With power, yes. That aged so badly. It's definitely. Oh yeah, no, it's James Adomian being, impersonating. That's the word. Impersonating Gorka. It's not actual Gorka, but it's actually not that much different. It's like very similar. It's very similar to how Gorka actually is. Gorka, the heralder of the return of the age of the alpha. That's right. He was the one who said, if you're ever wondering, where the Majority Report gets its alpha males are back, that's Sebastian Gorka.
I love it.
But yeah, I'm really delighted to commemorate our year on the air and 200 show by speaking with you. I'm really looking forward to it. Thanks for taking the time to do it.
Well, it's so funny. I woke up thinking about you so weirdly. It have nothing to do with this, but
So, I mean, to the extent that there is any kind of realignment, it's this. But I see this as fundamentally right-wing. Right? Glenn Greenwald at one point was very popular with progressives, was seen as being like an enemy of the, war on terror mentality in the Bush administration. But at this point, I feel like it would be silly for anybody to miss like how right-wing this guy actually is. But here's him having a conversation with Tucker Carlson.
The world has gotten so dark. I literally thought of you within 4 minutes of waking this morning, and I thought, trying to count my blessings. And one of the
Tucker trained himself to do that laugh?
Is everyone's gone so insane. I've lost, most of my friends.
Adomian does a Bernie?
I've really become close to all these remarkable people I never would have been close to otherwise. And you're...
Unfortunately, one of them was not an audio technician, Tucker, because your audio sounds like shit.
Way up on that list, so thank you.
Yeah, I feel the same. We used to joke all the time about how as recently as 2015, if anyone had said we'd be doing anything like this...
Tucker makes me... I feel like he has that effect on a lot of us, Christy.
Told everybody that you're crazy. That's Tucker Carlson. That's Glenn Greenwald. And yet here we are.
And yet here we are. We're not so different, you and I, Mr. Bond. Yes, I get it. I get it.
I obviously want to talk to you about this exciting new venture that you announced, and I'm excited by it, and I'm excited to hear a lot about it. Before we get to that, though, I just want to talk about the context a little bit of where this is going and kind of what caused you to create this. And I want to start by asking the following, which is, I know when I left The Intercept, where if you had asked me the whole time up until the day I left, am I free to say whatever I wanted? I would have said, yeah, absolutely. Nobody ever tells me what to say. Nobody could tell me what to say. I'm totally free. And yet once I left, I felt this liberation that I feel until this very day. Like, obviously, there were all these ways I was constrained subliminally in ways that I didn't really realize.
Oh my God. This is the Joker here. He's like, I just needed to werewolf. I just needed to let it loose. I just needed, right? This is like all this time I was forced into subservience by the woke culture of progressivism. And only when I found friends like Tucker Carlson over here was I free to be my true self. This is like Keffals. Keffals finally free to be her true toxic self.
I see this in you too, and the way that you speak about things and how you speak about them. You just seem
look at the face. Look on his face. Like what is that? What is that?
Happier personally, but also
is Tucker thinking homophobic thoughts? What is that? What does that look?
In your work,
Yes.
I'm wondering if you found that you feel liberated, even though I know at Fox people weren't telling you what to say, but were there chains that were on you that you didn't really realize?
They were doing the there are no strings on me.
That's so smart, and only someone who's experienced it would know that, and you're absolutely right. Solzhenitsyn writes about this, that one of the costs of an authoritarian structure is...
So yeah, Keffals, you got an ally here. Look, loves socialism, hates tankies. There we go. Let's go. Let's make this happen. Keffals Tucker.
Does to the way you think and the way you permit yourself to think, and that is absolutely what happened to me. And I would always brag about the arrangement I had on Fox, which was real, which I said, you know, it's your channel.
You could tell Tucker how constrained you felt, not being able to say the no words.
If you don't like it, what I'm saying, pull me off, but you can't control what I say while I'm on the air, and they live by that. But I never, and I always think of myself as a strong person and a free man, and I'm going to say what I think, and to a large extent I did, but I never appreciated how that affected the way I allowed myself to think. And the second I left, and what a blessing that was, and of course, most of your blessings come in disguise. You don't realize what they are for the, you know, when they happen, but that really was...
Yeah, it's like the Pinocchio thing.
Huge blessing for me. And yes, I mean, there were all sorts of things. I mean, for one thing, just the structure of television, not just the company I work for, but all of them is inherently partisan. And I'm just not partisan. I never have been partisan. I've never been fully on board.
I think he's a grifter. Have we got a grifter?
I'm happy to say that. But I've never...
It's weird, though, because you're nonpartisan in such a weird way. Like, where, like, you go on your show and you're like, yo, the great replacement, those Democrats are totally trying to replace us. They are trying, right? You know, you go and do your little anti-Semitic dog whistle, and you do your white supremacist thing on Fox News, and you glaze up Trump. And meanwhile, behind the scenes, you were like, fuck this guy, Trump. This guy sucks. He's the worst. We got to get rid of him. I can't wait to be free of him. Fuck this guy. He's like, I just don't know, like, where the reality is. I mean, I would guess in his text, like, that's, you know, that's the assumption, right? The most logical assumption is the stuff that you're saying to people in text is like the truth of the matter. But I don't know. Is there a real person there? Is there a human being there? I kind of...
been for the Republican Party, especially because I don't think they're sincere. I don't think they mean it. I don't think they believe anything, most of them. And yet the structure of cable television is inherently partisan. You can't get out of that. And so I'm happy to say almost all Democrats are bad, but I am not happy to say, and I wouldn't be honest if I said most Republicans are good office holders, because that's not true. They're not good. So that really, I felt...
They're competing for who can do the best Joaquin Phoenix Joker impression. Do you get the feeling?
A lot freer to express that and to really think about it more deeply. There's no reason that I would have any loyalty to say that the new Speaker of the House, whose literally first public statement after getting that job, third in line from the presidency, was to announce his concern for other countries at a time when our country is really degrading in a scary way.
Yeah, I know that he ascended that tribune and he said, the first thing we're going to do, all of America was listening, what are you going to do? Are you going to reindustrialize the Midwest? Are you going to do something about the fentanyl crisis ravaging our communities? He said, the first thing we're going to do is get a bill passed for our friend Israel. That was the first thing he told Americans we were going to do, is something for a foreign country.
Well, exactly. And it's hardly an attack on Israel to be offended by that if you're an American, which I am, born here. So I thought that was outrageous.
Born and raised.
And I always would have thought it was outrageous, but I would have thought to myself, well, you know, he's better than the other guy or whatever. Now I just feel like, I don't know, it's outrageous. I mean, it doesn't mean he's going to hell or he's a terrible person. That's not up to me to judge, but it means that statement betrays a mindset that is repugnant to me, and I feel totally free to say so, and et cetera. So it's not so much what I was allowed to think, it's the way that you think is heavily influenced.
Wait, is he talking about, I can't tell, he's talking about Trump, right?
Well, exactly.
First thing we're going to do is first thing we're going to do.
His concern for other countries at a time when the new Speaker of the House, whose literally first public statement...
Oh, Mike Johnson. Okay, sorry. I just had to know.
So it's not so much what I was allowed to think, it's the way that you think is...
Yeah, I was trying to figure out who... obviously, he's not talking about Biden. I was like, is he talking about Trump? And no, he's Mike Johnson.
fully influenced by the structure that you live in. And I'm glad to be out of that structure, I will say.
Exactly. I want to ask you now that you're really fully fledged member of the independent media. Welcome to the independent media.
Welcome to the independent media. Welcome to the top of the hour ad break. Even though it's not the top of the hour, it's the middle of the hour. You're still getting an ad break because you get an ad break thanks to Twitch twice every hour instead of once. It's 1 minute and 30 seconds sucked away from your life unless you can figure out a way to get a sub. You can do that. The Amazon Prime, which gives you a free sub, no cost to you and much benefit to me. You can pay for a sub for yourself to Twitch, or you could possibly, if you are lucky enough, if you're feeling lucky today, you might be gifted a sub. That sort of thing, though, happens more often to people who are active in the chat.
With your show on Twitter, but now you're really...
Yo, that laugh is just...
And tough.
Yeah, and you know...
Chat, should I get a goofy laugh? Do I need to brand myself better? Like, do I need to just become like a freaking pro wrestler? Because I feel like that's what this media game is.
Somebody who's...
Like, as much as I'm laughing at his goofy laugh, it probably works for him. It's like a meme. I bet his audience is like, you know, that the laugh is like a meme for them.
Really been, you know, kind of thinking about this a lot over the...
My laugh is perfect?
...past few years. I think one of the really...
It's like inconsistent, though. I gotta find like one... the cackle, yeah. Your laugh is perfect.
Things, too, is just the nature...
Do not get a goofy laugh, please.
The structure of how discourse has to happen on television. And actually, the best person who's talked about this is Noam Chomsky, who obviously lots of people have disagreements with in a lot of other ways. Nonetheless, one of the things he once said that I found so insightful is that on television, you have the requirement of concision, meaning you have to make your points in 7 minutes in between commercial breaks, or sometimes you could do 15 or 17 minutes with your monologue, but still, there is a concision requirement, and what he said was that it inherently serves establishment orthodoxy, because if you want to go on TV and say something that most people already think, like, oh, Iran is really evil, and Russia is terrible, and China is repressive, you don't really need much time. People already think that. You just take a few minutes, you say everything.
He's bringing up Chomsky, and it's really disturbing to me because what it really represents, right? What Glenn Greenwald talking to Tucker Carlson about Chomsky represents is not like the positive filtration of like leftist ideas into the broader political sphere, but rather a kind of like recuperation of those ideas.
Everyone nods their head. But if you want to really dig in and like
rephrase that to stupid laugh,
challenge establishment orthodoxy in a fundamental way to say, well, what about our own government and what are or whatever else it is that you want to do, you need time to do it. You don't have that time when you have to speak in between these commercial breaks using the attribute.
Well, yeah, they're playing at this thing that Naomi Klein calls diagonalism. Right, and I always bring this up, and when I bring it up, I remember like I haven't really done a deep dive with the rest of with chat. Chat, would you want like a theory segment or like a, you know what I mean, like a brainy segment? Would that be like a good thing, or that would just be annoying? Like I don't know if people have time for that, right? But you know, there's certain concepts that don't lend themselves to a concise statement that could probably, you know. Like I know other streamers have like a theory squid, and they have a drama jellyfish. And when the theory squid gets filled up, you switch to theory. And when the drama jellyfish gets filled up, you switch to drama. I don't want to steal President Sunday's squids. And even though, like, honestly, I'm like the squid girl, right? Look, before President Sunday had a theory squid, I was the theory squid, right? But for instance, some of the ideas that Naomi Klein presented in her latest book, Doppelganger, I would love to like get into you with why did I say into you with? I would love to get into you with some Naomi Klein, right? That sounds weird. That doesn't make sense. I'm not trying to get into you, chat. That's a weird thing for me to say. But yeah, I was the original squid girl before President Sunday was a squid girl, before the drama jellyfish or the philosophy squid. There was NCC. And I know there's like an irony of wearing a butterfly clip and a squid hat. Like, right, it's not aquatic versus aerial. I don't know. You're open to that? Yeah, because like I feel like there's a concept that Naomi Klein calls diagonalism. Another word for this is in German Querdenken, right? Literally like bizarre thinking. And what it is it's combinations of like seemingly like right-wing and left-wing ideas that has the unfortunate tendency to always just like kind of resolve to the right, right? So it's like the idea that she talks about is that the left wing leaves lots of its constituencies behind. And whenever that happens, Steve Bannon is not far behind, thinking of a way to bring these people onto the right. The most recent, or a very recent example of this, is the natural health / exercise, those kind of people. That used to be kind of a left-wing thing. Like, unless you're in MMA, which is more of a right-wing thing, if you're going to yoga class, if you're, like things like this, right? You eat organic food, usually you're like a left-wing voter, or you're a left-wing person, right? Maybe further than the Democratic Party even. But now that all that stuff is associated with like QAnon and with the far right and with the anti-vax movement, they have essentially consolidated those people behind them, and they've done so not always with a purely right-wing approach. Sometimes the approach is like a combination of right-wing and left-wing ideas, but it's always with an intent to mislead people. Anyway, I don't want to get into this right now because we need to actually make like a theory squid or the equivalent thereof. Neither right nor left, but always, yeah, exactly, Sunday Clown Car. Somehow also always right. That's the tendency. That's how it works out, right? And, it's just a little bit reminiscent of third positionism. It doesn't have to be that, though, because when we're talking about third positionism, we're talking about something that combines like fascist ideas with leftist ideas and proposes some, unholy fusion of the two. But yeah, just like the other, always always leading to the right. I love that Klein has been on tour to clear up the confusion. Yeah. So what Zero PE is talking about is that Naomi Klein always gets confused with another author named Naomi Wolf, who started off her career as like a pop feminist author and then just got into some conspiracy theories and stuff, and is now known for being almost like a co-host to Steve Bannon, like does a lot of work with Steve Bannon. And because their names are Naomi, somehow they get confused, and she'll always hear people talking about Naomi Wolf, but they say Naomi Klein, and they're like, oh yeah, I loved Naomi Klein back when she was writing Shock Doctrine, but I really don't like her anti-vax stuff. Well, that's funny because Naomi Klein doesn't have any anti-vax stuff because she's not an anti-vaxxer, but Naomi Wolf is, right? So this is like her doppelganger. This is like another self that's going around and like screwing things up for her. And that now she ends up writing a whole book that's not really about, like, that's just the jumping off point, right? Because really what she's trying to talk about is stuff like diagonalism. She wants to, get across the political philosophy that the right wing is using to great avail. Like, they're having great success in bringing people who otherwise just wouldn't have any interest in right-wing political ideas on board by appealing to those that the Democratic Party has in one way or another left behind.
Concision. You did have that longer form show, but it was on your...
Naomi Wolf's Wikipedia starts with, Naomi Wolf is a feminist author, journalist, and conspiracy theorist.
Streaming service. I did it once, and I did think it enabled a different kind of conversation, but is that something as well that...
Right, Dusty Den?
Looking back,
yes.
Do you think constrained you and what you could do?
Hugely. And it's one of the reasons that I got out of debating on TV, which I always really enjoyed. I mean, the real reason I got out was the DNC boycotted me, and so no Democratic member could come on. But after a couple years of not doing those debates, which have been kind of my bread and butter for 25 years on TV, I realized how unhelpful they are, not just because they're contentious. There's nothing wrong with a contentious conversation. We need more, but because they pushed each person into a box that you kind of couldn't get out of. And that form was a lot of the reason for it. So I got to wait. My out was writing myself like a long form 12-minute open every night where I could just think about it and really say what I wanted.
Oh my God, I thought he said writing himself. Okay.
To say, but that's a soliloquy, not a colloquy. So I did miss the conversation. And, I don't drive.
So it's a soliloquy. It's a speech to oneself rather than a speech to another.
Very much, and when I do, I just listen to bluegrass music and space out. So I've never really listened to podcasts in my whole life, and I've done a lot of them now. In the past 7 months, I've done a lot of podcasts. What an amazing form that is. Just the structure is amazing because of the lack of time limits and the conversational nature of it.
Chat, we need to do a podcast. I do agree with Tucker on this one point. The podcast format is phenomenal. I love it. And, having participated in it a couple of times, I really appreciate how it works, that you're harnessing the comedic abilities of most of the people on the podcast, but then having one person who's really grounded and who has studied and kind of written out and contrived some sort of a format to talk about the subject and is leading this discussion, and then everybody else is just there to make it funny. What's up, Cosmopolitics? Good to see you.
And it just becomes this incredible experience. It's like the best dinner party you've ever been to.
I am looking for my squid, eye mask
kind of thing. And I
can't find it.
Loved it, and I can see why, and I'm sure you have the same experience, the people in my world, the smart people who are really interested in what's going on and sincerely trying to figure out what's true. A lot of them listen to podcasts a lot. And I thought that was weird, but now I understand why. And so
now you understand the world of the podcast.
The fact that podcasts and long form independent media are replaced.
I don't know, Chad, does this look okay without the eye mask? The Squid Girl eye mask?
Say NBC News, which will not exist in 10 years, no chance. That's a good thing. That's a cause for hope.
Do you know what's really not going to exist in 10 years? That would be Fox News.
We should be happy, I think.
Yeah, it's funny. I think
you want to talk about MSNBC and their aging audience, which is true, right? You can see a more pronounced version of that in Fox News's audience.
First time I was on your show, or one of the first times I was on your Fox show.
It doesn't look like a squid. Does it look more like a jellyfish?
The segment before me, you were interviewing Adam Schiff about Russiagate, and I remember it so well because all you were doing was saying, hey, you keep asserting these things that the FBI and the CIA leaked to the Washington Post and the New York Times, but there's actually no evidence for it. Do you have evidence for it? And his response was, sounds like you should put your show on RT. And I know at some point you kind of lost the ability to interview Adam Schiff because Democrats wouldn't go on your show. We find the same thing. We've had a lot of members of Congress.
I'm surprised that any Democrat would go on his show.
From the Republican Party on this show.
Looks like a Viking princess helmet.
Democratic members of Congress keep saying maybe they will, but most will never come on our show. And so,
oh, it's because you can't see the tentacles.
Long-form discourse where you can deconstruct people's ideas, even though they may not be here for you to confront it. Let me ask you about the cancellation of your show by Fox, because I know you've been asked this before.
Yes.
And I've heard you say, look, I don't know. They didn't give me a reason. I don't know for sure why. And I know that's true. But one of the things we do know for sure is that when your show is canceled, there were a bunch of Republicans in Congress in the most cowardly way possible.
No, he used to go on Tucker?
Which is their nature, who ran to places like Politico and other outlets to say, we're so happy he's off the air because his opposition to the war in Ukraine made it so much.
Well, now here's the thing about Tucker, right? And, people have two ways of regarding Tucker. One is as a phenomenal demagogue, like a once in a lifetime, phenomenon. In terms of, he did become the most popular journalist, I think, on television. Now, granted, television is not what it used to be, but yeah, he was the biggest fish in that ever shrinking pond. So you can look at him that way, that he is particularly dangerous. And this Nazgul shit that he's kicking, I mean, there's a danger to that. There's like a sort of Pied Piper strategy that he's got of pulling people away from the left by pretending to be sympathetic towards workers, when in actuality it's just another strategy to strike out at the groups that the social conservatives consider enemies. But there's another view of Tucker Carlson as a creature of the best the best time slot on Fox News, the same time slot occupied by Bill O'Reilly and I think Glenn Beck. Like, everyone who's been at that time slot has done really well, has become really famous, right? And I think it's probably a mixture of the two. It's gotta be like a combination of the two. So I don't really regard him as being, as dangerous outside of that perch, because the majority of the audience that he built, they're not going anywhere. The people that are watching Fox News are watching Fox News because they either don't want to watch stuff on the internet, or they can't figure it out. Their kid won't show them how to use the YouTubes or something like that, right? It's the audience that's still on television that are there specifically because they won't follow people like him to an online space. So that's kind of what he's dealing with. Now, will he cultivate a new audience? Yeah, probably. And the more he cross-pollinates, the more he does podcasts and stuff like that, the more likely he's gonna be doing that. But more in the sense of as another online content creator rather than as a super like a superstar, the superstar pundit that he used to be. I don't think he's ever gonna match that level of influence.
Much harder for us to fund the war in Ukraine, because a lot of our voters were asking, why are you funding this war on the other side of the world when there's so many problems at home? We also know that by canceling your show, it basically removed the most vocal opponent of the top priority of the U.S. security state, which is the war in Ukraine. It left a couple of people who kind of questioned it, but nowhere near to the extent and with the dedication that you were doing. Do you have any doubts?
Is it? Because it seems like they're more invested in supporting their ally in Israel.
Even though there may be other reasons. I mean, you obviously, it wasn't because of your ratings. You didn't have a scandal that brought down other Fox hosts or other people with top-rated shows before. You didn't have anything like that. So do you have any doubts that your vehement opposition to this war that most establishment Republicans support, that the U.S. security state had as their top priority, was at least a factor in why you got removed from the air?
I have no evidence, but as you said, I also have no doubt. I mean, the explanation that filtered out from wherever the explanations filter out was that I was a racist.
Who would ever think that, Tucker?
Well, I'm actually not a racist.
I'm not, actually. It's very funny that you would call me that, but
and everyone who knows me knows I'm not a racist. So
clearly,
I know it wasn't that.
They thought I was a racist. Can you believe it? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
So it was clearly, a position that I was taking of significance that was deeply unpopular in the world that the people who run these companies live in. And I took a position on the vax that they really hated, but that had kind of passed. But the war in Ukraine had not passed. And in fact, it was kind of a critical point. And my views were really despised. And I know that because I was told that to my face, but never asked to change them, I will say. But it was really clear, like, people don't like this at all. But I didn't stop. And I guess I kind of have to wonder, it's not even about me, and maybe you have a good hypothesis here, but what was that exactly? It's not as simple as, people are getting rich from the war. Of course they're getting rich from the war. And of course the weapons manufacturers love the war.
Okay, I don't think I've ever really gotten into his character as much as I did just then. I feel like I just soul hacked him or something. I don't know, Chad, I took damage. I took psychic damage from that. Oh my God, chat, the drama never stops. The drama never stops. We need to have something, though, like a goal where you can be the hero and get me out of drama. And by you, I mean like the whole chat can like work together to reach the goal. And like when I'm up to my ass in drama, be like, here, you were reprieved. We have a chance for you to talk about something cool, right? Something, maybe something brainy, maybe something just like really interesting and unbelievable, and like a rabbit hole that we can like dive into and swim in. I need more different kinds of content. I hope you don't mind, right? What kind of content do you want to see? What do you want to see paired with like what I'm covering?
I get it. They just met with Zelensky yesterday. But that does not explain how the entire American ruling class became emotionally involved in the fortunes of the Ukrainian government. Like that's something much deeper. What was that? It was like some weird dog whistle that only sort of high-income, well-educated people could hear, and they went all in with like religious fervor. Do you have any?
Yeah, I don't know, because then with a poll we start with like 4 options, right? And I don't know, like I feel like there's probably more than 4 options that people have.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back, it's so interesting from.
I just feel like if President Sunday can get in a theory segment, then I should be able to too, right? Does that make sense? Not just a theory, because I wouldn't want to just do theory. I'm not a one-dimensional girl like President Sunday is.
Before 2016, so before Russiagate, what you had was the bipartisan political class in
I'm feeling like, I don't know.
Really attacking President Obama. It was one of the things on which they most attacked him. When Hillary Clinton wrote her book and had criticism.
I feel naughty.
Obama, it was almost always about the fact that he was insufficiently militaristic. And particularly, she was so angry that he wouldn't confront Russia more on Syria, on Ukraine. And when Obama gave an interview with Jeffrey Goldberg, Supreme neocon Jeffrey Goldberg, and Jeffrey Goldberg said, "Why didn't you do more to confront Putin?" Obama said something.
I love how he says Putin.
That if you said now, you would be called a Russian agent. Look, we don't have a vital interest in confronting Russia in Syria. We don't have a vital interest in confronting Russia over Ukraine. Yes. Ukraine's not a vital interest to us. And yet you had both John McCain, but then the kind of pro-war Democrats, led by Hillary Clinton, demanding they confront Russia. So there's been this long-term attempt to seize control of eastern Ukraine, to take it away from Russia, to threaten Russia in eastern Ukraine relative to the border. Victoria Nuland worked with...
But see, with somebody like Tucker, it's not like a true interest in like, what is the U.S., what is the interest of the U.S. in Ukraine, right? That's not what Tucker is about. Tucker thinks that that we do have an interest in Ukraine, and by we, I mean MAGA America has an interest in their ally, Vladimir Putin, pulling Ukraine back into their sphere of influence. Like, that's the sad thing about like any, sort of opposition, like, and there should be like opposition to war, but when it's like opposition to a country defending itself, like that's when it gets weird. That's when I think, you are just writing Vladimir Putin's meat.
In the Clinton State Department,
you're just writing his stroganoff, right?
And she's now running Ukraine, as you know, for Biden. But then I really think, and I'm wondering if you agree, that what Russiagate did, and the reason I was so opposed to it for so long.
Oh my God, Russiagate, God damn it.
Because it was a fake, manufactured, evidence-free McCarthyite scandal from the CIA to sabotage Trump. Although it was that, and that's what made it dangerous. More dangerous was the geopolitical project, was to re-inject this idea into the American bloodstream, which is always kind of latent from the Cold War, that our...
Tucker's got his angry face. Yeah, he's writing. They're just writing the stroganoff.
Is the Kremlin. Even though Obama was saying, we can work with the Kremlin. George Bush said we can work with Putin.
Oh, that's what they call Haas. That's what Vosh people call Haas. They call him the Kremlin Gremlin. That's his name.
Clinton said we can work with Putin, and yet they convinced a lot of Democrats that the reason Trump lost was because of Putin. They kept ratcheting up the hatred for Russia. And I think that's why you combine the kind of longstanding Republican willingness to go to war against enemies, including Moscow, with this newfound Democratic hatred for Russia. And it served this pre-existing geopolitical agenda where the United States wanted to control Eastern Europe, especially Ukraine. And that meant undermining and challenging and weakening Russia.
I agree with every word of that, and I remember that interview very well. And though I don't think much of Obama, I remember thinking he seemed very reasonable in it. And Jeffrey Goldberg, of course, one of the most sinister, dishonest people in the media, in my opinion. But I remember it very well, and I remember thinking, wow, they must hate him for this. But it doesn't answer the question, like, why would you want to be at war with Russia? What is the appeal of hating Russia? I just will speak for myself. I love Tolstoy and Dostoevsky. But that's just, I like.
Russia declared the war. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you even talking about? There was no war until Russia rolled in its fucking...
The literature of 19th century Russian novelists. I've never been there. I have no strong feelings about the country. So I think I can sort of see it less emotionally than maybe some...
No, it's what it is you love how fucking right-wing Putin is. That's what it is. You can't resist the Stroganoff.
I just
it's
don't
too
get it.
rich.
It's almost like they picked it off a map. Like, why Russia? We won the Cold
War. Oh God, if we could have a leader like Vladimir Putin in our country.
War. That's not enough. Why do we need to keep fighting them? I think it's very weird.
Yeah, I mean, if you go and I know, ironically, even though everyone knows you're an agent of the Kremlin, I've heard you say before you've never even been to the country.
I've never even been to the country. Why would you say that? People also say that I'm racist. Oh my God, I can't take this guy. I can't take this guy.
I have a couple of times, in part because my source.
He's trying to Gorka. He's trying to become. He's trying to like allow his id to like just completely control his personality until he Gorkas out.
My friend Edward Snowden is there, but I also, find it a super interesting country. It's an incredibly beautiful and cultural place, St. Petersburg and Moscow. It, looks a lot more like Europe than it does like Asia. And Putin, for a long time, wanted a good relationship with the West. He wanted to be part of NATO, in fact, at some point. And I do think it's very strange that the United States deliberately sought out to turn Russia into an enemy. And I agree that they're all of the reason.
Okay, like if he's talking, this is pre-Putin, right? The U.S. had a hand in bringing some very corrupt forces to power in Russia post coup of Gorbachev, a lot of the corruption which facilitated the creation of the oligarchs, with the industry just being like given away to people, friends of the establishment. The US definitely had a hand in that, right? But that's not what Glenn Greenwald's talking about. He's talking about Putin. He's talking about after. Did I say he's talking about after Yeltsin?
Aren't entirely clear. All right, let me ask you about this. One of the things that I think is so interesting that you've been doing since you left Fox is that you have been traveling around the world, and not just journalistically, but almost kind of as your own political figure, have been speaking to and meeting with key figures of what's called the international populist right. You already...
Nazis. If anybody couldn't understand what Glenn Greenwald was getting at, he's talking about Nazis.
I think while you were still at Fox, you interviewed the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban.
There we go. Did I call it or did I call it? No, it's just the populist right. No, it's not Nazis.
Twice, but since then you went to Brazil and interviewed the then President Jair Bolsonaro. You just were in Argentina talking to the newly elected President Javier Milei on foreign policy, economic policy, cultural issues even. They have a lot of different...
But didn't the Bolsonaro administration like do something weird to... Didn't they like prosecute him or his husband or something? Like I remember there being some weird thing between him and Bolsonaro.
But I feel like there's this sort of common appeal politically, this common ethos that ties them together and permits you to kind of locate them on this coherent...
Is Gorkin time like Morbin time? Yes.
As a part of a coherent political movement, the international populist right. I'm wondering if you agree with that, and if so, what do you see that's common among these figures? Not necessarily in terms of their...
So they didn't even say Putin, but yeah, Putin probably is...
...beliefs, but why they're appealing to voters.
Well, I mean, I agree with the first part of your question, which is there's a lot that's different about them. I mean, to be right-wing in Spain is very different from being right-wing in Great Britain or anywhere else in Europe, in Portugal even, or in Hungary, or much less the United States. So, there are many, many differences. But here are the things that I believe they all have in common, and not just in Europe, but in Latin America and, by the way, in the world's emerging power center, which is the Gulf. And there are these things. One, there's the recognition that the post-war order is collapsing and deserves to, because it no longer serves really anybody except a small group, okay? So it just doesn't work. These are aging institutions created to respond to threats that no longer exist, to govern a world that no longer exists, and so of course they need to be updated. One. Two, and the U.S. is at the center of that, so we're actually going to lose in this transition, but I'm just noting this as objectively as possible. Two, neoliberalism, which really is the global religion at this point, doesn't serve the populations of these countries very well. It doesn't increase living standards or happiness. Suicide rates are way up, and as one measure of that.
I always want to call him Tucker Swanson. I don't know why. Per Wikipedia, Greenwald faced death threats and homophobic harassment from Bolsonaro supporters. It's such a weird thing for him to talk about Bolsonaro in such a neutral tone. And I mean, considering the nature of their conversation, it almost reads as like a positive tone. From Bolsonaro supporters due to his reporting on hacked Telegram messages from authorities. Thank you, Sundry Clown Car. I'm not going to confuse you with our illustrious professorly friend of the VOD, President Sunday.
Pages are frozen. So it doesn't actually work. So you have two options. Either you're going to just get rid of the pretense of democracy and have some kind of authoritarian system where you just force people to eat their gruel and shut up, or you
you eat your stroganoff, okay? You eat your stroganoff and shut up.
The system. So they're all very suspicious of that. And the third thing they all have in common is kind of a mild nationalism, not a scary goose-stepping nationalism, but a literal nationalism, like a belief that my country's different. It may share interests with other countries, but they don't always overlap. And in the end, if I'm elected democratically to represent my citizens, I should do that. And I should be more loyal to their interests than to the interests of some international body like the UN, or, the World Health Organization, or the WEF, or whatever. I should be loyal to my country because my job is to govern my country on behalf of my country's citizens.
He has been speaking neutrally of Bolsonaro. That I don't understand. I really don't understand. I do not get that. Unless it's just as simple as that, like, conservative forces could come back into power in Brazil at any time, and he doesn't want to end up on the wrong end of that exchange again. It coincided with his right-wing pivot. I've been told before by some people that Greenwald had a right-wing predilection, even going way back. If you go back to like before WikiLeaks and all that stuff that happened, right? And that was a moment where his libertarian beliefs coincided with what a lot of progressives were thinking, and that in reality he just was never like a progressively minded. He was always just a libertarian who believed in free speech, but that was the only real.
These are very simple, moderate concepts, in my opinion, and they're not. And there's nothing radical about any of that. But it's
selling his anti-Bolsonaro books on left-wing podcasts at the same time.
So interesting that ghouls in
Sam Cedar talked about Glenn, the old school Glenn Greenwald.
Washington, people who are supposed to be smart people. I'm thinking specifically of Ann Applebaum, but the entire roster at the Atlantic magazine, who are purportedly the smartest people in our society, and spoiler alert, they're not. Actually, they're some of the least impressive people in our society. But anyway, see that as so unbelievably dangerous and scary and radical, when of course it's the opposite of any of those things. It really reveals the radicalism.
Did I hear a tuba? Did anybody else hear a tuba? Like the low notes of boom, 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 a tuba? I wish the tuba... Have you ever seen the tuba guy? Like he's this guy with a tuba that like follows like fascists when they go to like raid a city. And then as they're being like chased out, he like plays the tuba. He plays like goofy music on the tuba, like as they're chasing them out.
Who are supposed to be smart people. I'm thinking specifically of Ann Applebaum, but the entire roster at The Atlantic magazine, who are purportedly the smartest people in our society, and spoiler alert, they're not. Actually, they're some of the least impressive people in our society. But anyway,
where does that come from? Who thinks that the writing staff at The Atlantic are the smartest people in the world? Like, right? I don't know. Where's he getting this?
As so unbelievably dangerous and scary and radical, when of course it's the opposite of any of those things. It really reveals the radical.
That's it. Did you hear boom boom? Did you hear that? Did you hear that? That is a tuba. Why is there a tuba?
Unbelievably dangerous and scary and radical, when of course it's the opposite of any of those things. It really reveals that as so unbelievably dangerous and scary and radical, when of course it's the opposite of any of those things. It really reveals.
It sounds like that game show where it's like boom, 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 when they lose, right? I don't know what game show that is, but there's some game show, some old game show where if you lose, it goes like boom, boom, boom. That's like the music for you lost.
The radicalism and the
we just got the boom, 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 boom
darkness in our leadership. I mean, it kind of is a mirror holding.
Why is there tuba music? I don't understand.
Up to the face of the State Department, and it's like, if you think it's scary for a country in a gentle
boat horn,
I'd rather make friends than. I'd rather increase the living standards of my.
Its Price is Right.
And fund somebody else's country. If you think that's bad, then guess what? You're bad. That's my view anyway.
If you think that's bad, then you know what? He's the Joker. Most people are awful. You're awful. It's like
The Atlantic is such a perfect.
If you think that's bad, Murray, then maybe you're bad.
Representation of, I think, like the rotted, sickening face of the Washington establishment. I mean, for one thing, it's run by Jeffrey Goldberg, who got caught spreading total conspiracy theories. He was the one who convinced Americans that Saddam Hussein had a...
Chat, that's my goal for this year. Bigger than Xander Hall. Can we do it? Can we make this community bigger than Xander Hall?
Alliance with Osama bin Laden, which led Americans to assume that we must be going to war with Iraq because...
I'm looking at Zan's numbers right now. He looks weak, chat. We can take him.
Saddam Hussein planned the 9/11
We can overtake him. We can leapfrog Xander Hall.
attack. He won national magazine awards for that fake conspiracy theory, and then the Atlantic became...
That's my goal, chat. More relevant than Xander Hall.
Ground zero for Russiagate, and you have all these people whose careers are just filled with bloodshed based on lies, but also what they have really done is in the name...
But I want to know, is it Glenn's tuba? Is it on Glenn's end? Or is it on Tucker's end?
Claiming that...
Because Tucker's living in a... I mean, this looks like a nice place that he's at. Like, right, this is his house, I'd assume. I don't think there's anybody walking down the street playing a tuba. Although maybe the tuba guy's, like, protesting him. I don't know.
Trump is this grave existential threat to democracy and to liberty. They have united the power centers, and the media has become a critical part of it, in suppressing core democratic values like free speech. They're huge advocates of censorship. They're weaponizing the justice system to try and imprison the person leading the presidential.
Given the whole backdrop of Bolsonaro, talking about imprisoning your political enemies,
polls.
This is the irony, right? Is that we do have modern, recent examples of lawfare at work, and that would be in Brazil. That would be in taking out Lula, and thus, you know, allowing Bolsonaro to get in there, right? That does happen, but like this is the Republicans are now literally using the term lawfare, which, you know, in the past they would have just been ignorant. If you'd been like, yeah, I feel like Lula was the victim of lawfare, they'd be like, ha ha ha, shut up, you stupid liberal. He's just a commie. He's a commie, and and he's corrupt. He was corrupt, right? He stole all that money from the car wash, remember? Remember how he stole all the car wash money?
They really convinced,
or was that Breaking Bad?
Themselves that their authoritarianism is just because they believe they're the only guardians of democracy? Or do you think they really have convinced themselves of this kind of messianic mission that they're on to save democracy? But
the left is on a messianic mission?
Becoming tyrannical because you can't trust people.
Or is he talking about, yeah, I mean, I guess the anti-Trump forces in general.
What's in their best interest, this kind of populism?
That's where it's messianic? What are you talking about? Everything about Trump is messianic. Like, that is how his supporters view him. He like, whatever his personal faults are, whatever bullshit that Trump did that you can show them, however many times there are red flags that show you should never trust this man, they will always come back to him like a dog returning to the taste of its own vomit, because of their belief that he is somehow uniquely positioned to solve the problems that no one else cares to or is able to solve, right? And they can't explain it. They're just like, no, Trump, he's a businessman. He's very smart. He's he's got the plan. We got to trust the plan. Trust the plan. Trust Trump. Trump's the plan. The plan is Trump. The storm is coming. Trust the plan. Trust the plan. Just trust the plan.
Or do you think they're more consciously corrupted in what they're doing?
You know, I
wish he would just burst out laughing. This would be a perfect time to laugh.
I'm in the weird position where I know them. You know, I know a lot of them personally. I mean, I've had meals with them, and I lived there for...
Were they good meals? Were they racist meals?
My whole life. So I don't know the answer for certain, but I have a couple theories. One, well, first let me say it's totally sincere. They mean it. I mean, Ann Applebaum means it, and I know her, and she's like... You know, I don't think she thinks of herself as a terrible
sex tuba makes me nervous.
Person. I'm sure her kids love her. I don't think she's Stalin. I'm not
a succulent meal, in fact.
But effectively, she's arguing for a totalitarian state. And why is she doing that? And I think there are two reasons. One, she does have, and they all have, this kind of unshakable belief in their superiority because they went to National Cathedral School and Cornell or something. I mean, they're really...
It's Democracy Manifest, true.
Midwits, very much including her. But they believe that they've ascended to the top of our system out of merit. Okay, that's the first thing they believe. The second thing they believe is that...
Tucker, where have you ascended to the place where you stand out of, right? I wonder if he would... I almost bet, like, if you talk to him in person, he would be like, oh, yeah, it's from my family's money, and secondly, like, my wife's family's money. Like, yeah, I'm fucking made. It was easy for me. But, like, I wonder if he would at least publicly claim, like, no, people like me got to where we got by the sweat of our brow. Working in those newsrooms, right?
They're in danger. They're hysterical because they're afraid. Now, why are they afraid? It's obvious that they're afraid.
They're afraid because they don't know that they can get out of having to see ads at the top of the ad break with for free with using a Twitch Prime sub. They're afraid because they don't understand that any kind of sub will also get them out of, including one that they pay for. And they're afraid because they don't know that even if they can't afford a sub, that there's some chance a sub will come their way anyway through the generosity of somebody else in chat, although that sort of thing is more likely to happen. You're active in chat.
You know, who was my editor at one point at the New Republic, who's a very thoughtful and very smart person, and a nice person, actually, has become completely hysterical, and arguing for totalitarianism.
And more than that, they're afraid that because they don't know that by hitting that like button, they actually improve this video's chance of being shown to more people. They don't realize the power that they have. That's why they're afraid.
Why is that? And I don't know. I haven't talked to him. He would never talk to me again. But I think they feel that the jig is up, kind of onto them. And if they allow democracy to proceed in, say, the presidential race,
Democracy Manifest,
in this country, they're going to be in deep trouble. I think that they think they've gone too far. Like they've done too much to stop the populist movement. And if they allow it to succeed, like there's going to be...
They've done too much to stop the populist movement, so now they've got to do more?
A reckoning. And I think they feel that on an animal level, and
there's going to be a reckoning if Trump actually has to face, you know, justice for the things that he's done, right? The guy's broken the law all of his life. And it's only now starting to maybe possibly catch up with him. The only thing that can get him out of that is executive privilege. This is so backwards.
Terrified. They're clearly terrified.
This is so backwards.
The last special issue of The Atlantic, but it's panic.
Yeah,
okay?
I mean, it's self-terror. Yeah, I mean,
Right.
In the Washington Post saying we're really headed to dictatorship. I mean, the rhetoric is really ramped up now. And I agree that they, you know, actually do believe it. They've talked themselves into it. And I think, you know, I hate this, like,
who has talked themselves into something?
Everybody we don't like to not.
Like, you all are talking about ending democracy because not every judge in the judiciary will kiss Trump's ass.
So I say this not to do that, but you know, Hannah Arendt observed when she watched the Nuremberg trials what she called the banality of evil. That like you think that people who are doing evil things and tyrannical things have horns growing out of their head and are like fangs with blood dripping out of it, and usually they're just kind of.
Sometimes they do though. Sometimes you got a Donald Trump. Sometimes you got a Sebastian Gorka. Sometimes you got somebody that really looks the part. But yeah, there's banal evil as well. Did I say banal? Did I say banal?
Like very mild person.
You know, Chad, it's like banal, like that, you know.
Personalities who get swept up into their own righteousness.
That's what banal means, right?
Have no ability to see.
Everything's a Batman reference.
What it is they're doing, and I think most of all, they know the public hates them. They know the public doesn't listen to them anymore. In fact, the public, if they hear them saying something, wants to do the opposite, which is why Trump being indicted actually has politically.
Oh my God! What did you just say? What did you just say about our God Emperor, Glenn? Let's hear that again.
Most of all, they know the public hates them. They know the public doesn't listen to them anymore. In fact, the public, if they hear them saying something, wants to do the opposite, which is why Trump being indicted.
Indicted?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
They indicted him.
Politically strengthened him because people don't trust the guardians of these systems, like the people at the Atlantic and like the people who are in DC.
No, we got a problem with where half of the political spectrum does not care about facts, has given up on reality.
Being indicted actually has politically strengthened him because people don't trust
the people don't trust reality on one half of the political spectrum.
Guardians of these systems, like the people at the Atlantic and like the people who are in DC. Let me just ask you about one more question before we get to your new media outlet, because I do think you're.
Wait, can I just interject for one thing and just say about one of the great shocks for me as an aging man is to see Hannah Arendt and Sigmund Freud written out of the public conversation. Both of them were huge when I was a kid. Smart people read Sigmund Freud or talked about Sigmund Freud or underwent Freudian analysis and read Hannah.
What is he talking about?
Arendt. And both of them are so unfashionable.
Sigmund Freud is an influential Sigmund Freud is an influential author. He is still read, right, in various disciplines, even disciplines that go outside of psychology. But at the same time, you got to put him in the right, you know, context. In that, like, he's not like right about stuff. Least of all his psychotherapeutic methods, right, are not, you know, there's better methods that have come along.
Now, for reasons that no one will specify, I'm sure my kids.
For reasons that no one will specify, why are we not talking about Carl Jung?
I've never heard of either one of them. And why is that? Because both of them had a deeper.
Freud is unfashionable. Oh, wait, why?
Human motive. Both of them were concerned with why people do things. And in general,
Did he just read Trump? Did he just read Freud for the first time recently?
Given up trying to figure out why people.
Like, where does this come from? Is Freud going to be his Jung? Is he trying to Jordan Peterson? Maybe that's it, right? So where does he go from here, right? Being a red pill guru like Jordan Peterson may be exactly where he's headed.
Do things. Well, why is that? Because the people doing things don't want their motives analyzed. That's why. And so Hannah Arendt, whatever you think of her, was like a very honest observer of people, like too honest for today's discourse. And I have to say, if Hannah Arendt were around, I think she would judge the Atlantic very harshly. I mean that.
Yeah, I'm always fascinated by this kind of underlying motive. I talk, you know, Adam Smith in The Wealth of Nations in 1776.
That sweater. Oh my God.
About this human desire
No.
to go to war.
No.
The people who get to order the war.
Too many cooks.
In imperial capitals, that they get this kind of pulsating sense of amusement.
That's an old video.
And how they don't.
That didn't age well.
Don't actually want the war to end because they love to read the papers and see all the conquering achievements of this army, of their army, while they stay safe. And I mean, nothing is more relevant to our current political culture.
This is the fake, Hunter Rent's fake fans, fake fandom.
Than that psychoanalysis before psychoanalysis even existed. Let me just ask you,
why did he bring Freud in? That's so bizarre. My Frave is agreeing with me. They're just off screen, shaking their head in disapproval.
I do want to get to this new media because I think one of the reasons they're scared is because they see the ascension of new media that they have no ability to control, of independent media. But just before we get there, just one last question.
Yeah, exposed. I live with Vosh and
about this international right that really interests me, which is, you know, you and I have talked a lot about how like Trump's America First politics and this agenda have changed foreign policy.
Ooh, yeah, that's true. Teddy Cool, Trump would pick Carlson. And yet that's when the Nikki Haley thing came up, like the idea of Trump picking Nikki Haley, which would probably be the most intelligent choice as far as a VP for Trump in terms of like kind of getting to some voters that Trump's not going to get to otherwise. But the exact opposite of Nikki Haley would be to pick somebody like Tucker Carlson and to really double down and really shore up like absolutely your base of support. And, you know, because that was the reaction that the Nikki Haley nomination got. Now, I don't in any world believe that Nikki Haley being chosen as Trump's presidency would cause the likes of Tucker Carlson and Tim Pool not to vote for Trump. No way. That's never going to happen, right? But they are putting pressure because they don't like Nikki. They don't see Nikki as one of them. And it's weird because she is absolutely willing to, you know, to sign off on all their bullshit. She is afraid to say that the Civil War was because of slavery, lest she piss off some neo-Confederate voter.
The foreign policy thinking of the American right in so many ways. He ran against.
He wouldn't pick somebody that he thinks is more popular. Zero PE. Look, if this was the McLaughlin group, I would be like, correct. I don't think he ever said correct, though. I think McLaughlin always said wrong. He'd be like, who will Trump pick as his next VP? Eleanor. Oh, well, I think it might be wrong. Right? That would be in the McLaughlin group.
Cheney. Wars and neoconservatism, and it opened up all this space to question the CIA and be skeptical of the FBI in a way that I'd never seen before in the American right. But it also kind of transformed economic policy. He frequently kind of denounced the classic sort of Reaganomics, this idea that, oh, we should all cheer for the richest people in our society to get richer because a rising tide.
Oh, no, this is so weird. This is so weird about Trump. Yeah, that's how he talks. His policy, it's just tax cuts. It's like Reagan with Reagan's policy, but without any tact, right? Without any shame of just like, yeah, we're going to give more money to the rich. That's what we're going to do. We're going to...
lifts all boats, and everybody watches Raytheon and Boeing.
But he does get away with having this image of being like, oh yeah, Trump cares for the working class, right? Trump is, standing up for the working class, right? Like even some of the stuff with the stunts he pulled in the factories, like trying to keep them open early on in his presidency.
BlackRock and Amazon get richer and richer and richer, and their boats aren't rising. And it really led a lot of people who have been capitalists their whole lives to at least start questioning not capitalism as a theory, but capitalism how it manifests in American society. What is your view about sort of where the populist right is, the Trump movement is, when it comes to these core questions of economic theory and economic populism?
I think a lot of people have awakened to the now demonstrable fact that...
Okay, so I think this is the juicy part. This is the part where he feigns some kind of affinity for socialism.
Libertarian economics was a scam perpetrated by the beneficiaries of the economic system that they were we're defending. So they created this whole intellectual framework.
That's what Ben Shapiro called a conspiracy theory. And I mean, like, I guess it could attach to a conspiracy theory in his mind, but the idea that, if it's just like class interest that he's talking about, that's not really, it's not exactly going out on a limb.
To justify the private equity culture that's hollowed out the country. That's my personal view, and I've seen it up close my whole life, so I think it's a fair assessment. I think a smarter way to assess an economic system is by its results. So you can assign whatever name you want to the economic system of the United States. You could call it market capitalism. You could call it, you could call it a whole host of different things. But I don't think any of that's useful. Those are boring conversations. I think you need to ask, does this economic system produce a lot of dollar stores? And if it does, it's not a system that you want, because it degrades people and it makes their lives worse, and it increases exponentially the amount of ugliness in your society. And anything that increases ugliness is evil. And it's just kind of, let's just...
Can somebody throw me a bone here? Because, like, I feel like there's some kind of alt-right dog whistle I'm missing here. Do they have some kind of beauty is truth, truth is beauty thing? Did they have some kind of, is this like this feels like he's just like simply just saying, well, things that make the society and the world more beautiful are good, and things that make it more ugly are bad, and we should want beautiful things and not like, but is there something, I feel like there's some dog whistle I'm missing here.
There. So if it's such a good system, why do we have all these dollar stores? Dollar store is the clear, it's not the only ugly thing being created in the United States, but it's one of the most common, and it's certainly the...
Mickey's not from Central Casting. It's why he can't stand DeSantis right now, because he thought he was going to be more popular than him. It's why Tucker...
obvious. So if...
Oh, it's why Trump can't stand DeSantis. Yeah, Trump should start calling him can't stand yous.
If you have a dollar store, you're degraded. And any town that has a dollar store does not get better, it gets worse, and the people who live there lead lives that are worse.
It's weird that he chooses a dollar store, right? Which, I guess, if the point is the dollar store becomes more needed because basic necessities are harder to afford, right? But it's weird because, like, to me, the business that would indicate, a like troubled, unequal economic world would be like a payday loan store.
So, and the counter argument, to the extent there is one, they buy cheaper stuff. Great. But they become more unhappy. And the dollar store itself is a sort of symbol. What's a physical thing? It's a real thing. It's not just a metaphor, but it's also a metaphor for your total lack of control over where you live and over the imposition of aggressively in-your-face ugly structures that send one message to you, which is you mean nothing. You are a consumer, not a human being or a citizen. And so, again, I don't know what we call our current system, but its effects are grotesque. They're grotesque. It's wrecked. I've been here 54 years and I watch carefully. That's my only gift, is I watch. And this has become a much uglier place, a much more crowded place, a much more hostile place, a place that cares much less about people. So whatever system that
people are awful.
That outcome is a bad system. And you can call me whatever you want.
You can call you the Joker. I can call you a bad, like, Joaquin Phoenix impersonator. Can I call you that?
Socialist. I don't care what you call me.
He's just reading the freaking Joker script. What the fuck?
About name calling. It's bad, and I oppose it.
Yeah, believe me, I know. I got in a lot of trouble once for suggesting that you and Steve Bannon...
America is full. Yeah.
...in a certain limited sense than a lot of people who claim that title. And, of course, the nuance of that point got completely lost.
Like Hasan Piker, for instance.
But I do think the fact that you are focused so much on kind of the welfare of ordinary people, and you go to anywhere in the world, obviously you go.
But I don't think, like, what is he doing, right? Glenn Greenwald doesn't agree with, it doesn't care about the welfare. Like, Glenn Greenwald is from what I understand, is a libertarian.
Western Europe, and you see these structures that people spent 200 years building just for the sheer beauty of it. and you go into nature and you
There's some Western civilization shit.
developing countries and you see a kind of dedication to buildings even that are designed to be inspiring and to kind of stimulate things in the human soul.
Glenn Greenwald reads chat comments.
And then you go to the places in the United States where our infrastructure is falling apart, where our new structures are designed to be as ugly as possible. And it's a very difficult thing to do.
Is it Ayn Rand? Is this like some Ayn Rand shit? That's the other thing that it reminds me of. But I don't even remember what Ayn Rand had a take on architecture. I think it was like Frank Lloyd Wright good, but I don't know enough about architecture to really know what that means or how that connects to her philosophy.
Communicate these sort of spiritual components of our politics, but ultimately politics does have no purpose.
Oh, that's what he said on the Vanguard interview. Interesting.
Elevate the happiness of our citizenry, and by every metric, the happiness of our citizenry is declining. Suicide, addiction, use of antidepressants, all of that.
Oh my God. Okay, so yeah, the rest I guess is on Rumble.
System Update, our live show that airs every Monday through Friday at 7.
Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. So yeah, I wanted to go over a few things with you at this point, right? In terms of what's coming up for you tomorrow. So tomorrow, I'm going to be covering Vosh attacking Luna Oya again. Because I guess that's the only thing he can do to distract from the fact that his White Leaf network is crumbling around him. His corrupt empire, at long last, is shaking at its very foundations. And he'd like to distract us by proposing that maybe Luna and EJ thought the Nazis had a point, which they didn't if you watched the debate. But yeah, he's back at that. He hates Luna. He hates Luna in like an unnatural way. Like, I'm not entirely sure where all this hate comes from, but she is definitely the target of that. And for actually what I thought was a pretty unobjectionable video. Like, talking from as a person that from Vietnam who lives in Vietnam about Vietnam and Vietnamese people. She seems to know what she's talking about, but apparently Vosh knows more. Right? Apparently Luna is wrong and a tanky. And so Vosh has to take Luna down a peg or two. So that's what we're gonna be looking at tomorrow. I'm also got like an update on the whole White Forest thing. We're gonna have to look and see what this is about, right? But we've got more information about what goes on there, what kind of like influence is exerted on content creators that might be part of that network, and what the state of things are right now, because Xander Hall seemed to have really hurt his status. He's essentially blocked. I think most of the board. They have a board. They have like a board of directors. Who knew? On White Leaf, and he's blocked like more than half of these people. So he's in big trouble. Keffals, he was willing to let it go. I don't think he's talking about the Keffals thing anymore. Unfortunately for him, though, Keffals is still talking about him, and so is a lot of White Leaf. It's looking like people have kind of turned on Zan overall. So yeah, he's gone rogue. We'll see what that means. We'll see what the implications of that is tomorrow. So, oh my God, we're talking about freaking White Leaf. But we'll have to take a look at that. And then also, I've got a video coming out for you very soon. Should I give you a preview? Do you want a preview? Look, I'll give you a preview on one condition, chat. You got to promise to like watch the rest of the video when it comes out. Like, Is that a deal? Do we have a deal? Here we go. I'm getting it for you. Look, this is a special sneak preview because I appreciate those of you who watch the stream. You're going to get to see the video that comes out before it actually comes out. There's not even a thumbnail for this video yet, and yet you will get to see it. You will get the sneak preview. You're also going to get to watch the whole thing if you're on my Patreon, or at least the draft, right? This is the draft that I've got right now. It is actually pretty close to done. He is a messy bitch. I will probably change a few things about this, but enough to where, you know, if you, it's worth looking at it again. And again, I'll only show you part of this, but yeah, the Patreons are getting this whole video early, so if you're a Patreon, you can watch the rest of it on Patreon. He is a messy bitch, and people are so here for it. These are allegations that you are not beating.
Is this hot? We're all hot. All right, whatever. Can we be mindful with the DOJ stuff?
What do you mean by mindful? Let's assume for a second that you did actually...
Oh my God, it's Irene.
The fraudster answers the questions on everyone's mind.
Look at her.
If you think you have it.
I couldn't define it.
How could anyone platform the disgraced? Could you dab?
No, I was afraid that somehow I was going to be exactly in this position when he did that, and so it would look like I was cringe as well. But I'm not. I'm not actually cringe. I'm like the fun fact. I'm like the flash fun fact maglight that shines on the cringe, whether it's Chud Logic or anybody else, and then bops it over the head, right? Because that's what a maglight is for. That kind of thing. We haven't covered Santos yet. Oh, it's so beautiful. See, this is what I mean. I love this stuff. Like, this is so good.
You've been accused of lying to the American people. How long do you think it will be before you get called to be on Dancing with the Stars?
I'll pass.
So you won't be calling Sean Spicer for advice?
Yeah, Sean Spicer.
The dark arts of clipping. That's right.
That I don't want to be Sean Spicer.
Speaking of which.
He's
okay. People know who I'm talking about? Any Jimmy Lee fans or enjoyers? I guess you're not really a fan. Like, being a fan of Jimmy Lee would be like kind of a self-report in and of itself, right? But do people know who I'm talking about when I say Jimmy Lee, the Jersey Outlaw?
No, don't push. Don't push.
Oh, I don't. He doesn't like follow-up questions.
Oh, he doesn't like follow-up questions.
because it's hard. Sometimes it's hard to explain.
Oh my God, George Santos also does not like follow-up questions. Let's see if we can find a cool part. Pretending to be like that, but that he just kind of like, he is an old dude from back in the day, and he doesn't like, what's wrong? What's wrong? I mean, you're like to society and are pretending to be human beings, right? That's what the Blade Runner is, right? But Highlander, oh my God. Let's
the Capitol with a baby in your arms.
Yo, what was up with the baby? I think he was gonna eat it or something.
Yes.
Look at this baby, Mr. Speaker. Congressman Santos.
Like, what? He's stealing a baby. What's going on?
What are you doing to stop the ongoing
Don't stop him! Stop him!
genocide of Palestinians?
Excuse me. Do not record this baby.
Don't leave your baby with this man.
When asked,
he's gonna. I don't know.
It was yours, you said. Not yet.
Not yet. I think honestly, chat, he's clout chasing the baby. Look, let's see what I'm saying. See what I'm saying?
In a reference to, I'm not.
Look, it's too much of a problem to actually, like, you know, have a baby and stuff like that. It's so much easier to just steal one.
I'm not there yet. Not that specific baby.
So whose baby was
it? It was
that?
a staffer's baby.
But you were running around with their baby.
No.
You were using the baby as a prop.
No, I was taking the...
You were using it as a baby doll. Yes, you were. You were. I bought a $20 gourmet taco pizza. What? Taco pizza? Oh my God. Soul Life, that's my favorite kind of pizza. The whole thing was covered in ants. No! That's a bad ending to that story. Soul Life, that's a bad pizza. Let's see, what else happens to Big Mouth character that he... Oh my God, I'm just talking about bullshit. Trust me, chat. Believe me, we are getting to James Somerton as well, right? But somehow he is making it work. I've never seen him look. There's plenty of, you know, heterosexual drag queens as well, right? Oh my God. And the costumes which might appear on a drag show. Like, this is what's so frustrating to me, is the undertone of this, like, drag is bad for children, not around the children. The undertone of all that stuff is that, like, gay people do not know where to draw the line, right? So what he's claiming is that it was just like a one day sort of thing. It was like a Halloween situation, or maybe a carnival situation or something like that, right? It's just like a goof, a goof, a gaffe, a not very serious thing. But you know, I mean, we've all seen, even Steven Crowder, right? Who assures us that he's not serious about it, right? That Steven Crowder just does this.
Yeah.
Who in Congress could you beat in a lip sync battle?
All of them.
What song would you do?
I will survive. It's cliche. Why not?
If you're performing this song,
He's reminding me of a character from Big Mouth right now. You know, +1 for anybody who guesses which character I'm talking about. Oh my god, so that is just some of the awesomeness that you'll get to witness when this video comes out. It should be out soon. I hope people appreciate the new intro. I hope especially that the streamer that I stole it from appreciates stuff that I can steal stuff from her too. And there's nothing that she can do about it. Go ahead and try to Illuminati me, right? Go ahead, Keffals. Try to Illuminati me, right? Be like, not NCC. Go ahead and joke scold me too while you're at it. Like, bring Demon Mama to joke scold me, right? That's really what I need. I need to be joke scolded. Anyway, chat, I have been on so long that my brain is broken. It's the brain breakage that has happened. We need to do something about that, don't we? Okay, I know who we're rating. On Twitch, at least. Oh wait, no, I gotta do it the right way, or else I'll end up rating like not a real person. Do you ever do that, chat? Wait, do you ever not? Do you try to rate a real person? Huh? Do I not know how to spell this person's name? Oh, I don't know how to spell their name. It's a good thing I didn't try to just type it out. There we go. Make sure to support me on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Patreon. Thank you everybody for being here. I have had a lovely time. I hope you have as well. I hope you have enjoyed yourself and I've been able to entertain you this afternoon, because I had fun, and we're going to be back tomorrow for more fun, right? We're going to be talking about Vosh attacking Luna Oi. That's fun. Oh yeah, that's so much fun. Vosh trying to call Luna a Nazi. That's a bunch of fun. That sounds like fun, doesn't it? Sounds like a pleasant time. And we're also going to go deep in depth into what the heck is going on in White Forest. That's the infrastructure of the Vosh network. We're starting to see the, you know, actual mechanisms that turn the wheels that make the Vosh empire run. And I don't know, I'm watching it with fascinating curiosity. You've got a few more seconds here to get into the raid. If you are on Twitch, go over and say hi to my friend Levelhead, who I honestly should have been on Levelhead yesterday. We had talked about that and I wanted to, but it was just like something came up at the last minute and I wasn't able to do that. So yeah, get in the robot with Zara and everybody else, and we are gonna raid out onto Twitch. But yeah, thank you for all the support. My supporters are the backbone of my stream. Remember, I'm not able to do this without you. So all of you who support me on Patreon, on Twitch, on YouTube, or wherever, thank you so much. It means the world to me. Having your support, it gives me the confidence I need to go forward and battle. And there's the Twitch raid. So we've raided Twitch out. Now YouTube, I am told that I can raid you into somebody, right? Would you like me to do that? Would you like me to try to raid somebody? We might. I'm not sure if it'll work. We could try it out though. We can try it out and see if we can try it out and see if we can raid. Wait, do I know how to get to it? I thought it was like the create tab. Go live. Yeah, hit the go live thing. Go in here. Wait, I don't see how you're supposed to raid. I want to raid you into somebody, okay? Maybe even somebody of your choosing. But I don't know how to, we got 78 likes. Can I get some more likes though before I raid you out? New members 11? Oh, new members. Okay. Well, we got more new members than we got subs. That's kind of amazing. Raid us into Sun. Okay. I thought it would be right in here in the... See, there's end stream, there's share, add a stream marker, create highlight video. Interesting. I didn't know you could do that. Oh my god, I can even insert an ad. Wow, I have all kinds of power at my fingertips. Analytics, viewer activity, stream health. There should be a way to raid this. I don't see the option. Does anybody know? No, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know unless you were YouTube streamers and you've done raids yourself. Oh my god, chat. I want to be able to give you that boost into supporting a cool comrade like environmental coffee house. Jesus, not commie house. Environmental coffee house, like Letterhack, like any of the awesome content creators who are live right now. I don't actually know how to do it. I'm gonna have to look it up, it looks like, unless somebody can tell me how to raid in YouTube. The stream is healthy. The stream is healthy, so that's not the issue. Focus your live event and let YouTube insert the ads? Well, I thought that's what we were doing. I didn't know that I could run ads myself. This is a chat. You're gonna have to trust me not to do that now. That's like, oh my god. Yeah, I totally don't see it. I'm in the place that I feel like this is where it should be. And yet I don't know how to actually raid. Yeah, we might even have to set this up ahead of time. All right, chat. I'm gonna have to look into this. I'm so sorry not to be able to raid you.
No. I think I know.
Sarah, do you know how to raid people?
Yeah, it should be when you go into your like if you're in Studio, for YouTube Studio,
Mm-hmm.
and then you go to like it's where you would like create the stream. Those settings where it's like details, monetization, customization, and visibility for the stream in the manage section.
Wait, in the manage, like...
Yeah, so if you go to in YouTube Studio and you go to your streams, like you were going to create a new stream or event.
Oh, that thing. Okay.
And then you've got, it should say stream, webcam, and manage. On the left, you're going to go to manage and click on your current stream that you're on.
Wait, okay, sorry. You go into like the live stream area and then...
Right. Where it lets you schedule streams, in Studio.
In Studio, it lets you schedule... So wait.
So if you're at studio.youtube.com for your channel, and you go to the top right, and you go to your create.
Create. Oh yeah, that's where I was. Okay, go live.
Yeah.
Right?
In the go live
webcam stream, manage. Okay, so it's in manage?
And honest, yeah, it's going to be in manage. You'll see the stream that you currently have going, right?
Uh-huh.
And you should be able to, the screen where it's got like the 4 dots, the details, monetization, customization, and visibility that you do when you create it. It's in the customization section. There's a redirect and a trailer option.
Customization in, wait, you go, oh my God.
So when you create the event, you add a customization.
Yeah, customization.
And you scroll down.
Trailer?
And there's a redirect section.
A redirect, okay.
And then click add.
Oh, okay. So, and then I have to like type in somebody's name?
And that's where you pick where you're, you get to choose a live stream or a premiere for people to watch after your stream ends.
Okay.
Now, I'm not sure how long it lets you adjust that for like existing streams.
There is an upcoming letter hack. Is letter hack on yet? Because that's the only one that I see here that we could do is like letter hack.
How far off is it?
It doesn't tell me. It just says it's upcoming.
Oh, okay.
Can we confirm this? Is letter hack live yet?
Let me just try to pull up letter hack.
Bender's environmental coffee house.
Okay,
wait,
great,
I think I gotta follow environmental coffee house for this to work. Yeah, because I can't search. Let's try this.
And to answer the earlier question, letter hack doesn't go live for another hour.
Oh, okay, but EC is going live pretty soon.
I
might need to follow coffee house. Yes.
I can confirm time for you in just a second.
Yeah, it looks like Bender's not on yet.
Environmental Coffee House goes live in like a minute.
Perfect. That will be so awesome. That's a cool raid.
That's good timing. I'm so glad that you were able to do this. I'm sorry for like barging in uninvited.
No, you actually helped me figure something else that I would have had to watch many videos.
I bet you would have got it on the first try.
Oh no, it's grayed out. I think is it that EC has to subscribe to me? Because I can see it here.
Or the stream hasn't started yet. So
oh, okay. So we can wait until the stream starts, maybe. But look, wait, how come I can read into the letter hack's upcoming stream, but I can't read into the EC one?
You know, I don't know the answer for it. It is possible that EC doesn't have raids.
Yeah, it could be like not. In fact, I don't even know that I might have to check my own settings.
Adjust your own settings for it because I don't think I was able to raid you most recently. And now EC is live, so that you might want to try it one more time.
Okay, we'll try typing in if I can spell right, environmental coffee house. 2 words. They are indeed live. Redirect privileges needed. Ask EC to add. That might be too much to ask EC for, right as they're going live. What do you think?
It's up to you. I mean,
I just know that that's like them. That would require them to do a lot of stuff behind the scenes, and some people don't like to.
It would. I think it would just ask them permission, yes or no.
Well, it won't let me click on anything without them having adding me to their live redirect list in community. Yeah, they'd have to go into community settings and add me. So I don't know if it's gonna. Sandy wouldn't mind. If somebody can talk to Sandy and make it so, we will raid right in. That would be really cool. I would love to raid Sandy. Yeah, we got to start rating each other more often, right? There's a lot of us, small leftist streamers that are, we know of each other, we watch each other, we share an audience sometimes. It makes sense to, show some support by throwing some raids around. And it's been a thing for a while on Twitch. YouTube has added this, but it's a little bit more complicated, right? It's not obvious. Yeah, still not seeing her light up as an option, but we'll give it a little longer. I just have to end the stream before 6 hours so that I have the ability to cut the music off the beginning of the VOD.
We're looking at less than 5 or around 5 minutes.
Around 5 minutes. Oh yeah, that's how. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll keep an ad.
Up, though, it looks like Looney Tunes already asked in chat, so we'll get an answer.
Okay, cool. That's really cool.
Thank you so much for asking, Looney Tunes.
Stop clashing. Wait, am I wearing something that's clashing? Is my butterfly clashing with the background? Does it? Is it the wrong purple? Or am I clashing with my other self who's wearing a blue butterfly? This is gonna be my first raid, chat. I've never done a raid. I've never raided anybody before. So I appreciate you sticking around and having patience in me figuring out how all this actually works on YouTube. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit harder than on Twitch. Yeah, I didn't realize it was as easy as just customization redirect. That is actually pretty cool. Because saving that... The class is when you are on... The clash is when you're... Oh, the clash between... Yeah. I see what you mean by clash. Now it makes sense. I thought you were talking about, like, color theory, which I care about very much. You can see, like, graphic design is my passion. Although, honestly, like, let's give it up for Vamps, who's the actual graphic designer behind so many things No Comment Chick.
True. Vamps does a lot.
It does kind of look like the infinite regress a little bit, doesn't it? Do we want to do the infinite regress for real? Like as a meme? Well, we wait to see if we could possibly raid into Environmental Coffee House. That's what we're hoping, so stick around if you want to be a part of that. My very first raid. How exciting. Okay,
We have less than 3 minutes before we have to end the stream.
Oh, thank you for checking on that. Less than 3 minutes, so I do have to...
I don't think we're going to get it in time.
It's too bad. Oh, and it won't let me do the infinite regress. Aw, I can't even do it. I mean, that's not the infinite regress that I was looking for, but that is the screen that I used to raid. All
right, let's give it 1 more minute, but you should get ready to...
Yeah, I should probably just... Yeah, oh my god, it's not gonna happen this time, chat. Okay, we'll go over and support Sandy anyway. Environmental Coffee House on YouTube. and give Sandy a follow while you're at it. Much love, everybody. I gotta end the stream before I turn into a pumpkin. Don't want that to happen. No pumpkins.